Ow. Wipe Jack. Oh. Oh, cool. I don't know. It's just been staying. Okay, there we go. Better. All right. Oh, it's a moderator. Okay. I thought fired all of them or some shit. go pee? Wanna go for a walk? Stop you raining. You'll be upset. throw up. Stop.
Fucking chicken. Even that IGA was fucking nasty.
What?
Maxie said nothing. I went to IGA. Fucking the chicken breasts were like from 3 days ago packed. That's the nicest one I could find. I didn't feel like
There's only one.
Well, there's 2 breasts.
Okay.
No, but trust me, the other ones are fucking nasty. I wouldn't even feed it to a dog.
Shit.
And the other packs are like fucking whatever.
Should have tried a shaggy.
Grow them this, grow them that. But fucking $6,000 for a pack of beans. Like,
No, I think that's what's making people so sick.
I don't know if you noticed a lot of people that especially in the morning, they cough shit up or they'll start dry heaving and have acid reflux really bad. But there are people my age that are getting fucking weird gastrointestinal problems. I'm gonna take him out for a lap and I'll come back and I'll make food. Don't get this peach thing again.
what?
The peach blunt wrap smells like the bottom of a hamster cage.
I don't know why you're so positive.
It's a matter of getting them to work, honestly. If I'm testing a weed, then I'll use regular papes just so that I can get an idea of what the actual flavor and the actual potency of it is. Well, the reason I don't like the regular is they keep going out. My blunts, they stay lit.
Hello.
Cokes!
Ugh. Can we? I have it on here. I will give you my phone. You can do that. Somebody should fucking. Yes. Okay, no. Okay, let's go.
Fortunate, only a little less drunk than themselves. One of the saddest parts of National is people. The poor Irish neighborhood and the poor French neighborhoods had a lot of common causes, but they couldn't seem to work together. So we have serious systematic problems with the police, but we also have systematic issues with the health committee. The health committee was in the crosshairs because they were the administrator of these vaccines. And they would publicly shame a CERB at the time. And it was a little bit different. Vet support, wines, spirits, sago, arrowroot, oysters, and fruit. Family got smallpox. Husband died.
Good.
That would be like 4,000 deaths a week from Montreal today.
The council should at once have extended a helping hand to those poor dying creatures, and it had wasted
Garbage.
from 3 until 6:15, and nothing had been gained but obstruction.
Should I keep on my shoes? It's okay, or I take it off? Thank you, Marcia.
Wait. Wait. Now wait. Wait. You now more back.
you know what? Maybe my boy I'm sure something else. Yeah. You didn't want to. Why, bro? Oh, fuck, that's a cousin. Oh, from what? What? They go, she told Johnny Cole. Lomax, 20 minutes maintenant. 20-25 minutes maintenant. Ok, ok, ciao. Ciao, ciao. Ah, fuck, I forgot to ask him what I called him for. God damn it. Because he's a bro. I'm missing 4. I'm like, it's there. Now we don't want to do this other. They said he's missing 4. Yeah, because he's with his wife. He said, there's something wrong with it. She's like, I said, but she's not here. And I live in a choice place. And I call it on the bill. There's way too much. He goes, how much left? There's 4. Fuck, that's exactly what I'm saying. No. Yes, sir. Joe, hey, go, Joe, yeah. different thing. Oui, oui, c'est ça. OK, ouais, c'est ça, Maurice. Là, les quatre qu'il y a de plus 7. Là, mon chum, là, lui, un gars de loin, il s'en vient demain pour spotter les affaires. Tu veux-tu que j'y laisse, puis demain, au pire, si il le prend par lui, sinon. OK, excellent, je vais laisser avec mon chum. De toute façon, il est dans la route de la Chine, pas de problème. OK, je vais voir. OK, he's cool, he's a good. He's the one that we trust. No, okay, just yeah. Yes, he's boss, boss, or people. So now, you should put that. Elton, what's up, bro? Chillin', bro. Yeah, go ahead. For what? Yeah, that's no problem. But when do you need it? When do you need it by? Oh, okay, fine, okay. Give me whatever but are you sure? Because it's gonna be so. If you tell me, if you give me green light, I'll have it tomorrow, 1,000,000,000%. Okay, well, let me hit you back and can you give me between 30 minutes to an hour because I'm running around. I'm gonna definitely get the best number with the best quality. That's guaranteed. So, can you give me 30 minutes to an hour? Okay, thanks. That's what I say. But he does just I do slow down. Slow down. Yes, made right here in Montreal, top quality, and he doesn't. They're all made. That's being a hybrid. Me, brother, I only smoke. Fuck bombs. Hello, Bob. Hey, c'est bon? Ah, tu fais pour moi, quoi? C'est bon. Donne-moi, tu vas me faire peut-être 1 heure. Ouais, je vais peut-être savoir. Ok, merci, mon chum. C'est vrai. Yes. I can push you people out in power. I ain't better find it on phone. So now, ask them to please. No, that's bullshit. That bullshit. I need a beer, bro. I need a beer. I made $4. Yeah. Well, when I saw the picture, but when my guys go back, you know how it is. All guys like us, we hold us on quality. Not me, fine. Yeah, slowly. Yeah, well, fucking something like this, right? Because my partner was there long before. Before I saw it, look around. There's things going on. My wife is she's like, listen, no, I told you I'm regular. Anyone that knows unless you're not real comfortable, they will be covered in this. All right, well, that's what what that really actually is.
That's what I'm saying, especially when you're on the phone and you don't know who's there and you're seeing shit.
I'm taking a shot.
That's all I mean. It's like,
I'm taking a shot.
you literally be like, I can't wait to go home. We left you a box. Is that cool? Or you wanted to take us?
I'll get back to you.
Cheers, brother.
Because they're waiting. I mean, there's a board there that's weird. We need to talk. Yeah, we need to talk. Yeah, okay, bro. Ciao.
dogging? I came and tried to open the door and the door was locked. Yeah. I mean, impossible. Or you just let. I've been standing outside. I thought you let him in. Yeah, pretty bad. Oh, he was stuck upstairs. He couldn't get down the steps. Because those stairs are really steep, eh? That last set going upstairs? He was at the top of the stairs because he was too afraid to go down. Well, it's because he trips a lot more now that he's older. His hair kind of doesn't help either, but still, like 10 minutes at least. That's the second time I heard him bark. Like, and I looked inside. I'm like, no, he let him in. Okay. No, like I thought you heard me try to push the door open. Why is that guy such a dick? Why is that guy such a fucking dick? Big fat fuck. Like, really? Because he kind of seems like a fucking dick. Yeah, that's probably why me and him already just like, people keep saying weird things to me, like about my energy, and I'm like, hey, whatever. I don't know how to respond to it, but cool, I guess. But anyway, yeah, no, just like standing next to somebody, apparently I can make them change how they feel just from standing there. But apparently the thing, and people who are popular or preppy or who are like the cool kids, the only group of friends I've never had because they can smell me and I will out them. So they stay the fuck away from me. And I've tried to get in the popular kids club, but yeah, no, they see me coming a fucking mile away. Loud. Make it a point to be extra loud. Black guy seems fucking nice, but shit. For what? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, he's really nice when we saw his. I thought he ripped you off. Didn't he rip you off? Mosquito thing. Oh, I didn't know you bought it from there. Does that mean you bought from somewhere else? And that did not turn out well. Not at all. Like I was, they were insinuating that I had something to do with Brandon Lemire having a schizophrenic episode, and that I am an accomplice to murder. I was like, what the fuck? Are you guys fucking serious? Hour and a half later, 3 pages of a fucking police report. Fucking unbelievable. Good. I don't understand what this does. I feel slightly better. Caitlin, what's your memory? What's your I don't have memory before the book. Come here. What's this? Why are you eating old food off the floor? I literally just made you food. Such a dick sometimes. I don't see the marriage. Shares a bed. It's your food. Jogo. Jogo. Sometimes I just feel my dog. Why are you playing weird? Are you like a damn kill stupid fucking cat? Everyone? Anything? Good? You hate me. Do that. And then I hear something. I gotta hate so many things with this coat. I should. Oh, we went 7:45. The grocery store closes at what, 9? Whatever. Thank you for answering your text. But you gotta stop. My face hurts from crying. I you better not be fucking eating something. Swear to God. I'll stab the shit out of you. Yeah. Let's see. What did I do? Let me see, maybe. Shit. No, I'm in here somewhere. Oh, you pot. Look. You're not in the pot. Oh, what the fuck? Ran into the back of my foot. What are you doing? doing it? Making chicken?
What?
You making the chicken?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Can I have it then?
Oh.
I burnt my fucking candy again. I burnt my candy again. I think I know what I'm doing wrong though. My dad's all freaked out by that fucking guy that commented on my video. Of something about having a vision of me being murdered. Anyway, boxing gloves. I'm gonna learn how to probably not end up defending myself. Just crying. I can't do things. Fucking shit, Jack. You on drugs? Are you on drugs? Me? Are you a weed dog? I'm gonna take you like a great weed tree. Shitty choice, obviously. I'm sorry, I like it. Yeah, I'm coming. I'll get your phone on my screen. Who's your girlfriend? Me? Well, who's your girlfriend?
There's only 2 pieces. So.
I like to know if one is more popular than the other, and for what reason? Is it because of the angle? Is it because of the quality? Boy, interesting. I concur. Oh.
Minister very conveniently.
Fuck.
What is at issue? What is at issue is a vast campaign of election interference by Beijing involving 11 candidates. Was the Prime Minister briefed about that? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I've said the protection of our democracy is paramount. But with that, protecting our democracy also means respecting it. Yesterday, the member opposite, when I stood and rose in this place, continually screamed for me to sit down. Yet he didn't have that same emotional outburst when the Minister of Public Safety was answering that question. So, Madam Speaker, some advice to the members opposite. If they support the protection of democracy, they might want to start by respecting the women that have been democratically elected in this place.
Now again, the response from the member for St. Albert Edmonton while the Parliamentary Secretary was speaking is also not acceptable. And she was answering the question, and she doesn't need to be told that she needs to sit down. Okay, I will correct that one on that last point, but that it was unacceptable what was happening there. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
One moment here. Again, the Honourable for Lethbridge is out of order. Yes. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, our thoughts are with the victims of the tragedy of École Polytechnique, women who lost their lives simply because they were women. We remember their lives and the tragedy that this represented for their families. And we commit to ensuring that this will never happen again. Will the government please share its thoughts on this matter? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Obviously, all of us here today send our thoughts to the families of the victims, the 14 women who were murdered during the École Polytechnique tragedy. The government wants to do more to protect women, and that's why we have this very important bill to limit assault rifles. And so we invite all parliamentarians to work with us to strengthen this bill and better protect women. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Auditor General today pointed to
horrific waste. According to her, the government wasted at least $4.6 billion and another $27 billion, which she said were suspicious overpayments and should be investigated. There are 1,500 ineligible recipients. So why did the government waste money and create inflation on the back of Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government acted quickly to help Canadians during the pandemic, and we made the right choices. We would like to thank the Auditor General for her report and for her hard work, and we'd like to thank her for confirming that our COVID-19 benefits were targeted and effective. It is clearly indicated in the report that those benefits helped the economy get back on its feet, and Canadians know that we protected them, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is now exposed for having wasted massive sums over the last several years. According to the Auditor General, there is $4 billion of known waste, another $27 billion of suspected waste. There is $60 million of spending that's under criminal investigation. There were 190,000 people who quit their jobs and therefore were not eligible to receive the CERB benefit, but did anyway. They even sent the CERB to 1,500 prisoners, Mr. Speaker. Why did the government waste so much and make Canadians pay the price?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the Auditor General found very clearly that CERB and our individual benefits achieve their intended goals of getting money to Canadians quickly, of allowing Canadians to stay home safely, and avoiding severe social and economic consequences. We as a parliament approved an attestation-based approach. We knew from the beginning there would be post-payment verification. We are working methodically through that, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure all Canadians that we are on top of this.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we already knew that the government paid billions of dollars in wage subsidies to profitable corporations that were able to pay out dividends to their wealthy executives. Now we know they also paid $15 billion to companies that did not have a significant revenue drop, and so they were able to pocket the cash at the expense of the Canadian people. Now, this is the same government that gave money to Loblaws, to other wealthy corporations, always at the expense of the working class. Why do they always take from the have-nots and give to the have-yachts?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government made decisions that undoubtedly saved lives and the economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our agency has been working for months to check the eligibility of recipients, and the Auditor General concluded, what she concluded was in compliance is what the report said. The recovery will take years, and while the Conservatives are stuck with bad cryptocurrency advice from their leader, we are helping Canadians. Yes, but they're delivering for prisoners. The government gave CERB to 1,500 prisoners who were in prison after having committed crimes. Literally weren't eligible. 190,000 people received CERB who had left their jobs on purpose, and who therefore were not eligible. We're talking about $30 billion of wasted money. And we know that there are criminal investigations underway. Will the government finally investigate to recover the money that was lost on the backs of Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker. In an article by the CBC, the member of Edmonton West said that recovery is a process that can take many years. So here's my question, Mr. Speaker. Does his own leader agree with that member? No, the honourable member for Bede Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this day, December 6th, marks the commemoration of the horrific femicide committed at École Polytechnique. This compassion should guide all of our work, especially with regard to gun control. the government tabled a very complex amendment to the point that the Prime Minister and the Minister say that it's an issue that needs to be dealt with by experts. Very quickly but rigorously, does the government agree to add 2 committee meetings so that experts can analyze this bill? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the Bloc Québécois for their cooperation, and also the NDP, also their reasonable and responsible approach to working in concert to strengthen this bill in committee. It's very important that everyone work together on this file. It was mentioned today we've commemorated Polytechnique, and so we want to remove assault rifles from our streets and protect the rights of hunters and Indigenous people. We're working on that. The Prime Minister is committed to that, and I urge everyone to work together on this. The Honourable Member for Belley-Chambly. Yes, that is the spirit of the question I've been asking. Obviously, I share the concern that recreational hunters might be the object of petty politics, but we're talking about a sense of security for civil society and the families of these victims. Clarity should be at the heart of this issue, and we are asking for 2 extra committee meetings with experts in order to analyze the amendment. Can that be done, please, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to work with all parliamentarians, with the Bloc, with the NDP, to ensure that this bill strikes the right balance and achieves the objectives that we said, that is to eliminate weapons, for example, that were used to kill people at Polytechnique and the Quebec Mosque, while protecting the rights of hunters and Indigenous people. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Had to be called into long-term care homes in this country. And now the Red Cross has been called into children's hospitals in Ottawa. It is clear that our healthcare system is in crisis, but the Prime Minister's been missing in action. Leadership isn't looking for excuses, it's showing up and finding solutions. So when will the Prime Minister show leadership, step up and declare or call for an emergency meeting of the First Ministers and solve the crisis in our healthcare system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Honourable Member. Urgent actions are indeed required to address the current health workforce crisis, and that's why we have taken significant steps forward by establishing a coalition for action for healthcare workers to inform immediate and long-term solutions to address these challenges, introducing measures to facilitate the entry of foreign national physicians and permanent residents, as well as announcing a national nursing officer to provide strategic advice from a nursing perspective. Our government's priority remains to work together for better outcomes for Canadians, and that includes the youngest patients in our hospitals. So I appreciate the attention to this very important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby South.
Les médecins.
Physicians, nurses, healthcare workers are sharing horrific stories about what is happening right now in our healthcare system. We are in the midst of a crisis, Mr. Speaker, and it's clear children are getting sick and they have no access to health care. And this Prime Minister is not showing leadership. When is he going to show leadership and do what needs to be done to save our healthcare system? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his very important question. We obviously share his concerns with regard to the difficulties our healthcare system is going through in Canada. He talked about difficulties in children's hospitals and the important issue of a shortage of healthcare professionals. That is exactly what we are discussing with healthcare ministers and provincial premiers. We are encouraged by those discussions. We're going to increase federal resources in order to ensure that this matter is resolved.
Today, the Auditor General released a damning report confirming that Liberal mismanagement led to at least $32 billion in inflationary spending. More costs, no control. Their lack of transparency contributed to the affordability crisis. The Auditor General is deeply concerned by the lack of controls, and her report shows Liberals are only going to keep their failed approach for current and future programs. Why are Canadians continuously on the hook for Liberal failures?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
That the Auditor General found that we achieved the goals we set out to do. We kept Canadians safe, we made sure Canadians were paid quickly, and we averted significant social and economic hardship for our country. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament approved an attestation-based approach. We knew when we committed, we were very transparent from the beginning, we would do post-payment verification. We're methodically going through that, and we'll continue to do so, working individually with Canadians to make sure a fair and equitable response to this.
For Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Well, if the Liberals' goals were to lack transparency, lack accountability, and lack control, the Auditor General confirmed that in her report today. Their legacy of mismanagement has made life more unaffordable, sending more Canadians to food banks than ever before. Record high food, rent, and mortgage costs are driven up by the Liberals' inflation. The more Liberals fail, the more Canadians have to pay. How many more Liberal failures are Canadians on the hook for?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, we took important action when we understood that the high cost of living was having an impact on Canadians. And in fact, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Post noted that our childcare policy has been a success. They said government policy has played a role in getting women back in the workforce, especially when it comes to childcare. Women feel confident going back into the workforce because they won't be spending their whole paycheck on childcare. Mr. Speaker, we are there for Canadians and we are delivering. Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the government will blame everyone else for their inflationary spending, but when the Auditor General confirms that a minimum of $32 billion in COVID overpayments and suspicious payments need more investigation, there is little argument that this mess added to inflation. The Auditor General has sounded the alarm bells on the lack of control on COVID spending. So lots of checks and no balances. And the government is continuing the same approach with current legislation, current programming. So I have one question. How can Canadians trust them?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Speaker, I will get to the Honourable Member's question in a moment. I want to add my voice to those started by the Minister of Women and Gender Equality in this House today on the 33rd anniversary of École Polytechnique. I was a 19-year-old student at the U of A when word got to us about 14 women gunned down at École Polytechnique. And it became worse when we realized that this was motivated by hate and misogyny. We must do everything in this House to protect women and to end violence against women. And on the substantive question that the honourable colleague asked, millions of mothers who received CERB benefits did not cause inflation, and neither did the benefits, neither did the businesses who took supports so they could keep their doors open.
The member for Thornhill.
Speaker, we're not talking about those cases. Canadians deserve transparency about the $32 billion that the Auditor General says is just the tip of the iceberg. People who got money, and it needs to be investigated. So Canadians deserve to know that there was no control when the money was going out, and now they learn that there's no control or accountability for taxpayers to get that money back. So when food bank use is at its highest rate and 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, I'll ask again, how do Canadians trust them?
Mr. Speaker, the CRA does not agree with the Auditor General's calculation with regard to ineligible recipients to the wage subsidies. The CRA's calculations indicate that the people were highly compliant and that the Auditor General's figures were exaggerated. It's not her fault because we all know that she was pressed by the opposition to produce this report. Political games must not wage subsidy save the economy and many people. The honourable member for Chikun-Spilofia. Mr. Speaker, according to a new report published yesterday, grocery costs are going to continue to
Oh.
When we think about policing the global heroin trade, the picture is usually of smuggling on the US southern border or international troops pulling up poppy fields in Afghanistan. However, more often than not, some of the biggest seizures in the world happen not in the US or Europe, but in the Islamic Republic of Iran. At the same time, opioid addiction is exploding across Iran, adding country's social and economic instability. In 2021, viral videos showing men and women openly using drugs in the nation's capital, Tehran, illustrated the scale of the problem. This is how geography, global politics, and the Islamic Republic's own attempts at prohibition created what might be the highest rates of opioid addiction in the world.
Yeah.
In 2017, Iranian troops and border guards seized 630 tons of opium, 39 tons of heroin. This represents around 25% of all heroin and a staggering 90% of all opium seized in the world that year. It's unusual. Iran regularly intercepts more opioids than most other countries can find.
According to the UN, nobody has seized more opium-based drugs than police in Iran, and $4 billion of it.
Modern recreational drugs have a long and rich history in Iran. Use of cannabis and opium in this part of the world goes back basically to the dawn of recorded civilization. But in 1978 and 1979, two key events changed everything. First, there was the Islamic Revolution in Iran itself.
In Iran, the revolution that swept away all traces of the Shah's regime and ended an era. On the surface at least, it was a revolution carried out in the name of Islam.
I feel like shit, so maybe if I take a nap and I get up again,
trying to purify Iran
I'm definitely gonna be
along
hungry.
very many different dimensions. One of them is a return to the ban on both opium production and opium use. And so trafficking, of course, fills the void.
Then the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, which caused Afghan farmers to turn to the opium trade as a means of survival and resistance.
Now we are in the context of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The Soviets would be burning down orchards, blowing up wells, simply devastating agricultural production, the core of the economy in Afghanistan. Instead, both the rural population very robustly switched to the cultivation of opium poppy.
Afghanistan produces around 90% of the world's illicit opium, and Iran and Afghanistan share a 572-mile border, which makes it ideal for drug smuggling. Within Iran itself, the government enforces strict Islamic behavioral codes, limiting how different genders can mix and imposing a total ban on alcohol. Perhaps unsurprisingly, illicit drug offences also carry severe penalties.
بیش از 70% کشفیات و درگیری‌ها در منطقه مرزی بوده است. هر چقدر ما بتوانیم در حوزه مرز درگیر بشیم و از توزیع مواد در کشور جلوگیری کنیم به نفع ما خواهد شد.
In Iran, being caught with 30 kilos of cannabis or 5 kilos of heroin carries the death penalty. In 2015, rates of execution for drug-related crimes hit a peak of 725. All in all, 70% of prisoners in Iran's notoriously harsh prison system are there for drug offences. And these laws tend to fall disproportionately on minority groups, particularly the marginalised ethnic Baloch community. There have even been reports of Baloch villages where the entire male adult population has been executed on drug charges.
Harsh punishments, including death sentences, have failed to lower drug production in Iran. The country burns about 100 tons of seized narcotics each year.
The Islamic regime came to power. It initially adopted very draconian policies, imprisonment of users, no provision of treatment, and execution of drug traffickers. By 2004-5, Iran had one of the highest imprisonment rates for drug use in the world.
But this harsh regime has utterly failed to stop the spread of addiction. Iran has up to 4 million regular drug users, meaning about 2.8% of the entire population. According to UN calculations, this actually gives Iran the highest per capita rate of problematic drug use in the entire world.
Every city in Iran has back alleys like this one, full of desperate addicts and their dealers who sell the cheap drugs that flood across the border from Afghanistan.
Many may find it hard to believe that such a socially conservative country, where booze is banned, could have such a high rate of opioid use. Yet, these two forms of drug prohibition may actually be connected.
There is a complex debate, not just in Iran, but across the Middle East, about the relationship between alcohol use and drug use. The fact that people find it difficult to have access to alcohol, they can access alcohol illegally, is driving some people to use drugs instead. It's not simply the restrictions to alcohol, but more broadly, just severe restrictions on social fulfillment.
مردم شادی رو دوست دارن. تو جامعه ما که هیچ نوع نه تفریح وجود داره نه امکاناتی برای جوونا وجود داره. تنها تفریح جوونا این شده که جمع بشن دورم یه دو تا استکان عرق بخورن، مشروب بخورن، شراب بخورن، بزنن برقصن همین. پس کار ما میشه فروش شادی.
In the 1990s and early 2000s, there did seem to be a glimmer of hope in Iranian drug policy. In response to the HIV crisis, the government surprised the world by instituting more methadone programs and harm reduction initiatives. However, as the hardline government of former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad swept to power in 2005, funding for these programs declined, and the government seemed to double down on the puritanical war on drugs approach.
Iran has just celebrated the 30th anniversary of the revolution. President Ahmadinejad is trying to return to what he sees as a pure form of Islam.
In Iran, there are still some drug treatment programs that do apply evidence-based treatments, like opioid substitution therapy. However, these suffer from chronic underfunding, and there are many other rehab facilities that appear closer to torture chambers. There are widespread reports of drug users being savagely beaten and immersed in freezing water to punish them out of addiction. Needless to say, this is not an effective form of treatment, and people often fall back into problematic drug use as soon as they're released. The iron law of drug prohibition is that users and dealers tend to move towards stronger and stranger drugs. Iran has been marked by a steady shift from opium to heroin, and there are now increasing reports of more crystal meth use and production.
The larger problem is simply the lack of funding for it, which will obviously affect poorer Iranians far greater than wealthier ones.
Another universal fact of the war on drugs is corruption. In authoritarian regimes, there can be even greater scope for this corruption to take hold. In Iran, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, are an ultra-powerful paramilitary force, directly loyal to the Ayatollah.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is Iran's most elite and influential military force and has strong connections with Iran's regime.
The IRGC have grown in power over decades of Islamic rule and now control large parts of the Iranian economy. But what's true of the legitimate economy is also true of the criminal economy. And there are allegations that elements of the Revolutionary Guards themselves are deeply embedded in Iranian drug trafficking networks. There have been reports of the IRGC protecting traffickers, even as they smuggle kilos of heroin on buses taking pilgrims to Islamic holy sites.
In any country that has significant illegal economies, there is corruption of officers or institutions. So you have countries where controlling illegal economies becomes a purposeful designated source of funding for a military entity or for the regime.
Iran has experienced years of economic turmoil, and in recent months, protests have rocked the country, with women taking to the streets to resist the regime's morality police.
Since the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the Iranian regime has required all women to wear a headscarf and loose-fitting clothing.
Iran's rulers are trapping in power. Dozens of protesters have been killed, hundreds arrested, and the internet choked off.
The Iranian heroin epidemic is yet another deep crisis facing the country. Iran and the US don't tend to agree on much, but perhaps in fatally mismanaging an opioid crisis, they may finally have found something in common.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
As drug wars have raged across Latin America, the region has suffered almost unimaginable levels of violence.
Over 27,000 have disappeared. Previously exhumed mass graves ahead of the hills. It stinks of death up here.
Over the past 20 years, over 2 million people have been killed, as cartels have made billions.
What was once produced in the back of camper vans is now produced in huge quantities and makes huge profits for the cartels.
I'm J.S. Raffaelli. I've spent years writing about drugs, why people take them, and why our governments chose to declare war on them. At Vice, we make a lot of films about drugs, but in this show, I get to dig a bit deeper. I get to talk to fellow expert drug nerds about their research into the crazy world of mind-altering substances.
We're here on the western wing of the prison. You can start seeing the numbers of people and the overcrowding here, which is quite considerable.
Johan Grillo is a journalist who spent the last 20 years reporting on the drug war in Latin America. He spent time with sicarios and cartel leaders from northern Mexico to the ghettos of Jamaica and El Salvador. He's joining us today to explore how drugs and drug policy have fundamentally reshaped the region in shocking ways. Hi, Johan. Thanks so much for joining us. So how does a writer from Brighton, England, end up spending 2 decades chasing around the drug wars of Latin America?
In 2004 to 5, I was working for the Houston Chronicle, a Texas newspaper, and I was covering the border between the city of Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, and Laredo, Texas. Now this, at that time, was really the beginning of the current Mexican drug war, which really exploded across the country. Then you start seeing some crazy stuff. There is houses with like 30 people tied up, kidnapped. You start to see the mass graves. At the beginning, they were like, a house with 15 bodies. It's a big deal. Later on, it would be like fields with 298 bodies. So that was the first stage, 2004, 2005. In 2006, December 2006, you saw Felipe Calderon become president, and he launched this military crackdown on drug cartels, and I was covering that. You suddenly saw the real explosion of the body count really taking off, the level of weaponry really taking off. And one scene there, which I remember very clearly, which is kind of a wake-up call to me. I went to this town called El Pozo, right up outside of Culiacan, Sinaloa. And there'd been 2 massacres there. We went just after the second massacre there. There were still all the bullets laid out. We hadn't cleaned up the scene. And a bunch of the residents of this village, this place, were all leaving in a convoy of like pickup trucks, just taking their stuff, leaving like refugees, leaving this place. And that was like this vision of that was like, wow, this is going to destabilize the country. I found myself by 2012 in a morgue in Monterrey with 49 bodies who had all been decapitated, all had their hands and feet cut off. The stench of death, and like, what the hell am I covering?
All right, we're gonna put it down for a bit.
What am I following here?
Actually, about you as a journalist. Reporting on the narco wars in Latin America is actually extremely dangerous for journalists. Have you ever felt in real danger yourself, and sort of what do you do to stay safe in that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I feel in danger many times.
I'm coming.
Any journalist covering this has.
There's
many situations. So there's more obvious violent situations, like being in shootouts, being with security forces during raids, or being where there's like armed criminal gunmen moving around, in these areas. But there's also always this kind of paranoia. But sure, there's been a whole bunch of episodes that have happened over the years, including one time where I was accused of being a DA agent, and this guy said if he saw me again, he'd put a bullet in my head. The level of violence against so many local journalists has been so bad, and that we've seen perhaps 150 Mexican journalists who've been murdered since 2000. I knew personally.
And you've also gone beyond Mexico, right? You've been to places like Honduras, Brazil, Jamaica. I'm curious about the common threads, and I suppose also the sort of different nuances of how the drug trade plays out in each of these places and how it shapes the societies there.
As they call them, favelas in Brazil, they call them the garrisons in Jamaica, they call them comunas in Colombia. But these kind of poor, marginalized areas, which often where they've been kind of set aside, they haven't had all the benefits of society and kind of modernization or a lot of the industrialization. They've kind of been on the margins. But at the same time, they've built up their own structures, and I see organized crime and the drug cartels in some way being a kind of organization, organized power groups coming out of a lot of the deprived poor communities. You see control of territory, and they have, spies, people coming in and out. In Mexico, they call them halcones or hawks. In Central America, they'll call them postes, like posts. In Brazil, they call them vapors. These guys who are not there will disappear. So you have these people having that same kind of role. You have more of the violent arm, the trigger men, paramilitary groups, again, who have different names around, but they often have that common. In some places they call them soldiers, others in Mexico they call them sicarios. But they have that same role, the kind of muscle. You have these financial elements, the business, which can, not just about drugs. Drugs are a huge thing, but also in Mexico, particularly, you see a diversification of organized crime. So you see them involved in stealing crude oil, running human smuggling, running prostitution, extortion, kidnapping, piracy, wildcat mining, and a whole bunch of economic activities.
One of the things I actually most wanted to touch on is this idea of political corruption, which is obviously super key to the whole discussion around the drug wars in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how this sort of plays out in different ways in different places.
Now, Jamaica is one of the places where you really see the political story in a very, very big way, because in Jamaica, the gangs in Jamaica, or the posses in Jamaica, were in many ways founded by this link to political parties and this idea of delivering votes to political parties. But then you see that same practice in many places. In Central America, you see, like in Honduras, in El Salvador, you see the gangs which control neighborhoods can then deliver the votes en masse to political parties in exchange for certain things. Now, Mexico is a kind of a basket case of corruption. You had this cop called, whose name was El Tyson in Michoacan. He was a state police commander. When he was eventually arrested, he gave a confession because they aired on TV. But he was saying, well, yeah, I was actually a ranking cartel member. Actually, not just a regular on the payroll, a ranking cartel operative who was not only carrying out horrific murders for the cartel, but training youngsters and getting youngsters young recruits in the cartel to lose their fear of blood. So he would describe how he would get the young recruits and get them to cut up bodies and get them to lose their kind of fear of blood and stuff. That's what he was doing, and that's a police commander.
But some of the kids doing this, right, they're doing this from a very, very young age. This is like 13, 14-year-olds committing murder or acts of extreme violence, right? Pretty much across the region. How are these children being recruited, and what's their career progression of the cartel hierarchy?
There was one guy from the Barrio Azteca in Ciudad Juarez I interviewed, and he was talking about how they look for the young people who are going to be good murderers, and it's often people who have got hurt inside them, who haven't got really stable families, people who have got a lot of violent impulses. There's one guy I knew in Honduras. His nickname was Fresa, who was one of these guys on one side a nice guy, on the other side a very, very violent sicario. And he was abandoned as a kid, and he had this real, he told this to me, he had a real kind of hate inside, I've had a shit life. How come, I've got to take this out, I don't care if I'm going to mess you up. He ended up himself being murdered and leaving his own kids fatherless, and he was kind of looking for his kids not to be fatherless. So you see this repeating in that way. Once you've committed multiple murders, and sometimes I talk to kids who are 13 and they've already committed double murders and that kind of thing, and it's like, well, it's very hard to bring them back from that.
And I think we need to get a real sense of the scale of this, right? In Latin America, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of casualties every year, mass graves, refugees. This is beginning to look like warfare. And where does one draw the line between criminality and war?
So well, this is a weird place between crime and war. And it's kind of somewhere between. That's why I use the word crime wars sometimes.
And then what you also get is the gangster warlords in very poor areas sort of taking over the role which the state fails to do, sometimes providing sort of almost social services in a very haphazard, basic way, but attaining this kind of Robin Hood, folk hero sort of status within these communities.
And you see these, the kind of gangster warlords themselves, the real kind of top figures, become these weird kind of between rock stars and criminal CEOs and paramilitary leaders. You see that as well. I mean, Dada's Coke celebrated in songs, including by some very big dancehall and reggae artists. The same as in Mexico, the drug lords celebrated in soap operas, in telenovelas. These stars of music, stars of culture, and the way they kind of have these kind of anti-hero role in societies you see as well right across the continent.
So where are all the weapons that these various gangs and cartels are using? Where are they coming from?
So the cartels get their guns from various sources, but in Mexico, the biggest source by all evidence is the United States. So the US, as well as having the biggest drug consumption market in the world, also has the biggest retail gun market in the world by far. You see more guns in civilian hands in the United States than the next 25 countries combined. And as well as a legal retail market, you see a parallel black market in guns in the US. So you see guns moving from that legal market to the black market by various ways. And the cartels, who are right here in Mexico, right next to the US, are using that massively. So we know there's been like about 160,000 firearms taken from criminals in Mexico over the last 12 years and definitively traced to gun sellers and gun factories in the United States. But that's only the ones that have been captured. The real number, estimates of more than 2 million guns being trafficked over the last decade. So really on a substantial scale, real big issue. This is a historic case of firearms trafficking from the United States to a very, very violent war zone, or a very, very violent hybrid armed conflict, I would call this. And right now we've got a situation where the Mexican government is suing the US gun companies over this. It's a long shot, but they are have now forced the gun companies to hire lawyers and to go to court to try and respond to this challenge.
And people associate Latin America with being the route from South America to the United States, which is the world's biggest drug market. We know that. I think a lot of people don't mention or don't talk about actually how the domestic drug consumption along those routes, right? People don't know that Brazil is the second largest consumer of cocaine in the world. Have you seen that change and shift over your time there?
There's been certainly a rise in drug consumption in America. This happened before I arrived here. I think you first saw a big rise going up from the 90s. But it's very natural. One thing that happened, this is the logic of drug economics or narco-economics, is that people will often pay somebody, instead of paying them in cash, they'll pay them in drugs. So they're like, it would be cheaper for them and it's better for the person who receives it. So if you say, what do you want? I can either give you 20 grand or a key of cocaine. And that key of cocaine, you can bounce that and then make 50 grand out of it. Now, some of the cartels in some areas actually don't allow in Mexico selling of crystal meth, because they crystal meth is a bad, especially the type of crystal meth they're producing these days is a bad drug. Now, they don't want their own base of people. They don't want their own sicarios and their own halcones taking cocaine. sorry, crystal meth. They're okay with taking cocaine. Cocaine use, you see, one of the funny things is in rural Mexico, in the northwest, you see a lot of old guys taking cocaine. I was up there recently, and there was like an 80-year-old guy who's still like taking cocaine off a key in the local shop, which is kind of like the local corner shop. You can just go in there and say, "Can I have some cocaine, please?" And then bring out a little, drawer and kind of bring out these different types of cocaine.
Your time in Latin America has coincided with the opioid crisis in the United States. Did that change the shape of the market?
And the issue when you have synthetic drugs, that whereas the traditional basis of plant-based drugs were in certain areas, so the Andean region for cocaine, heroin, particularly the Sierra Madre in Mexico, marijuana, these certain mountainous areas. These labs can be anywhere. So you can find labs in the cities, in outskirts, right by the border, all over the place. These labs where they're cooking up synthetic drugs. 2 questions. Is there a solution for this that you can see? And what do you see the kind of short to medium term future of this trade being? In all of my books, I want you to put these solutions. And it's interesting when I talk to people often who live really who grew up in this, they're a lot more cynical about it. So I'm like, you come, and it's often a question people ask. And, people, I think, in the UK, in the US, in Europe, are more like, these are problems we can solve. Then you talk to somebody who grows up in a favela or grows up in these really hardcore areas and been involved in this, and they're like, it's just the way things are. You've got to make the best of it for yourself in this situation. However, I do always emphasize 3 areas for solutions. First, there's no magic bullet. It's not like there's a silver bullet and like bang, this all goes away. But there are 3 areas I look at. One is drug policy reform. It's like saying, I think, really moving global drug policy, American drug policy, and Latin American drug policy to say, we haven't been able to stop the drug trade. We have to look for harm reduction. What drugs can you legalize and take this away from being a very, very bloodthirsty gangster market? How can we reduce addiction? This kind of thing. The second is, how do you actually build justice systems in these areas? How do you build police forces that work? And, I grew up in the UK, being anti-police, or, seeing, when I was a teenager, I thought, all police were scum or whatever, and then you realise, okay, go to a place where really there's no police force that's functioning, and go to a place where people kidnap someone's kid and send a video to them saying, I've got your kid here kidnapped, and I'm going to beat the crap out of them until you pay me some money, and see what that's like. And you start to realise, how bad things are, and actually what's, it's not that there's no police in these areas. Sometimes the police are pulled out of these areas, so the gangsters become, they offer a pretty brutal, justice system like we talked about, where you have really corrupt, violent police. So how do you build some justice system which functions and which is, really serves people and helps the community? A third area is like, how do you change these people who are recruited into this? You have very few options. How do you change that? So there's been some interesting people around, from a guy who was mayor of Medellin, and he had this, he said, it's like a mathematical problem. The people in the poorest areas need to have the best services. How do you change and transform these areas? How do you give people a better stake in society? And the idea that people aren't going to become, mass murdering, serial killing sicarios, but are going to put a different path in life. Brazil's drug gangs are on the rise, taking control of the international cocaine trade and of Brazilian cities themselves. In this episode, we're looking at how these gangs operate, using extreme violence to seize power and defend their territory.
I'm J.S. Raffaelli. I spent years writing about drugs, why people use them, and why our governments chose to declare war on them. At Vice, we make a lot of films about drugs, but in this show, I get to dig a bit deeper. I get to talk to fellow expert drug nerds about their research into the crazy world of mind-altering substances. Nico Vorobiev has covered the global drug trade from Colombia to Japan. Today, he's talking about his experiences with the dealers and hitmen of Brazil's deadliest drug gangs. Nico, welcome to News on Drugs.
Glad to be here.
So, how does a guy from Bristol, UK, end up hanging around drugs gangs in Rio de Janeiro?
Once upon a time, I was a bit of a naughty boy. I was selling drugs on the university campus, mostly coke, weed, MDMA, so everything you need for a night out, and also at illegal rave parties, until one day I very stupidly got caught and wound up in prison. And while I was locked up, I started writing letters to the outside. People said I was good at writing, and that kind of turned into a career. And eventually I wrote my first book, Dope World, exploring the war on drugs all over the world from South America to the Far East.
And what was your first experience of the favela drug scene in Brazil?
So favela, it's basically a squat settlement in Rio de Janeiro and other cities. And for a long time, you couldn't even find them on the map because officially they didn't exist. And now that's led to a situation where drug gangs directly control a lot of these areas. And I mean, if you go there, it really looks like you're in a rebel-held area in a civil war because you've got lads walking around openly with machine guns across their shoulder, wearing flip-flop insurgency, basically. I called my friend in Rocinha, which is the biggest favela in Rio de Janeiro, and he invited me to a funk party. So it's basically just a massive street party every week hosted by the drug lords. And number one, it's a way of making money for them. But number two, it's a way to show their presence, good or bad, in the community. It was a little bit surreal. You've got basically these drug stalls where you've got 14, 15-year-old kids in baseball caps selling coke, weed, ecstasy. And then, of course, they got the security standing next to them, the guys with the assault rifles.
And in a kind of broader picture, how did drugs function in these communities and kind of across Brazilian society?
So the two main commodities sold in Rio are coke, crack, and maconha, which is another word for weed. Most of the weed isn't that good. Most of it comes from Paraguay. But they didn't just serve like the local residents because obviously the whole spectrum of society wants to get high. And it's all sold openly in the favelas, like they're hot dogs or soda cans. There's no attempt to hide it at all. Sometimes, people from the middle and upper classes, they're scared to go to the favela because they think, A, they'll get robbed, or B, the cops will nab them on the way out. So they're these kind of go-betweens who call themselves airplanes. So you place an order with them and they pick it up for you. Crack is also another popular drug in Brazil, as is coca paste, like unprocessed coca paste. It's generally considered like more of like lower classes things. Like we see sort of like this classism between drug users. And then there's also these areas in Rio, Sao Paulo, and maybe other cities called cracklands, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's an area where people smoke crack, usually in a rundown area of the city.
So when we speak about gangs in Brazil, who exactly are we talking about?
There's a myriad of different underworld factions in Brazil, but the two biggest and most important are Red Command, or CV, which is based out of the favelas of Rio de Janeiro. And then you've got an array of local gangs such as Third Command and Friends of Friends, which are also in Rio, Guardians of the State, which is based in the northeast around the Fortaleza, and the North Family, which is based in the Amazon. It's kind of like Game of Thrones, trying to keep track of all these alliances and who's fighting who, which is one of the reasons why Brazil's murder rate is so high. And add to that, there's another player in the mix who play by a different set of rules to these drug gangs, which is called the militia, who are basically made up of cops or ex-cops. And so they're basically mobsters with day jobs.
And these gangs really control entire areas and districts, don't they?
The gangs basically exercise authority because the state has basically abandoned these areas. They act as the de facto authorities in these areas. They practice their own brand of law and order as well. So if you're caught stealing, you can catch a bullet through the hand or the foot. And the police can't really go there as they would normally because, A, the narcos, they're armed to the teeth. What's been happening in the past several years is the Pure Third Command, which is a splinter faction of Third Command, they've actually adopted evangelical Christianity as their official religion. So they're slinging coke for Christ, which sounds funny, but they've actually become kind of like the Brazilian Taliban. They've outlawed Afro-Brazilian religions, they attack their shrines, and they're waging what they consider to be a holy war. And they can get away with it because, again, they de facto control these areas. Some of the kids you see selling coke or selling crack or even holding guns are about 13, 14 years old. And also, I mean, the life expectancy for these guys isn't very high either. So one reason why these gangs have such successful recruitment is basically lack of opportunities. So I actually met one gang boss from Red Command. He actually had a university degree, but he didn't really feel respected. There's still quite a lot of racism in Brazil. He didn't feel respected by the customers, didn't feel respected by supervisors. Like, even though he was a good salesman, he was always getting passed over for promotion. So he was thinking, fuck this. Why should I toil away in a 9 to 5 when I could be making all this money back in my own neighborhood? Which sounds like it makes sense until you factor in the life expectancy of these guys. You don't see very many middle-aged narcos rolling around Rio.
And where did these gangs start, and how did they attain so much power?
In the 1970s, Brazil was under military dictatorship on the island of Ilha Grande, where the political prisoners and members of radical left-wing groups were held. So what happened was they started mixing with the regular prisoners, like the thieves and the stick-up artists, and they began to teach them how to better rob banks using military tactics and also their ideology. So when they got out, they started calling their bank robberies expropriations. So in the beginning, the Red Command was a communist group. That's why they called themselves the Red Command. But sometime around the 80s, they more or less abandoned the class struggle once cocaine got involved. By that point, they had members in almost every favela in Rio. But then, as it happens, gang leaders within the Red Command's umbrella wants the bigger piece of the pie. So by the early 2000s, you had 3 splinter factions. You had Friends of Friends, or ADA, Third Command, and then most recently Pure Third Command. The first command of the capital, or the PCC, had a very similar origin story to the Red Command in that it was born in prison as well. There was a huge prison riot in Sao Paulo in 1992. Police stormed the place and massacred more than 100 inmates. And after that, the PCC was formed, banding together to protect prisoners' rights. It reinforced security for the prisoners, so for example, it forbid prison rape, which obviously made it very popular among the convict population. The big boss of the PCC is nicknamed Macola. He's of Brazilian and Bolivian origin. He runs the whole organization in prison. And with Red Command, it's kind of like a franchise, kind of like McDonald's. So again, like the gang bosses in the different favelas, they've got quite a lot of autonomy aside from kind of like the main kind of governing structure of the organization itself.
And when these gangs clash, what kind of violence are we talking about here?
The gang wars in Brazil are fought both in the streets and in prison. And for decades, the PCC and the Red Command had an uneasy peace, but that all blew up in 2017 when they clashed over drug trafficking routes to the Amazon. 56 inmates were killed in the first prison riot, like absolutely butchered, like their heads thrown over the walls. At the same time, you've got a street war waging between all these different drug factions, as well as the police and the militia. The major beef in Rio right now is between the militia, which is the mafia of crooked cops, and Red Command. But obviously the militia have the advantage because they're cops.
And actually about that, there's another whole type of violence, which is when the police get involved. How does law enforcement even fit into this?
Brazil was the first country in the Americas to outlaw marijuana back when Rio banned it in 1830. And it was already racialized back then, because it was seen as something associated with the slaves, so the slaves brought it over from Africa. It was also the last country in the Western Hemisphere to outlaw slavery in 1888, the legacy of which we're still dealing with today. So people who are lighter skinned tend to be better off, where it's often black and brown people who suffer the most in the war on drugs. When the police launch an anti-drug operation, they've got to go all out. It's almost like a military operation with armored personnel carriers and helicopters. They've literally got to invade and occupy the favela. And when that happens, they just shoot anything that moves. So by 2019, police in Rio were killing 5 people a day, most of whom were young, black, and poor. And, I've interviewed police. I've interviewed members of OP, which is the elite team unit of the Rio police. And I know that they're coming under fire as well, But there's also plenty of very credible reports and even videos of police executing suspects or just little girls getting caught in a shootout. This year, in just one operation, 26 people were killed in one day. And that was the bloodiest operation in the history of Rio since last year, when 28 people were killed in one day.
And did you ever feel in personal danger there?
When I went to interview the boss of Red Command in Rocinha, I cleared it with everyone beforehand. So everyone knew I was coming. And it actually turned out that me and him had the same birthday. And he invited me to his barbecue the next day. But the thing is, to make the interview worth his while, I also bought a couple of ecstasy pills off him, which me and my girlfriend ended up taking that night. So the next day, I was in no condition to go to any drug lord's barbecue. But there was one time I was taking a taxi back to my girlfriend's house. It was around 2 a.m. and the car's windows were up, so you couldn't see who was inside. So we parked up outside her house, and just then a man steps out of the shadows dressed all in black. So he's got black jeans, black t-shirt, black baseball cap. He's pointing a pistol at my side of the car and saying something in Portuguese. The driver presses the button to slowly roll down the window. I'm just there with my hands up sheepishly like, "Estou gringo, no falo português," which means I'm a foreigner, I don't speak Portuguese. The guy obviously knew who I was by then because I'm the only gringo in the neighborhood. So he's just puts his gun away. He's like, all right, go on then.
But it's not just the domestic market. How does Brazil fit into the picture of global drug trafficking?
What we're seeing, especially in the past several years, is that Brazilian ports on the Atlantic coast like Santos and Fortaleza, they're becoming springboards for cocaine passing on to Europe. And a lot of that has to do with the PCC, or the First Command of the Capital, which started out as a prison gang in Sao Paulo in the 90s, but it's now probably the biggest crime syndicate in the whole of South America. And they're actually trying to control the whole supply chain, starting from Bolivia, then through Paraguay and onto the coast of Brazil, working together with the Ndrangheta, which is the Italian mafia, who are waiting to receive it on the other end in Europe. And PCC's expansion over Latin America's cocaine trades kicked off another cycle of violence as they muscle in on other interest parties along that route. The cocaine trafficking routes going through Brazil, they're mainly for the European and occasionally the African market, not so much the United States, because that's the northward routes that's supplied by Mexico, Honduras. The Africa connection's interesting because, as well as Brazil being a former Portuguese colony, Portugal also had colonies in Africa as well. So
Bunch of people. You can have all the paper bags you want.
in Mozambique. Mozambique's increasingly becoming kind of like a waypoint for coke going to South Africa, which is the biggest drug market in the region. But also from South Africa, it also travels across the African continent, and some of it makes its way to Europe as well.
So these gangs can also operate in highly organized ways, almost like paramilitary organizations.
There's been quite a few instances where the gangs have actually put on a very impressive show of force against the state to undermine the state authority. The one that people probably the most remember is in 2006, when prison authorities, they tried to move some of the shot callers from the PCC to another prison. And the PCC responded by basically shutting down in siege the city of Sao Paulo, which is the biggest financial center of Latin America, for several days. And they were torching buses, they're blowing up banks, they're going around shooting cops. And we saw that also again at the beginning of 2019 after Bolsonaro got elected. Because of his tough and crime message, the gangs in the Northeast, which includes the Red Command and the PCC and the Guardians of the State, they put aside their differences and they launched coordinated attacks. They cut power lines, they torched buses again, basically to send the message to Bolsonaro that they're ready to fight back. What happens a lot is they also invite quite a heavy response onto themselves. So after the 2006 siege of Sao Paulo, the police death squads went around executing suspects in retaliation. And I think dozens more people died that had actually died in the initial attack itself.
And how has the current president, Jair Bolsonaro, tried to deal with all this trouble?
Jair Bolsonaro was elected on a very kind of arch-conservative platform, among that being tough on crime. He was very aggressive in his rhetoric. He was saying things like, crush them like cockroaches. But one thing that we should remember is he isn't calling all the shots in the situation. So in 2019, when the police really stepped up the drug war in Rio, the city's governor was Wilson Witzel, who was one of Bolsonaro's allies, who filmed himself riding police helicopters and saying things like, aim at their little heads and fire. I'd say that he and the current governor of Rio, Claudio Castro, they're more directly responsible than Bolsonaro. The police are still being given the go-ahead by the mayors and the governors to do their thing while Bolsonaro's in charge.
And what about corruption? Are the politicians and cops getting in on the drugs racket?
So the way Bolsonaro got votes into power was there was all these corruption scandals with the past ruling parties, and both Bolsonaro and a lot of his voters were nostalgic for the era of military dictatorship, which was seen as maybe it was morally corrupt in the sense that they tortured political opponents, but it wasn't corrupt in the sense of dodgy briefcases of cash. But it turns out that his government's been just as corrupt as any of them. So there's that one funny story where an Air Force officer in Bolsonaro's entourage on the way to the G20 summit was caught with 39 kilos of cocaine. And you could say, okay, that was a one-off, you know, people fall prey to temptation everywhere. Then you have to start looking into the militia. At the beginning, when they go into an area, they pose as vigilantes. So they say, we're going to defend you ordinary citizens from the robbers and the drug dealers. A little time goes by and they go around people's doors saying, you know, it'd be nice if you guys chipped in for some security every now and then. And then, like, when they've got a firm foothold, then it's more like, you know, nice ice cream stall you got there. Be a shame if it all melted. So basically, they're like a mafia. And actually, my ex-girlfriend, she lived in an area controlled by militia, and she paid her electricity bills through them. So the militia got a cut of everyone's electric bill in the whole neighborhood. And there was one militia group in particular called the Crime Bureau, which assassinated Marielle Franco, who was a popular young black politician in Rio who campaigned against police brutality. And the head of that death squad was actually awarded a medal by Bolsonaro's son while he was facing another murder charge, while the shooter himself was literally one of Bolsonaro's neighbors. There's photos of them together, and apparently his daughter had been dating Bolsonaro's son. Not saying that Bolsonaro had anything to do with the hit, but, you know, looking at the kind of people he hangs out with, you start asking questions.
And 2022 is an election year in Brazil. How do you see the future of the narco trade playing out there?
In October this year, Bolsonaro is going to be running against Lula, who is one of Brazil's most popular presidents. It's unlikely that Lula is going to be as aggressive as Bolsonaro, and it's probably fairly accurate to say that the war on drugs in Brazil have gone beyond a left or a right issue. On the one side, you've got groups like Left Command, who have kind of almost communist roots, you could say, and they're a drug gang. On the other hand, you've got the militia, who are like very obviously far right, you know, like affiliated with the Bolsonaro family. So it's hard to imagine drug policy there becoming progressive anytime soon.
The Sanctity of Space, tomorrow at 9. The Agenda with Steve Bacon. Next, and available wherever you stream. possible through generous philanthropic contributions from viewers like you. Thank you for supporting TVO's journalism.
Oh, yeah. Peppers. What the fuck? Come on, Jackie. Come on.
Hey there, it's me, Andrew Chen.
Jack, please don't start. Oh, there's an Anguilla. Go get out of my face. Go, Raleigh. That's it. That's it. I'm going to go ahead and start to.
you're watching About That, the show that's all about explaining and expanding on the news. And today we're going to talk about the R word, recession. I know, we needed to, but we got it. You know why? Because the only way out of a recession is through it. And, you know, we had a lot of questions about what a recession actually is. So we thought, why not ask and answer some of those questions together? So let's go ahead and start where, you know, a lot of questions start. Google. And when I did a Google image search on the word recession, because like I'm fun like that, something that looked like this was one of the first results to pop up. And it's pretty scary, right? And because I think this is what you would get if you mated an arrow with a silverback gorilla. But also, like, the scariest part about this, I think, is not just that it's pointed down, it's that on the way down, you don't actually know where it's going to go next. And like, what does down even mean, for that matter? Like, down in what, exactly? So today, we're not going to make any guesses about, you know, the start date of a recession, how long it'll last, or when it'll end. But we are going to demystify exactly what it means to be in a recession, and maybe most importantly, and this is what we'll spend the most time on, how to plan for and survive a recession. But to understand the recession, we must become the recession, or at least get what it means. Okay, so what are we doing here? Recession defined. So the technical definition of a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. And we can break that down so it's not so mysterious. A quarter, we all know what that is, right? Just a simple way of dividing up the calendar year of 12 months into 4 equal parts of 3 months each. So 2 quarters is 6 months. But 6 months of negative growth, that's a weird word. All we mean when we say that is a decline in the economy. And we measure that decline with something called the gross domestic product, or the GDP. That's most often how we refer to it as. And all that is the total market value of all the services produced within a country. Now, if your eyes just kind of glazed over, hang with me. It's actually really easy to explain. If you imagine all of the stuff that we make in Canada, so, you know, crops, cars, oil and gas, anything made or mined in this country, but also think about all of those service-based industries. So real estate, restaurants, even the guy who cuts your hair. If you put all of that stuff together and you add up what it's worth, that's what we mean when we say gross domestic product. Now, Canada's GDP last year was something like $2 trillion. I think it was actually like $1.9 trillion. And that's the number we use chiefly to try to measure how strong a country's economy actually is. So when you have 6 months of that kind of a decline in the GDP, that's when you have a recession. Okay, so crystal clear, right? But what does it mean? Like, how do 2 quarters of negative growth actually affect your life? Well, we asked Robert McEwen, an economics professor from York University in Toronto.
Well, it might not mean very much. 2 consecutive periods of negative economic growth might not be that important to the majority of Canadians. The biggest impact is that some people may lose their jobs, or they will lose their jobs. The other impact is that some people will find it more difficult to find work. There will be fewer opportunities to work overtime. Employers may offer fewer shifts than someone would like. And so the labor market is very important when we're entering a recession.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere, right? Eyes on the job market. Not everyone will lose their jobs, but some people will. So now let's go one step deeper. Why some and not others?
Some people will go through a recession and they won't notice very much change in their life at all. Other people will go into a recession and they will lose their job, maybe because the company's profits are down and they need to cut their expenses, or maybe it's an industry that's particularly sensitive to recessions and consumer demand. And so the reason why recessions are so bad for Canadians is that you can't really be sure if the recession is going to affect you or not. And if it does affect you, it could reduce your income and your standard of living by quite a bit.
Right. And if we just emphasize one more thing, why do recessions affect some companies more than others? Let's cue the part of this clip where he answers that very question.
Consumer demand.
That's it. Industries sensitive to consumer demand. Those are often industries that rely on discretionary spending, so things you don't need to buy, which makes sense as folks feel a little less job secure and they tighten their belts. So here's what we're going to do, a little recession planning 101, because if Robert didn't make it abundantly clear in his first answer, it's not like some magical light switch flicks off to everything. Writ large, it's a lot more gradual, involves some dramatic 180. And as I learned from speaking with a financial counselor, being ready for a recession actually just means doubling down on a lot of the stuff that we should generally be thinking about anyway. You're going to hear more about that after this. Hey there, good to have you back. Okay, so let's recap. We've defined what a recession actually is, and we've explained a little bit of what it means to be in a recession, like in human terms. And if after all of that, you've been left feeling even just the slightest bit anxious, I don't blame you one bit, because we've been hearing stuff like this for quite a while now.
We are relearning the corrosive effects of inflation in society, and yeah, people are frustrated. They feel helpless.
So let's spend a bit more time, the rest of the program, in fact, on some of the ways we can actually cushion ourselves from the impact of a recession. And the good news is that it's not really all that complicated. So I had the pleasure of sitting down with a financial counselor, Jessica Morehouse, who is a sort of a self-styled millennial expert, and we talked about the plan. Here it is. Hi, Jessica.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
We don't know each other.
No, we just met.
But we are actually going to talk about something like pretty personal.
Oh, I talk about this all the time. I like going deep and personal with strangers all the time
No.
when it comes to money.
Right. Yeah. Well, you're the professional here, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so start with this. Like why is what is mystical property to money? Where like it's almost like health, right? Where sometimes it's not comfortable talking about it.
I think it's because when we think of money, we automatically associate it with our own success level and personal identity.
And I guess, I mean, like, you have to make a lot of tough decisions too, right? Like, I think about, like, this coffee, for example. I bet there's going to be a lot of people out there who would go bonkers if they hear one more person say, well, if you want to manage your money properly, you can't be doing stuff like this.
It's like, listen,
Yeah.
not buying a latte is not going to make or break your living. And I think here's the thing about that, because I do want to address that. It's not about the latte.
But
it's
I
just
guess-
about being intentional with where your money's going. But people love to talk about avocado toast
Well,
and lattes.
yeah, they glom
and that
onto
is not why
right?
millennials.
It counts, right?
Sure.
It takes a lot of little pieces, a lot of
But you
little
can have your
pieces of
lattes, but maybe cut back in an area that isn't really valuable to you. So it's really about like really defining what do you value. And some people are like, listen, I love my latte. It's something I get excited about every single day. Then keep that in your life if it brings you joy. But if it's hindering you from reaching your goals, where else can we look in your budget to cut back so you can reach that goal?
Right. So I guess here's where my mind goes, because, on the one hand, it's, yes, everyone wants to be penny wise, but we don't want to spend all of our effort there and be pound foolish on the other side of the room. So what are some of the bigger moves that a person can make, especially in the time of a recession, to kind of safeguard their financial picture? If that makes sense.
Yeah. So the number one thing I say to people is you need to have a plan. And no one likes the term budget, so you can give it whatever name you want, spending plan, money plan, whatever you want. So you'll actually look at it. But it's really, think of it more as a way for you to decide, how should I allocate the income that I've got? The money that's coming in, where can I put it?
How rigorous would a budget need to be useful? Like,
No,
are
not
you talking
rigorous
about,
at all.
So, because when you say budget, I think you're tracking every dollar in,
Oh, you can be.
every dollar out. Yeah, of course you can.
If you want, but the first budget that I ever created, and I still have it because I'm a nerd, and I do like savings buckets, as they call it back then.
And what do you learn when you go through that exercise? Because I can imagine a lot of people who don't actively, consciously budget the money that they have coming in and out, they would say,
It takes time to think about it. you're guessing. And that's what I did for a long time. I didn't track my expenses back then, so I have no idea where my money actually went. I had my budget of what I wanted to happen with my money, and I stuck to that pretty closely, honestly, because I really didn't have that much money, so every dollar really counted. But then as I started earning more money, and you kind of get a little complacent and lazy, and you're like, it's fine. And then you're like, why do I have $2,000 on my Visa card? Like, what is that? And then you're like, oh yeah. And then it sadly always adds up, and you're like, okay, well, this isn't working. So you need to track where the money is going to be able to identify the problem areas.
Hey, it's me. In hindsight, I thought this might be a good moment to talk about what budgeting method works for me, 30, 20, well, and basically what it means is that 50% of your take-home pay is devoted to essential expenses. So, think things like your house, rent, mortgage, whatever, food, anything that's non-negotiable. 30% is what you want. And then 20% is for savings. Now, I can't say that I always based budgeting, where I take my income and I essentially give every dollar a job, so that after I've made my plan, I literally have $0 left. Now, sitting in a bank account, by the way, counts as a job. So it's not like I'm spending all of my money, but the point is that if I overspend in a category, so let's say I've only allocated $30 a month for eating out, but I spend $40, I have to subtract money from another category in order to get back to zero. So with this method, you're not actually overspend and go negative. It just forces you to constantly weigh your priorities when you spend or when you spend too much. Lots of budgeting software out there helps to track this. Some can even link directly with your bank accounts and track your transactions. Could be worth checking out. You mentioned credit cards, Visa card, and of course that can be like a black hole. Money disappears not only because you spend so freely, but because so much of what you do spend, if you're not careful, gets eaten up by interest.
It can be, yes. And that's the one thing. I'm talking to someone and have balances on them, and it's a very easy cycle to get into. You just like, oh, you know what? I'll just pay the minimum balance this time because I'm a bit short. The next time.
How do you? Because no one wants to be in debt, right? They don't intentionally set out to put themselves in that sort of situation, and yet after a long period of time, they might find that, geez, I owe, $400 on a 19% credit card. I owe $13,000 on a maybe lower percentage car loan, and then I owe $200,000 on a 4% mortgage.
Or like student debt.
Sure, right? Yeah. Like I even so how do you recommend kind of tackling those? Like, do you base it on the amount of money that is owed? You tackle those first? Is it based on the percentage?
So really what you got to do, though, unfortunately, is you got to attack it head on, and you've got to take a look at everything that's, what are all the different debts, categorize and be like, okay, what are the interest rates? What are the balances? And then figure out what's the best strategy for me. So there's a couple.
Figure that out?
Well, there's two main strategies. Yeah. Well, there's really three. One, if you just want to focus on paying it off, you can do the debt snowball or the debt avalanche. Debt avalanche, which is probably...
Neither of which sounds pleasant, by the way.
I know, because they have the word debt in them. Well, actually, yeah, they're both snowballing and avalanching you. They're both a bit, wait a minute, these are natural disasters, aren't they? They don't sound fun. I wish there was a better term for them. So that's the other thing. If you don't like a term, switch the term, call it something else, right? So debt avalanche is really categorizing it and prioritizing paying off your debt in the sequence of what has the highest rate of interest.
Right.
And so whatever has, if it's your credit
card.
No
matter what the dollar amount is.
Doesn't matter. Focus on the interest, and then, once that's paid off, move on to the next. You're always paying the minimum balances, of course, on all of your debts, but aggressively paying off the one with higher interest. The logic is you're going to be saving a lot more money because you're paying off the one that is costing you the most in interest. So long term, you're going to be saving more money in interest. Most people actually don't choose that. They choose debt snowball. It does make more psychological sense. It's just easier to grasp. You're going to attack the one with the smallest balance because you could probably pay that off a lot quicker, especially if it's like $400. You can get it done in a month or a couple months. You're like, oh, now I'm down to 3 debts, not 4. Right. Oh, wow, I feel like the burden is easing up a little bit. But you're
saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, the advantage with the snowball is psychological.
It will.
Not financial.
It may cost you more in interest, and it may take you a little bit longer. But there's also just that behavioral economics portion. It's like you just may lose steam So that's why most people choose that method. The other thing that you, of course, can do, though, and I would say, even before you choose one of those methods, see if you can do this, is a way that we can consolidate some of your debts, do a balance transfers. I mean, it depends on the debts, of course, but you can roll them into your mortgage, home equity line of credit, things like that. And if you do that, typically, again, it depends on what kind of debts you have. You will have an overall lower interest rate. And so you're going to be saving risk and hopefully pay off your debts.
Is there any downside?
Of course. When it's all consolidated into one, it can look like a really big amount.
Sure.
And again, psychologically, it could be way too difficult to actually
to feel like you're chipping
recognize
away
that
at it.
you're making a dent into that.
Right. And I guess so the ultimate goal of doing any or all of those things would be to actually have enough money that you can set aside in some sort of way that can act as, I guess, a cushion.
Yes.
Right? In case things do go sideways, as they sometimes do during a recession.
Well, that's typically why people get into debt is they didn't have a cushion. And life happens, and life always happens. And so that is why I always tell people, even before paying off debt aggressively, before that, have an emergency fund. So the best thing you could do is to have some cash in the bank for when something happens, because it always will. You think it might be useless, but as someone who's gone through a lot of ups and downs, unemployment, things breaking like that, things always pop up, and you're so glad. Big priorities, it can be annoying to be like, wait, you say the first priority is putting cash in the high interest savings account and not touching it? That's boring. I want to get to the action. I get it.
Speaking of action, size matters when it comes to the emergency fund.
Sure does. Just like other things, but emergency fund size is so important.
What is the right size?
Well, the kind of typical rule of thumb you hear is between 3 and 6 months of your living expenses. I like to do living expenses because first, it'll force you to create a budget, because that's the only way you're going to find out your living expenses, writing down how much it costs to live.
Sure.
But also then you will know that if I get laid off, I have enough money for 3 to 6 months, especially if you don't
survive,
have,
right?
Yeah,
so
to
we're
survive.
talking food, shelter.
You want it to cover everything, your variable and your fixed expense. So you want it to cover your necessities, all of your bills, but also, groceries and other things that may come up that you need to pay for in the interim when you are trying to figure out how to make income or waiting for your EI to kick in or something like that.
Right. We've talked an awful lot about saving money, but it's like the old saying, right? Like there are two ways to generate more cash flow. You either save more money or you make more money. Can you talk about the make more money?
Ideally you do both. I mean, going back to the emergency fund, the reason I was actually able to save my first one when I was earning like hardly any money in my mid-20s was I had a second job, because I did not earn enough my first job to have enough to really make any progress saving up cash for my emergency fund. So I had to earn more money. And so for me, I actually, so during the day I had a 9 to 5, worked for a newspaper, and my kind of second job, I lit as on sometimes during the week, sometimes weekends, as a teleprompter writer for the news. Very random job, and it was actually very stressful. And I'm so glad I don't have to do it again. Honestly, I have nightmares sometimes that I'm still doing that job. It's very hard. But I did that job for 3 years on top of my full-time job, and I'm so glad that I had this extra stream of income that was helped me for save up that emergency fund. And then once I kind of got to that number that made me happy, I can shift it. I'm like, okay, where are we going to put this money now? Didn't have any student debt, and so I started investing and growing my wealth. So having an extra way to earn money can be a game changer for most people.
It's one of those things, though, that's like easier said than done.
Oh, I know.
Right?
Gosh, yeah.
'cause, like hustle culture is big,
I know.
right? And of course we always hear about the gig economy, and so what are you saying? Like that I should be making Uber Eats trips like on the side whenever I can, or driving whenever I can? Like it's not possible.
It may not be possible for most people, especially if you have dependents.
Of course,
And just depending on what your lifestyle is. I hate that the term side hustle, which kind of was like a cool new thing, has now become the norm. You have to have one. But what I will say is, especially if you're very resistant to the idea of getting a second job, and then, again, it doesn't have to be a side, it doesn't have to be a thing that you start on your own. It could be like me. I worked for a company as my second job, so you can always do that. It can be temporary, but still, it's like it was easy money, and it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was temporary, and eventually I left. So you can start it, and then you're like, I've met my goal. I have my emergency fund. I've got my debt. I don't think I need this extra income. You can leave.
You mentioned investing a few moments ago, and it kind of made me wonder, is there good news in any of this? Like in these times that we find ourselves in, like a silver lining or an opportunity?
Oh yeah, like that's the thing. One of the biggest lessons I learned in the last recession, and that's when I started investing. Yes, there is risk, but it's not just it's all risky. It's like, well, it depends on where your money's going and what kind of risk are you taking. There's risk inherent in every form of investing in the stock market and bond market, but you can be calculated about it. And there's lots of ways to mitigate that risk. This can be a great time to actually get investing.
Now, this is where the interview gets really interesting because investing is a topic that we are going to revisit later this week with Jessica. So if the world of stocks and bonds and compound interest sounds daunting to you, we'll have you covered. But we do got to wrap up, and we'll be back with a final thought. Hey there, welcome back. I've got a latte here. It doesn't matter where it's from. But I have this because it's sort of interesting to think about how we value something like this, a daily purchase. And also, I was kind of giving Jessica a hard time about coffees and such. But like, there is a part of the value of, like, if you buy one of these every day, there's a part of the value of this that I can't really help you determine, because it's your own enjoyment, right? You get whatever pleasure you get out of something like this. I can't help you calculate the back end, though. So the amount of money that you would spend on something like this and what you could get out of it if you were to spend that money differently. So this is $5.59 all in. If you bought this 5 days a week, that works out to $28 a week, roughly. If you did that every week of the year, you'd be spending close to $1,500 on the latte every year. Now, let's say instead you took $1,500 and you invested it at a 6% annual rate of return. After 20 years, if you did that every year, you'd end up with about $50,000. That's according to an investment calculator here. If you did that for 30 years, you'd end up with $115,000. And if you did that every 40 years, for 40 years, I should say, you'd end up with $224,000. So just a different way of measuring the value of a cup of coffee. Thanks for joining us here on the program. It's been fun. Take care.
At a hospital in Mark, currently struggling with kids, but anticipating a surge in adult hospitalizations. Does this match the modeling you're both seeing? Dr. Bogosh first.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, we already are starting to see an uptick in the number of people hospitalized with influenza. It's particularly predominant in the age group over 65, but of course, anyone of any age can get this infection. In the adult world, though, typically older individuals and individuals with underlying medical conditions are more at risk of severe infection that bring them into hospital. We've already started to see it. Unfortunately, it's still early in the influenza season, so we'll be seeing a lot more of this as we move forward. I think the key point to parlay is that the vaccine is safe, it's widely available. Anyone over the age of 6 months can get the influenza vaccine. It goes a long way in protecting people from getting the flu, and if you do get the flu, it still goes a long way in keeping people out of hospital.
Okay, so to that point, I mean, you've both strongly made that point, but also made the connection that certainly the vaccination rates amongst kids for the flu, I mean, it's not great. There doesn't seem to be a large uptake amongst adults. Why not? And how do you deal with that, Dr. Kakar?
I know there's been a lot of vaccine fatigue with COVID.
And that's part of it. But another part is that it's just been difficult for people to get those vaccine shots. In Quebec, it wasn't free for all children until just a few weeks ago. Just making the appointments for people who want to get the vaccine is almost impossible. Almost every single person on call with me this past week is in a rush to get their children vaccinated, and the appointments are not easily available, they're not readily available, and that's an issue.
Dr. Bogosh.
We've got to lower barriers to vaccination, just like we did with the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine for doses 1 and 2. You need sound communication that's targeted. You need strong community outreach and community engagements, especially with communities that are disproportionately impacted by the flu. And then you need to lower barriers by bringing the vaccine to the people, putting pop-up vaccine clinics into temples, into community centers, into schools, into where people are.
And masks, right? I didn't hear you say masks, but I have a feeling that you're seeing masks just a given.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, we're in respiratory virus season. If you want to prevent the transmission of respiratory viruses, if you want to lower your individual risk of getting a respiratory virus, absolutely. Masking in indoor spaces where we know the vast majority of these viruses are transmitted is a given. And again, there's very few mandates across the country, but people can make the smart decision and put on a mask in an indoor space. It will reduce your risk of getting one of these infections.
Last brief thought to you, Dr. Kakar.
Absolutely, and I think especially in high-risk settings, I look at pharmacies where people are gathered looking for medication and not a single mask to be seen. Hospitals, public transport, these viruses are circulating, and if you are getting very sick right now with a high fever, it's likely influenza. So please wear masks, stay home, try to protect others around you because there's just so much of this circulating right now.
Thank you both so much, Dr. Fatima Kakar, a pediatric infectious diseases specialist. Montreal, Dr. Isaac Bogosh, infectious disease specialist in Toronto. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
We broke the news to you last night right here on the National, and for women across the country, it is about time.
The fact that it took so long is also a bit crazy.
Coming up, Canada's new women's soccer league and the big dreams already riding on it. Plus, so good indeed. Neil Diamond brings down the house with a moving performance. Well, the votes have been counted. The results are in. The municipality of Chatham, Kent, Ontario has revealed the winning cheeky names for its snowplows this season. Among the winners, Betty Whiteout, my favorite, Control Salt Delete, Edward Blizzard Hands, and Fleury Jenkins, named after hometown Major League Baseball legend Fergie Jenkins. And a historic win for Morocco at the Men's World Cup. The team became the first ever Arab country to make it to the tournament's quarterfinals. They beat Spain in penalty kicks after a no-goal game. Morocco's goalkeeper, who just so happens to have been born in Montreal, was a big part of that win. Yassine Bounou blocked 2 kicks. An update now on a story we broke here on the National last night. The creation of a women's professional soccer league in Canada. Renee Filipponi now with reaction to the big announcement.
For these young elite players, the prospect of getting paid to play here in Canada is exciting and much anticipated.
The fact that it took so long is also a bit crazy, but we're also so thankful that we're seeing progressions in the women's sport.
The Vancouver Whitecaps will be home to one of 8 teams in a new professional women's league, which plans to launch in 2025.
And they've always grown up with this idea of I have to go play in America before I come home. So I think for them it's reality that they could be playing in front of local fans. Christine Sinclair,
Soccer superstar Christine Sinclair has been pushing for this for years and broke the news on the National alongside her former teammate Diana Matheson that they plan to start the league.
We were at one point those little kids looking up to male athletes.
Is he from here?
And it's time to change the narrative.
Matheson says she has secured owners for clubs in Vancouver and Calgary, but needs 6 more major backers.
Women's professional sport is a new
Yeah, I know, IT guy, but he has a elimination store. This is like a fucking computer store.
During the Tokyo Olympics, more than 4 million watched Canada's women in gold, the most viewed event of the Games in this country. And while the World Cup has shown what a draw men's soccer can be, there is untapped potential for women's sport, says this expert.
But I think if you look broadly throughout North America at the traditional commercial sport business model, we are a bit saturated on the men's side.
It's time for a women's professional league in Canada.
Organizers expect to draw nearly 4 to attend each match. Fans who could be cheering on players like Claire Logan.
I'm really, really excited for that, and I can't wait to hopefully be able to play in that one day.
A new opportunity on home turf. Renee Filipponi, CBC News, Vancouver.
Oh, it's just a tease. I know you want to sing along at home. It's Sweet Caroline, of course. Neil Diamond. This is Infectious. And the surprise performance came Sunday night at the Broadway premiere of
I would be heartbroken and I would be angry.
That from Winnipeg Police Chief Danny Smythe when asked how he'd feel if one of the alleged victims of accused serial killer Jeremy Skibicki was forensics Cam McKidd said the May search of the Brady landfill for Rebecca Contois was made easier because the site was isolated quickly with the help of GPS on city dump trucks.
The debris in the site was as you would sort of expect when a dump truck would dump debris. It's above grade. It wasn't compacted, and it made this search, the conditions for this search.
A second landfill, Prairie Green, is heavily compacted with tons of clay, animal waste, and other debris dumped since investigators became aware of it as a potential site. Police believe Morgan Harris and Mercedes Myron may be in the Prairie Green landfill, while the location of the fourth victim, now known as Buffalo Woman, hasn't been determined.
These are human beings. How can you even fathom the idea to leave them there? These women are deserving of a proper resting place, not to be left alone in a landfill in the dead of winter. If you want to respect and honor them, stop making excuses as to why you can't find them. You can. You are just refusing to.
Leanne Sanders, APTN National News, Winnipeg.
So what does the government plan on doing to recuperate the money? Let's bring in MPs to weigh in on the AG's reports today. Liberal Employment Parliamentary Secretary Eric Kuzmierczak, Conservative Finance Critic Jasra Hallen, and NDP Finance Critic Daniel Blakey. Nice to have you all here. Mr. Kuzmierczak, I wanted to ask you, the Auditor General gave the government some praise for getting money out the door to Canadians very, very quickly, but said there weren't enough controls in place to prevent something like this. How do you respond to that? And should the system have been built better at the time?
Well, I can tell you that right off the bat, we really thank the Auditor General for the tremendous work that she's done in her reporting, and we agree with the recommendations that she brought forward. But she also validates what was really the number one goal of this government during the pandemic, which is that these programs that we rolled out, and there was about $116 billion across the multiple programs that were rolled out, whether it's the wage subsidy, whether it's the Canada Recovery Benefit or CERB, it saved lives. Not only did it save lives, it saved businesses, it saved Canadian livelihoods, and it kept hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Canadians from falling into poverty. And that's something that the Auditor General had recognized in her report. And we were upfront with Canadians from the very beginning, which is that we knew that the verification was something that was going to happen sort of as point number two after the fact. we knew that getting money out the door into Canadians' pockets was really our number one priority as soon as possible, because we knew that lives and livelihoods were at risk. And so right now is when the post verification is taking place right now. And I can tell you that out of the $4.6 billion that the Auditor General has pointed as overpayment, about $3.1 billion of that falls into what we refer to as advanced payment. This was when this was funding that we wanted to get out the door as quickly as possible. It was attestation based. And I can tell you that out of that $3.1 billion of those advanced payments, close to half of that has already been recovered, about $1.35 billion. And so both ESDC and CRA are working together on that post verification that's taking place right now to recoup some of that funding that was overpaid.
I want to ask Mr. Hallen now about the rest of it. What do you want to see from this government in a road to recovering this money?
Well, thank you, Michael. And what I'll say is that the Auditor General was very clear and confirmed what the Conservatives were saying for years, that wasteful spending without any checks and balances contributed to Liberal inflation, and that was clear to see in the report.
Wait, what?
I want to ask Mr. Hallen now about the rest of it. What do you want to see from this government in a road to recovering this money?
Well, thank you, Michael. What I'll say is that the Auditor General was very clear and confirmed what the Conservatives were saying for years, that wasteful spending without any checks and balances have contributed to Liberal inflation, and that was clear to see in the report. We agree with the Auditor General. There needs to be more transparency, which she said in her report. The Liberal government lacks transparency, which lacks accountability as well, and that includes controls that need to be seen in there. Because she also made it very clear in her report that the Liberal government continues to use the same procedure on current and future programs, and she again said that even those programs, they lack any type of control and they lack any type of transparency. I agree with her that there needs to be an investigation done for the money that Canadians are on the hook for by Liberal mismanagement.
You say Liberal mismanagement, but it was the Conservatives who pushed for an increase to the wage subsidy. So can you not take a bit of criticism for that as well?
We will always support Canadians, but the mismanagement, let's be clear, is on the Liberals. If the Liberals mismanage these programs, which is highlighted in the...
But you said inflationary spending, and the Conservatives were the party that said you need to increase the wage benefit. I'm just asking because, if you guys asked for that amount to be boosted up, do you not take a little bit of criticism for that as well?
The PBO was also clear that out of the money that was spent inside of the pandemic, 40% of it was not COVID related. And now we're seeing by the Auditor General's report that there was mismanagement that was done by the Liberals. Again, we are always in support of supporting Canadians. The Liberals were monitoring those programs. They failed to do it then, according to the Auditor General, and they continue to do that in the current and future programs. So they have not learned from what the Auditor General has said. And she again said that they lack transparency, they lack control, even now, and that's what she wants to see changed.
And Mr. Blakey, I know that Mr. Singh, your leader, said it's very problematic to see that there was so much wasteful spending. But if we go back to early 2020, the NDP was calling for CERB to be given to every Canadian and then to do the checks on the back end. So can you really criticize the government for the way that they approached it when the NDP would have gone even further?
Well, actually, what we were calling for was a guaranteed annual income model. And so that would have used the tax system to be able to recuperate those funds based on people achieving.
But then you would have put it on CRA to look at that, right?
We would have, but it would have been something that you could have done through your normal tax return, because it would have been your repayment amount would have been based on your income for the year. A lot of the problems that are happening with post verification have to do with the criteria that the Liberals set up, because they deliberately chose not to have a basic income program. They said you have to have $5,000 of employment income in the last 12 months. You couldn't earn any money, whereas a guaranteed annual income approach would have been far less problematic from the point of view of people earning income. And once they reached enough income, then those support payments would be clawed back through the tax system. So I do think that it would have been much simpler to go with what New Democrats were advocating for. That was part of why we were advocating for it. Also because we do believe in a basic income, and it's something like we'd like to see implemented on a go-forward basis. It was an opportunity to set up that infrastructure. There are some things I would say about the AG's findings, but
I've only got 2 minutes left. I want to try and get to the vaccine portion of this. Mr. Kuzmierczak, if you can keep this quick. On the vaccine wastage, as of May of this year, 32.5 million doses, or about $1 billion, still sitting in inventories. I mean, that's not a good thing, is it?
Well, you know what? We wanted to make sure number one priority was to make sure that the health and safety of Canadians was protected, and that's why we signed multiple contracts with multiple vaccine producers. We didn't know which one we were going to hit on, and at the time,
with all due respect, that was at the beginning. How do you still have $1 billion worth of vaccines sitting in storage?
Well, again, global demand has changed since the beginning of the pandemic as well, too. We've seen vaccination rates dip as well, not just in Canada, but across the world as well. But the number one thing that to keep in mind as well, too, Canada had the highest vaccination rate, one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. We succeeded in keeping Canadians safe, not just here in Canada, but relative to other countries as well, too, including our neighbors to the south, the U.S., which actually had manufacturing capacity at the very beginning. And so we made sure that we got as much vaccines into the country as possible, made sure we protected Canadians. That was our number one priority, and I can tell you that we succeeded. And that was our number one focus.
And to Mr. Hallen, I want to ask you about that wastage. Are you concerned about that, considering that there was that big global race, I should say?
Well, what we've seen is the Liberal legacy of mismanagement continues. We saw that in the AG's report. She also said that there was the problem was that they had the ability to track, but they failed in doing that. And that's what caused the mismanagement that took place. They weren't able to, they were tracking things on spreadsheets, which was very inefficient. And at the end of the day, again, taxpayers on the hook because of Liberal failures of mismanagement.
Mr. Blakey, does it make any sense to you that this many doses are sitting in storage to be wasted?
No, it doesn't. And I think particularly if you consider that Canada was the first developed country to go to COVAX and take vaccines out of that system that was designed to deliver vaccines to places in the world that really needed assistance. I think history will look poorly on Canada's role in disseminating vaccines globally, given how much waste there actually was.
Mr. Blakey, Mr. Hallen, appreciate you guys being in studio once again. We may set up some cots for you to be back tomorrow. Mr. Eric Kuzmierczak, thank you for joining us via Zoom. We appreciate this.
Unit is overflowing.
I've got 3 extra shifts this week. Numbers.
The team's funding.
personality is difficult to live with, as are many other mental health issues, as are things like dementia. We use that as an example. If a person is living with dementia, we train the family in very specific is now shot because they have dementia. So if I was working with someone with dementia and they'd say, I don't remember your name, doctor. I know you're a doctor. I wouldn't be like, what do you mean you don't remember?
Be offended.
Right? I wouldn't be offended. Why can't we use that similar framework for somebody who's living with something like borderline personality?
You really just nailed that. You really just nailed that. That is so true and makes things so much clearer.
I would have to be patient working with someone with dementia. I'd have to say, oh my God, they forgot where the thing is again. I wouldn't say that. That's cruel.
And neither would the family, really.
Yeah, but in a case of somebody with borderline personality, say, how hard is it to catch your tone? That's mindfulness, and that's what human relationships require. Now, you're absolutely right, though, Kyle. Just like even in the case of somebody with dementia, it is very hard to say, we have to tell them where it is again. We have to remind her again.
But I think people are willing to do that
They
for
are,
their family member with
but
dementia.
it does wear them out.
Yeah,
I'm calling, and no matter what, and we all wear each other out, but it does wear them out. And that's where the family has to then be aware it's okay to take care of you. In fact, it's important. That's why, for example, the best borderline personality treatment programs in the country involve the family. The family's brought in, they do what we call psychoeducation. They teach them. They teach them things, how important tone is, how important consistency is, how frightening abandonment is in any way, shape, or form. Listen, Kyle, love is at its core about compromise. You love someone enough, it doesn't feel like a sacrifice. It just feels like love.
Wow. Dr. Yip and I did a series on obsessive compulsive disorder. And in the series, she discussed people's OCD symptoms and kind of labeled them as the OCD monster. And it's a silly term, but it for me, it really helped separate the OCD behaviors from the individual. And not looking them as this enmeshed thing.
Yes.
And I feel like if I had a spouse who had BPD or someone in my family did, I would need to look at it that way in order to do a good job supporting them. So if they're lashing out at me, I can say, this is the BPD monster or whatever.
Yes.
I don't want to stigmatize it, but this is the BPD talking. This isn't Carol. And Carol's great. But this BPD sometimes is tough for me to handle.
And for people living with borderline personality, they'll say it too. Even as they're going through the abandonment crisis, they'll say, here I go again. But it feels real. It feels real. Them.
Right.
It feels so real to them. They're not doing it to be difficult. They're hurting. They're really, really hurting. That said, the spouse in that situation, the exquisite patience can wear out. So it's finding that delicate balance. And for the spouse also to have their own source of therapy and support is sometimes absolutely essential. And it doesn't have to be a pylon and a criticism session about their partner, but rather a place where they can find tools on how to communicate better. There are going to be certain moments that are more upsetting. And keep in mind, borderline personality is often comorbid with a whole host of other mental illnesses, including depression, anxiety disorders, eating disorders, substance use disorders. So you may actually be dealing with, multiple sets of crises at that time. So it's not as simple as somebody's being volatile in a relationship or sensitive in a relationship. There may be another even larger issue that's looming. So again, the education becomes important. I'll tell you why. So that the partner who may not have BPD doesn't blame themselves.
personality disorder comes with.
Well, let's just start with the name. Borderline personality. What does that even mean, right?
What does that?
It's old. It goes way back early in the psychoanalytic tradition, where there was a theoretician that viewed borderline personality as being on the border between psychosis and neurosis. The sadness and the inability to regulate their emotions, that being the neurotic part, and the psychotic part being that getting paranoid and delusional and sometimes even dissociative under times of stress. You were seeing a little bit of each pattern. They failed to get all of the instability and all those other patterns, but the name stuck. So people often say on the borderline of what?
What would you call it?
I would call it chronic affective instability disorder.
Chronic
Affective instability
And
disorder.
what is affective?
Affective is a word we use for emotion. Affect means emotion, mood. So, in fact, the disorders like depression, bipolar disorder fall under a rubric called affective disorder. So, affect is emotion. And so, affective instability or lability, if you will, that's when you have very unstable moods. And that's what I would call it because that's the core. That's the core.
Just you giving me that name, and we've been talking for hours shooting videos today. Just you giving me that name brought a whole new sense of understanding to borderline personality disorder.
And that's why I don't like the name. I think we should call it emotional instability disorder because that's really what it gets at. When you call it borderline personality, it feels like a mystery. And then anytime it's a mystery, it adds to the already existing stigma we have about mental illness.
And that's why we're doing all of this.
Yeah.
There are people who go watch these videos. Go to medcircle.com, get on the free digest of whatever topic they're interested in, borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, whatever it is. And they immediately realize that the stigma was so great and the truth and reality as they thought.
That's right. So that's number one, the name raises some misconceptions.
Yes.
It's really, it's a disorder of instability of everything, okay? Number two is that it often another misconception is that it often gets confused with bipolar disorder. And it's this idea that, oh, her moods are all over the place. She's bipolar. As soon as I hear her moods are all over the place, I'll say, slow down, sister. Step back and tell me a little bit more. And the story they start to tell me is much more consistent with borderline personality. That's probably the biggest misconception about it. The other misconception is even this borderline word sometimes to some people does mean a split personality, especially since we do talk about splitting in the disorder. So people will confuse it with what we call dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality disorder as it's commonly termed. It's not that either. So there's all these things it gets mislabeled at, and since borderline personality can look different in different clients, it gets confused there. Another misconception is men cannot get borderline personality disorder.
There's a misconception that men cannot.
Or very rarely get diagnosed with it.
If anything, from what I've learned today, I would almost feel like men would be more prone.
Well, what ends up happening is they do get misdiagnosed. They get sometimes thrown more in the impulsive. They get more thrown into the impulse control disorders. So men might be more likely to have what we call sort of anger management issues. Instead of calling it straight up borderline personality, we would label it sort of as its impulse control disorder friend. Men are much more likely, for example, though, to be diagnosed with narcissistic traits or narcissistic personality. Men often, though, too, at a young age, are often required to sort of bring in that emotional world. They're just told to shut it down. Don't have those emotions. And if they carry on that childhood teaching, they might actually become quite the opposite. They become very emotionally restrictive, which is, again, a different kind of a pattern. So it could also be how girls and women are socialized to express emotion. Because to the degree that borderline personality would link back to traumas like sexual trauma, many boys are sexually traumatized and so and experience sexual abuse as boys. In fact, they're sometimes less likely to talk about it, get help for it. They express more shame in the face of it. If a boy is raped, he's much likely to ever come out about it than a woman who was raped. You know,
much more likely.
A young man or a boy is much less likely to come out about being sexually assaulted than a woman might be willing to. And both groups are not often that likely to. So what combination of stars here? It also is how we diagnose. A clinician who sees a man, it's almost like their borderline personality disorder radar drops this person's not going to have borderline personality disorder. It's a man, and they're less likely to do so. That's why it's so important that clinicians just get their data, and good ones do, and then make the diagnosis on the basis of the symptomatology and not on the basis of bias.
Yeah.
And that's a huge area in psychological and psychiatric research, is how race, ethnicity, social class, sexual orientation, and gender can all come into how we sort of push our diagnostic labels, and we have to be very mindful of that.
Is there hope for people who suffer from borderline personality disorder?
I want there to be hope for people who experience any mental illness, personality disorders inclusive. So I'm going to say there is hope, but it's hope with caution. This is an incredibly complex disorder to manage clinically, and it requires really intensive clinical management, especially in the initial phases. Dialectical behavioral therapy, which has been shown in the research to work, is an intensive model of therapy. It requires individual therapy, group therapy, daily check-ins. Initially, the gold standard would be in somebody with borderline personality disorder that they either have what we call a partial hospitalization program, meaning they come home at the end of the day, they sleep at home at night, but they're in a sort of hospitalization intensive setting all day, or what we call intensive outpatient treatment, where they're in an outpatient center all day. That's often an important place. It's almost like a full-time job to learn how to manage these symptoms for several weeks, and then go to more of a classical dialectical behavioral therapy outpatient model on the outside. But I'm going to be frank with you, the realist in me is going to say most people can't afford that. Yeah. So there's a lot of people out there with under or untreated borderline personality disorder. So is there hope? Yes, but the intensiveness and the consistency in therapy that's often needed is pretty significant. And if people can get that and can get in and out of the treatment that they need, it's quite possible you can see some improvement, particularly in managing emotions.
Well, and you know what? It might be expensive and a lot of work, but at least there is a treatment plan in place. There are plenty of other diagnoses, mental health or otherwise, that there are no options.
Right.
You know, you get a diagnosis from a doctor and they don't have the options for you. There is an option.
There is an option.
Yes.
But it requires engagement in treatment. And one of the hardest things with all personality disorders, and borderline disorders no exception, is the willingness to enter treatment.
Yes, that's huge.
There's a lot of people out there with borderline personality disorders
you
saying,
said,
I don't have a problem. This isn't my problem.
You have worked with a lot of people with borderline personality disorder and saw success when they were motivated.
They're motivated and the therapist was supported. This is not for the faint of heart. And for a clinician who's working with clients with borderline personality disorder, that clinician needs to be supported, which is why it's really important they're working as part of a team. As somebody who's soloed on some of this work, it can get exhausting. You feel invalidated. Remember, narcissistic personality, borderline personality, these are disorders of insecurity. People who are insecure always spread their insecurity onto other people. Whether they're doing it intentionally or not doesn't matter. That's what they do. So as you leave that room, you often feel more insecure than when you walked in. And that can be draining for a clinician, for other people close to this person. And that person with borderline personality often walks through the world slowly believing that nobody wants to spend time with them, because that's the feedback that they're getting from the world.
Right. Well, no question, this is a complex issue. I recommend, if you've watched this video and have not watched the 9 traits of borderline personality disorder, that you go ahead and watch that next. It's fascinating and sheds some more light into this complex disorder. And then from there, make sure you go to medcircle.com and sign up for that free digest. Dr. Romney, you're the best. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Your next step is to head on over to medcircle.com and sign up for the MedCircle Digest. What is it? Well, MedCircle will send you the latest articles and the latest videos on the mental health topics that matter most to you. So go to medcircle.com, sign up for that digest, and let's keep this journey on better mental health moving forward.
Hey, a number of you have asked me how I go about making these candies that I post onto Facebook, so I thought I would spend a little time here and make a video making the latest batch of candy. I'm making a Japanese pinwheel design, and the flavor in this particular batch is pomegranate that you see me adding to the hot sugar. The sugar is about 310 degrees, so it's pretty warm. It will burn you severely if you're not careful. So you got to be cautious. You'll see that I also am now adding citric acid. Helps bring out the flavor in the candy. You don't taste a lot if you don't have some kind of acidic additive into the sugar. Now I'm pouring out what looks like 4 pools of sugar. The point here is that I want to make 4 different colors, so I'm dividing it all up. Of course, they're all have the same flavor in it because I added it before this step. And you're going to see me go ahead and start to make the colors that I'm going to use in this particular design. This is red, adding a little yellow, a little blue for my primary colors, a little white that's going to be used for its sort of to reflect and help enhance the colors. I'm going to mix them all here, and you'll see that it's boiling a little bit or steaming, and the purpose of that is to try to drive off any water. Water and hard candy is quite the enemy, and you're always trying to avoid adding any water or working in humid conditions. It turns out this is a nice cool day today, so it's a nice day for making candy. Mixing the white now. It turns out you don't really have to add white coloring if you use white. If you just take that amber sugar long enough, it will turn white as it incorporates a bunch of air bubbles into it, like you do with a tapping machine. And now what you're seeing is I'm slowly peeling up the sugar as it cools on the edges and moving it into the center of each puddle, if you will, and that helps even out the temperature and eventually helps make it easier for me to mix the colors in throughout each grouping here. You'll notice I've sped this up quite a bit, and it's just an effort to make this video go a little faster. All in all, it's only about 10 minutes or so. Still pretty darn hot, probably up in the mid 200s, so it's I am wearing gloves under the blue gloves to help with the heat, and you'll see me occasionally just set my hands on the table, and that's just to try to help them cool off a bit. They get pretty warm. You'll see people often wear really heavy gloves, like welder's gloves and stuff when it's this hot, but I can pretty quick here and I don't need it. Now I'm mixing the colors. I'm not going to pull them too much. I want them to maintain a transparent quality to them, and we'll see at the end why that is, but you can pull them quite a bit. That, in this case, a red would almost turn pink. It would pull enough white into it from the air bubbles that's incorporated from pulling. In a transparent quality.
I'm not terrible. Okay.
Still pretty darn hot, probably up in the mid 200s, so it's I am wearing gloves under the blue gloves to help with the heat, and you'll see me occasionally just set my hands on the table, and that's just to try to help them cool off a bit. They get pretty warm. You'll see people often wear really heavy gloves, like welder's gloves and stuff when it's the puddle, if you will, and that helps even out the temperature and eventually helps make it easier for me to mix the colors in throughout each grouping here. You'll notice I've sped this up quite a bit, and it's just an effort to make this video go a little faster. All in all, it's only about 10 minutes or so. Still pretty darn hot, probably up in the mid 200s. So it's I am wearing gloves under the blue gloves to help with the heat, and you'll see me occasionally just set my hands on the table, and that's just to try to help them cool off a bit. They get pretty warm. You'll see people often wear really heavy gloves, like welder's gloves and stuff, when it's this hot, but I can work pretty quick here and don't need it. Now I'm mixing the colors. I'm not going to pull them too much. I want them to maintain a transparent quality to them, and you'll see at the end why that is, but you can pull them quite a bit, and actually in this case a red would almost turn pink when it pull enough white into it from the air bubbles that's incorporated from pulling. You see the folks who work with a lot of white color, they put them on essentially a taffy puller and help drive out air bubbles and really generate a nice bright white crisp color. In this particular case, I mean, it'd be that overall bright, but I do want it to be nice and opaque enough to help reflect the colors I'm going to use in the design. So it turns out I don't want just 3 colors, I want 6 colors, and the nice thing about making the 3 primaries here is, if you remember in art school or in high school in art class, you can mix your primary colors to get just about any color you want. So I'm dividing these into fourths, because I'm actually going to make 6 colors. So I'm going to cut them out here. And if you remember, of course, that when you mix your red and yellow, you get orange. When you mix your red and blue, you get purple. And your blue and yellow to get your green. And that's what I'm doing right here. Again, I'm just trying to pull it enough to mix the colors evenly. Now, it's hard to see, but in front of me there's it's actually a pancake griddle I use as a heat plate, and that helps slow the cooling down a little bit, helps me control temperature. The whole art of working with hard candy is to maintain temperature. If it gets too hot, of course it melts, you can't do anything with it. If it gets too cold, it gets brittle, and you're done. So we work to keep that sort of clay texture or state. Now I'm going to take each color and I'm going to make essentially a long triangle. Each one of these is going to be a wheel of the pinwheel, and on each edge I'll put a little white, and that will help divide the colors up when you look at the candy ball assembled. So I'm going to go through each color and do this. I use this little spatula, it helps me make a little nicer, cleaner edges. See me occasionally rotate the sugar, or in this case I'm maybe taking it off the heat plate because it's getting a little too warm and I'm starting to lose the structure of the triangle, and so I can take them off the hot plate and cool them down this way a little bit. Alright, now I've got my 6 triangles, and I'm going to start putting together my pinwheel. Adding each of the colors together. Getting my design. As long as I'm working with them when they're hot like this, they'll stick together pretty well. Even if they cool off a bit, you can just run a little bit of water, like on a damp cloth, across the side of it. It'll act like glue and piece them together. But I'm tending to work pretty quick, so they're still pretty good adhesive quality to them. All right, so now I've got my master rolled together here, and so I'm moving away from maintaining temperature to maintaining structure of design, and I want to keep this round cylinder. And, first thing I got to do is always make them sort of bite-sized, and that's what I'm doing now by stretching the cylinder out a little bit. That design will be maintained, whether it was letters or colors or shape or whatever, throughout that whole structure, throughout all of those little rods that are being pulled out. They're also hot, and if they sit too long, they'll go flat. So you'll see me constantly rolling the cylinders to keep them from, or the rods to keep them from going flat and maintaining their circular structure. And that's what I'm doing now. This takes a little while because it's going from a pretty warm temperature to, you got to get them to their essentially cooled down so you can crack them. Lifting it up shows that they're still not quite ready yet because they're deformed. Now I'm getting ready. I kind of cut it out there, but I did that for about 20 minutes off and on. So now they've cooled down quite a bit, and I'm going through the process of breaking them into bite-sized pieces. You can make these at different sizes. I like this size. It's about 1/2 inch, and it's a nice bite-sized piece. You can, of course, stretch the cylinders out or the rods out longer and thinner, and you get smaller pieces, or you can make different size, whatever you like. But this seems to work pretty well. That hot table you didn't make, of course, it sat for 20 minutes, so it's actually cooled down now. But I need that hard starch surface to cut against, so the pieces essentially crack off smaller pieces. Getting them nearly finished. As you might guess, the rods that are in the middle of the thing look the best. Some of the ones on the end are a little more deformed one way or the other, but they all taste great. And so we just tend to mix them in, and nobody seems to care to worry too much about it. If it was something important, I guess you could weed them out. But the more careful you are, the more uniform your structure is throughout the whole sample set. Getting to the end. We'll cut the rest of these out and let them cool a little bit longer. Roll them around a little bit to get any sharp edges off, and then I'll bag them up and hand them to my friends and family, and hopefully they enjoy them. It is a nice flavor, and they do seem pretty popular. Getting towards the end here. Here's the finished product as they lay it on the table. What I really like about them, though, is when you hold them up to the light, they really pop. Have a nice color to them in the light. You hold them up to the sun or what have you. That's about it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a chance to get some of these. They are good. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know. Thanks. Bye.
Hi guys, this is Heidi, and I believe I shared this recipe a long time ago, but I thought that
I fucking hate your voice. Did not like that. Like that. See what. Jimmy, I'm tired that you can't stay now. Don't see him anymore. Jimmy, let's go sometimes. Let me dance around and around. Me, it's my wish ran away, but today will stay. And I haven't seen since Saturday night. I got Jimmy on my mind, feels like yesterday. I don't see it anymore.
Why you suck? Like, seriously. That actually does look like you. Oh, what? I want my mirror.
All scenes at the Sunday Mass was filled with massive mass fastest classes, passes fast masses, ceremonial reading glasses, read a little bit of Leviticus. All the kids are a little too little for this. All parents not in agreement. I think I could vaguely see what he meant. It's too early for the morning. Early in the morning glory to read an allegory story. The father reads a little bit farther, assuring you that they need not bother in God. In verse 45, so that slaves are okay to buy. He meant that people often start each of slaves within their hearts. Things that we are forced. God calls us to set this free our hearts from slavery. And then God goes on.
Let's start with some cream cheese. And now,
shut the fuck up, please. Jesus. In the back, I sit and I nod to the beats that I bump off my iPod. My God, they're starting to pray, and over the music I can hear them say, "Dear God, dear Lord, dear Big, must be the man with the beard or sword. Dear God, I'll see you. Where the highway, Yahweh." Wow. Okay, sorry.
Dude, this is you with the.
Suck, you guys suck. In the back, I said, nah, to the beats of my iPod. My God, they're starting to say, I just can't hear them say, "Dear God, dear Lord, dear Big, Mr. Man with the beard or sword. Dear God, I'll see me. Where's the highway, Yahweh, the blue ball anti-masturbator, the great all-loving faggot hater. I'd like to thank your holy might for making me with a virgin wine." No, this is ridiculous. I can't even tell what it was. There's so much pain beyond the steeple. Wars and drugs and homeless people. Sadness for the shit we try to eat and rape and soldier boy. A world of darkness needs your light. I'm sure your schedule's pretty tight, but my doctor's leg surgery fix that first. Jesus. Deborah. Hail Mary. Obama, can you pass some hope to the Pope? I know a couple dudes, the one who loves the church that knows the pros can't grow. Pros can grow, but the pros can't grow. They've been in love, they've been addicted. Who's been addicted? Lord and Dick Thurman did. Oh my God, we would have you. He's like, Dad? I'm like, no, it's me. It's like, Auntie, you. He's like, I think you birthed out of my dad. I'm like, I think I also birthed out of your dad, so. Okay. Just don't give me sound of any kind. Oh, give me full screen.
Tracking this breaking story. So, Will, what do we know about the reasoning for this verdict?
Well, during this month-long trial, the prosecution essentially sought to lay out that the Trump Organization paid a number of senior executives, like you mentioned, including the chief financial officer for a number of years at the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg, off-the-book perks. And these included things like luxury cars, Mercedes-Benz, private school tuition for their children, rent for luxury apartments in the city as well that were not declared and therefore were not taxed. Now, a key part of this trial is that we had testimony directly from the former CFO, Alan Weisselberg, who has previously, earlier this year, pleaded guilty to tax fraud. Now, significantly in this trial, Donald Trump was not explicitly named for being compliant. This was just a trial against the Trump Organization. However, in their closing arguments, prosecutors did say that the former US president was aware of this scheme. Now, Donald Trump has reiterated that he says that this case has been politically motivated, and the message from the defense during this trial has tried to paint that it was the fault of outside accountants that were to blame for not spotting what they believe and what they argued to be the actions from a rogue actor in Alan Weisselberg and other senior executives. Of course, ultimately, after 2 days of deliberations, the jury did not agree with the defense, finding the Trump Organization guilty on all 17 counts, Andrew.
So, what implications might there be for Donald Trump personally and his organization?
Well, for the organization, they face fines of potentially up to $1.6 million. For Donald Trump, himself directly. Of course, he's not named in the suit. So when it comes to any actual personal ramifications, very limited indeed. But some analysts say this could have a major potential ramifications when it comes to the district attorney here in Manhattan and his broader look into the Donald Trump's taxes, Donald Trump's businesses. Before he became president, of course, there are investigations underway here in the state of New York looking into the allegations and possibility that Donald Trump and his business might have inflated and deflated assets for a number of his properties to try and provide favorable loans and financial benefits. So, of course, it's seen as potential implications when it comes to whether this particular case here in New York will help those investigations pick up steam when it comes to those other suits that are ongoing, those other investigations that are ongoing. Donald Trump again reiterates those claims that this is a politically motivated witch hunt.
Will, thank you. That is reporter Will Denslow in New York.
On this Tuesday night, pediatric flu cases flooding Canadian hospitals, the wave of new infections, and the calls to get kids vaccinated.
We know influenza can cause more severe illness in children.
Plus, the challenges immigrant doctors face working in Canada. Government waste exposed, the millions of COVID vaccine doses thrown out, and the billions in overpaid benefits. The search for the remains of 3 murdered Indigenous women.
Self-harm. Wow. Oh my god. Fucking.
There are 9 traits of borderline personality disorder. Here to go into depth about each one is clinical psychologist Dr. Ramani. Dr. Ramani, thank you for being here, clinical psychologist, and one of my favorite people to interview.
Thank you.
Because the topics that you bring are so fascinating.
They are fascinating. Everyone wants to know about them, but you're actually a fantastic interviewer too. So
well, thanks.
thank
I
you.
was fishing for compliments.
Yeah,
so
it works.
Today we're talking about borderline personality disorder. What exactly is that?
Borderline personality disorder is a disorder of instability and impulsivity, if you want to look at it that way. By instability, we mean instability in their relationships, instability in their moods, instability in their behavior, and instability in their sense of self. So the world always feels like it's sort of moving up and down for them. Finally, there's also a tremendous fear of abandonment that always cuts through this disorder. So people who have borderline personality, in addition to all of that instability, live in chronic fear of real or even perceived abandonment. For example, someone even showing up late to dinner, that could be experienced as a frank abandonment. And then their response to that is very strong, often very angry, very upsetting, not only for the person with borderline personality, but for the other people involved.
But I feel like we're all a little bit like that.
Here's the thing. I don't disagree with you. And the issue with all personality disorders is that they refer to an extreme of personality, in essence, okay? So do we all get thrown off if we feel like somebody's going to leave us? Maybe to a degree, especially if we love or care about that person. But we also have enough of a sense of self to say, I don't want them to go, but if they go, ultimately I'll be fine. I'll cry it out for a few days. We don't feel like we're going to die. We don't feel like we have to violently or aggressively or verbally assault another person. Most of us have a very solid sense of identity. We may shift a little, say, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but by and large, I know I'm Ramani. We know who we are.
That's right.
For a person with borderline personality, that's constantly shifting sand.
They don't have a strong sense of self.
They do not.
They do. In fact, we would call it identity disturbance. It's not unusual, for example, for a person with borderline personality to want to change their name sometimes, or completely change their look and cut off all their hair, or change a color, or change how they even dress. That identity disturbance can be presented in a lot of different ways, and it can be sort of throw other people off in their world, saying, I thought you had this name last week and now you have this name. So it can be confusing.
Now, there are 9 traits that would define someone who has borderline personality. But before we get into those, how is BPD, borderline personality disorder, different than all of these other personality disorders?
So as of right now, and this will change over time, there are 10 personality disorders in the diagnostic manual we call the DSM, or the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. There's also a different classification scheme called the ICD-10, or the International Classification of Diseases. I'm only making that technical point because people may run into that if they were to, for example, see a medical record.
And do you know if dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality, what it used to be called, is one of those 10?
Dissociative identity disorder is in a separate section of the diagnostic manual under a whole series of other dissociative disorders. And it is often misdiagnosed borderline personality. It's a very rare, DID is a very rare disorder. And many times people who are called DID, if you will, they actually have borderline personality.
Okay, so back to my original question. How does borderline personality disorder differ from all these other ones?
Borderline personality disorder is unique in the personality disorders for how unstable the emotional state of the person is. They will go from angry to sad to cheerful in the same hour. You will not see that kind of emotional instability with any other personality disorder.
Even bipolar disorder.
Bipolar is not a personality disorder. And frequently, borderline personality disorder and bipolar disorder get misdiagnosed by lay people. People who are professionals in the field know the clear difference. The difference between borderline personality disorder, which is a personality disorder, and bipolar disorder, which is what we call a mood disorder, just like depression. Bipolar disorder is characterized by something called mania. Mania is a period of time, it could last 4 to 7 days, even longer, where the person has this incredibly expansive, excitable mood, sometimes even irritable. They can go for days without sleep. They can talk, and not stop. They'll empty everything out of their garage, and you're not clear on what's going on. They'll drive to Vegas with their life savings. They'll spend. They'll have sex. They'll become very disinhibited. But that goes on for days. They will not one day have a crash. They will stay in that sort of high for many days, and it's quite debilitating. It's not unusual for a person during a manic episode to end up requiring psychiatric hospitalization.
Yeah.
The reason borderline personality gets confused with bipolar disorder is because the person's moods are fluctuating so much. But if the moods are fluctuating in one day, that's more indicative of borderline personality.
Well, our founder of MedCircle actually is very open, saying that he has bipolar 2 disorder. And it's one of the reasons he's so passionate about this company to help people get on the website, sign up for that free email digest, to get the information that they need so that they can make healthier choices and be informed. Because like you said, an expert could decide if it's borderline personality, if it's bipolar, if it's all these other things. But me and most of the people watching, we don't know.
And it's that misconstrual is dangerous because the treatment for bipolar 1 or bipolar 2 is quite different than it is for borderline personality.
That's right.
And the fact of the matter is, you can have both of those disorders occurring at the same time. Bipolar with borderline personality. And in fact, in the realm of mental health, that combination of disorders may represent one of the greatest treatment challenges we have in the field. It requires very, very intensive treatment for a long time.
Wow. All right. This is going to help me, and I think a lot of the viewers truly understand it. What are the 9 traits? Let's go through them.
Okay. So the first trait we'll see is fear of abandonment. That abandonment can be real or it can be perceived. And by perceived, I mean that the person will feel, I just had an argument with this person, they're going to leave me.
So they're always preparing for this abandonment. And in trying to prepare for it all the time, they almost make it happen. You're going to leave me. You're cheating on me. Who are you with?
Right.
You're never coming back. And they do this and they kind of grind the other person into the ground. And I don't just mean in an intimate relationship. This could be a friendship. This could be a family member. For example, it could even be a family member who says, hey, we're moving some of your stuff out of the garage because we're going to sell the house. That could easily turn a person with borderline personality disorder into a place where they're convinced that their family is trying to abandon them. That's what I mean by it can be real or perceived abandonment, and it often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay, what is the second trait?
Unstable and really intense interpersonal relationships. Now, obviously, this can be an intimate relationship, but it's any close relationship. These relationships often start passionately and closely, and they work quickly. There'll be intense passion, followed by intense anger, followed by lots of tears, and the relationships always have a roller coaster feel. Again, this can be a family relationship, it can be an intimate relationship, it can even be a friendship or even workplace relationships. Almost all of their relationships are characterized by this level of intensity.
Wow.
The third symptom we see is what we call identity disturbance. And identity disturbance, we mean a person that almost literally doesn't know who they are. They might even ask that question out loud. I don't know who I am. And in that way, there is a chronic inside battle of who am I? Because if you don't know who you are, it's almost like you don't know how to go through the world. That identity disturbance can be manifested, for example, in a person chronically changing their appearance, hair color, hairstyle, what they wear, tattoos, piercings, you name it, they'll change that. They might even change their name. There's a real lack of knowing who they are. In the extreme, this identity disturbance can sometimes even look like a multiple personality situation where they actually pop into multiple identities. One day they're one person. I'll say, today, baby person is here. They'll say, the next day, they'll say, hey, it's me. I'm sexy such and such today. So they'll actually even sometimes have this sense of that these are different personas that they inhabit. But in general, their identity is really disrupted and chaotic.
Wow. All right, so that's 3. I already feel like 3 is 3 too many. I'm exhausted listening to those, and we're a third of the way there.
Yeah, we're a third of the way there. The fourth is impulsivity. Impulsivity is this idea of acting out or behaving in a way without thinking about it. So that could be manifested by oftentimes rather dangerous or problematic behaviors. These things could be substance use, binge eating, binge spending, gambling, impulsive sexual behavior. For example,
when you tell me all these things, that sounds like a manic episode.
It can, but see, here's the thing. With the manic episode, that mania stays consistent
for days. And borderline personality disorder could be hours.
It could be hours. So they'll act out at the moment. So that's where, for example, it wouldn't be unusual to see a borderline personality disordered individual finding themselves in major financial trouble. Because when they're feeling like they want to soothe their mood, they'll go out and shop and shop and shop. It's not unusual, for example, to see a substance use diagnosis coexisting with borderline personality, because in some ways they use it as a tool to soothe. So it's this acting out without thinking about it, not thinking about the ramifications of the behavior, and oftentimes it's a way to sort of soothe the mood at the time.
Yes.
But it can be quite dangerous
Yes.
to the person.
And while they're doing that, they're not addressing the problem. These are all Band-Aids.
They're all Band-Aids, but at the moment they're not thinking of it even as a Band-Aid. It's almost like the sense of, I don't want to feel this way, so I'm going to do something. So in the short term, it actually feels like a good strategy.
Right.
Now I feel different.
Yes.
Isn't this great? Without thinking like, whoa, I just spent $5,000 that I don't have.
That's right. Yes. Okay. All right. What is the 5th trait with somebody who has borderline personality disorder?
The 5th trait is actually a rather dangerous one. This is where we often see recurrent suicidal behavior or suicidal thoughts. People with borderline personality disorder have relatively high rates of suicide attempts. Now, these suicide attempts may be a way at times, for example, to avoid that sense of abandonment. I'll show you. You think you're going to leave me? And they'll harm themselves. So that will draw the person back, trying to keep them safe.
It's the person saying, if you leave me, I'll kill myself.
If you leave me, I'll kill myself. Or they'll call a person while they're in the midst of taking pills or harming themselves and saying, hey, I just want you to know this is what I'm doing. most other human beings would come to their side. Now they haven't been abandoned. This also can manifest in other behavioral patterns. For example, you might see cutting. So a person may cut their arm. Now that is considered sort of a suicidal gesture because I could ultimately harm them, or a self-harming gesture. So that all falls in that place. But like I said, this can be dangerous because even if the person with borderline personality disorder didn't, if you will, intend to die, they were actually using it as a cry for help, it can go too long. For example, they may actually take too many pills and it would be too late. They may actually attempt to hang themselves and actually hang themselves or strangle themselves. So this is where it becomes a very dangerous disorder from a management perspective. And again, it's often a response to this inner pain that they feel like they cannot manage. It's almost as though in that moment, they want to be alive, but at the same time, they want to be dead because they can't manage that pain. And that's a lot of that borderline back and forth.
I want to take a moment just right there to tell the viewers that if they themselves ever feel that way, to the bottom of this video, there are links to the suicide prevention hotline. And if you know somebody who may have, at this point, these traits, make sure you go to medcircle.com and utilize those free resources and get on the digest for borderline personality disorder, because this is always changing. We're always learning more. And the first step is to know about it. That's the first step. That's why you're watching this video, because you want to know about it. Now, the next step is to go in deeper and really keep that education up to date. So when you say stuff like that, where we're actually talking about a potential life and death scenario, I want people to know that there are resources out there. That's why we do this. That's why we're here doing this. Medcircle.com, that is your next step. What is the sixth personality or the sixth trait of someone with BPD?
The sixth trait is something we call affective instability, which is a fancy way of saying their moods are sort of all over the place. That's where we can see those mood shifts in even a couple of hours, going from angry to sad. So it's this affective instability where moods can shift and fluctuate in a very short period of time. So the person will feel for an individual with borderline personality disorder, it's as though they always act in line with their emotion. They don't stop to inhibit it. And that's a big issue in borderline personality, which is almost saying, I'm having a feeling, I can manage this feeling. It's as though they feel, it's like a tidal wave. It takes them over. If they feel angry, they express that anger strongly. If they feel sad, they express that anger.
Wow, I think I have the opposite problem of that. I think when I feel angry, I go, nope, I'm not going to show anybody. Or if I feel sad, I go, no one's going to know I'm sad.
And this is the opposite of it. So it's that mood instability is actually a very classical part of the borderline personality presentation. And it's what sort of plays into all of these other traits, because if somebody their moods are always up and down, of course their relationships are going to be all over the map. If their moods are always up and down, you can see how they don't have a stable sense of self. So it's a key hallmark of this disorder that their moods are all over the place and they have a lot of difficulty regulating those moods. And it's here where you can also see that this becomes a very difficult disorder to manage. And it's also why a lot of people confuse it with others. It's also why other people confuse it with other disorders like bipolar disorder.
That's right.
Because of that misunderstanding that bipolar means moods are all over the map, not in the same day. And that's what you see in borderline personality.
Wow.
They overreact to everything that's happening in their environment. It's as though they're hyper-reactive, whereas a person might react to anger with this much of a blip up, a person with borderline personality will go all the way up to here. And that hyper-reactivity is the core of one of the big cores of borderline personality.
Yes. Okay, what number does that bring us to? Number 7. So we have 7, 8, and 9 to go.
Okay. Number 7 is that the person with borderline personality chronically feels empty. So they'll often report, I feel like there's nothing inside of me. I feel like a drum. I feel like a hollow shell. Now, if anyone feels empty, what do you think they want to do?
Fill it up.
They want to fill that emptiness up. And for a person with borderline personality disorder, that filling up either happens through other people, or inappropriate ways of regulating it, like shopping, spending, eating, something to fill in that sense of emptiness. But imagine that the psyche of a person with borderline personality disorder almost has a little hole in the bottom. So whatever they put in is coming right out. So they're always struggling with that sense of, I need to feel whole, I need to feel whole. And they look to the outside world to fill them. Whereas for the rest of us, we do feel whole inside. There may be days that are harder for us, but we feel a whole sense of it. If something, imagine like an endoskeleton, like something that supports us from the inside. If we don't have that, we collapse. So the person with borderline personality, it's as though they sometimes don't fully have that psychological skeleton within them. So they often do feel as though they're collapsing and they feel empty. It's a very panic-inducing feeling for them too.
It sounds like it.
Number 8 is another symptom that causes a lot of interpersonal difficulty because it's manifested by inappropriate and intense shows of anger. So when anything frustrates them, and it can even be what seems like a very small, slight kind of thing by other people, they will blow up. And not just verbally, but quite frequently physically. They'll throw things, they'll become physically combative, they'll become assaultive, but they'll scream and yell. And the show of anger happens so quickly, and that's what throws people off. It's very quick and it's very intense that it terrifies everyone around them. Adults, children, family members. And so as a result, people will say because of this particular symptom, they often walk on eggshells around the person with borderline personality because they're so afraid of angering them, and that will be this big disproportionate volcano of anger. So over time, everyone is just like being very, very careful around them. But the fact of the matter is, in fact, it's beautifully said by some of the researchers in this field that people with borderline personality disorder have really, really thin skin. So they feel everything. And they overfeel it as a result. And so they become hypersensitive to all of these stimuli in their environment. And more often than not, they react with anger.
I've seen that reaction from pets. Pets who get around a certain person and immediately their body language changes.
Yeah.
And I said, what is going on with this dog? And they said, oh, well, Mark just freaks out over the littlest thing. So when the Rover's around, he gets really nervous. Picking up on that.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do because it's so the slightest thing can happen.
So you could see now, jump that to a person. And for a person, that can happen in all situations. Then what we see on the back end of this is that after a person with borderline personality has these strong shows of anger, they feel really regretful about it. They feel bad about it.
The borderline personality disorder, the person who's been diagnosed with that, when they have these bursts of anger, and they come off of that, they feel remorseful.
Not only remorseful, then they're terrified because they're like, everyone's going to abandon me now.
Yeah.
You see how it becomes a cycle. It's a huge cycle. So there's a lot of embarrassment, humiliation, frustration with themselves. And then what they do, that anger they had out, now they have it at themselves. They get angry at themselves, and what could happen then? A greater likelihood of self-harm. So what borderline personality is, it's lots of emotional loops that keep playing out to the detriment of the person with the disorder as well as the people around.
And on a small timeline. I mean, within a day or so.
Oh, within an hour.
Oh my gosh.
And you don't know what's going to set the person off. It could be a glance that's the wrong way. It could be missing the color of their dress or noticing the color of their dress. You just don't know. And this is why for family members or loved ones or co-workers of individuals with borderline personality disorder, they often don't know if they're coming or going. And they feel like they're living in an alternate universe, and they often blame themselves. And how could I do this differently? The answer is there's not much you can do.
Well, we're going to talk about some things that they can do, or at least cope and survive through this a little bit. But what is the final trait of someone who has BPD?
This last trait is actually relatively severe when we do see it. The technical term for it is transient stress-induced paranoid ideation, other psychotic symptomatology, or even dissociative symptoms.
I have no idea what you just said.
It's a fancy way of saying that under stress, particularly significant stress from time to time, a person with borderline personality disorder may experience frankly paranoid symptoms, really believe other people are out to get them or harm them, a sense of conspiracy. They may actually hear voices, but the voices are very much negative and harmful, and they're scared of them. So they'll literally look psychotic. And in fact, if they were seen at that moment in time, a mental health practitioner might actually think they're psychotic. It's just they're skirting the surface of it.
What do you mean they look psychotic?
They look like they've broken off from reality. That they almost look like they're delusional.
They're saying, I see people, or people are getting...
It might very well be that, I hear my mother's voice, it's talking to me, she hates me, why does she hate me? Or it's that everyone's out to get me, or I know it, something terrible is about to happen, that kind of thing. It's and they're very firm in their belief. In addition, included in this last trait or symptom is this idea that people with borderline personality disorder can sometimes experience what we call dissociative identity or symptoms of dissociation. In those cases, they may actually break off and start behaving like a child, and you're convinced they're a child. Because of that, when we see that dissociative pattern, when I've seen it clinically, I've seen an adult woman in my office literally take on the posture of a 4-year-old child. This was years and years ago, but it will always stay with me that, wow, she just became something else. And it was then, in that moment, I learned about how borderline personality disorder can look a lot like dissociative identity disorder, something that's popularly termed multiple personality disorder, because under severe enough stress, you will see them dissociate into what feels like another personality, but it's all subsumed under the borderline personality disorder, and it requires a lot of assessment to differentiate.
Recently, I interviewed a woman named Encina, who has 11 personalities. During that interview, we'll link to it below this video, she went into one of her alters, which was a 3-year-old girl. And it felt like I was talking to a 3-year-old child. I did not feel like I was talking to an adult pretending like she's a 3-year-old child. I was like, oh, this is a 3-year-old girl. So I can very easily see how borderline personality disorder and DID or multiple personalities would be confused.
And then you'll see that what you'll see in a person with DID, they may not have as much of the emotional instability, the anger, all of those other symptoms, the fear of abandonment, that may not be presenting there. That's a lot of how we sort of sort those two out. But it takes time. You're not going to decipher this at the first pass with someone. That's why we need to see people a few times for assessment to really be definitive in the diagnosis we give them. And diagnosis really is a tool to drive treatment. That's its function, not to label someone.
Do you have to have all 9 to get the diagnosis?
5 out of 9. 5 out of 9. And classically, what we see are the fears of abandonment, the interpersonal issues, the difficulties with regulating emotion, and then the other stuff can pop in and out. And in fact, there are theoreticians out there. Theodore Milan was a really important personality theorist, and he argues that there's actually subtypes of borderline personality, that there are some borderline personality individuals who are more depressed. There are some that are more acting out. There are some that are more petulant and throw tantrums. And that each of those styles of borderline personality may require different kinds of treatment.
For the people who believe that they have someone in their life who has borderline personality disorder, what is your advice to them?
In any way possible, try to get that individual into therapy, because there are therapeutic models that can help the person with borderline personality manage some of these strong reactions. The challenge is that the form of therapy you need to do with them is really almost lifelong and pretty regular, like multiple times a week. So it gets challenging from a cost basis, to be honest with you.
How do you approach somebody who will go off on the littlest thing?
The best way to start is not to approach a person who has borderline personality on the you're all over the place and you're acting crazy or something like that, but rather maybe focus on one of the other what we call comorbid symptoms, something that's causing a lot of distress for the person with borderline personality. For example, they may be depressed, they may be anxious, they may be having problems with spending or eating. Make that the treatment target to get them in the door at least, and then a skilled therapist should be able to see this pattern. The treatment of choice that has been shown consistently by the evidence base to show the best success outcomes with borderline symptoms is a treatment called dialectical behavior therapy, or DBT. With DBT, the person not only gets regular therapy, they also kind of get lots of regular follow-up, almost on a daily basis, and they work in group therapy to almost learn how to work with other individuals. So it's very intensive, but if a person can get their loved one into that form of therapy in a holistic manner, you may actually get them to a place where they're more safe, that maybe you're running on a more even keel within your family system, but it is a lifelong commitment. This isn't a one-off. You've got to be committed to this model of therapy for the long term.
Well, this is all great information as a starting point for people who are interested about this topic. We're going to talk in our next video about what causes this initially, and also some more treatment options. Dr. Ramani, always so insightful to have you here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for watching. Your next step is to head on over to medcircle.com and sign up for the MedCircle Digest. What is it? Well, MedCircle will send you the latest articles and the latest videos on the mental health topics that matter most to you. So go to medcircle.com, sign up for that digest, and let's keep this journey on better mental health moving forward. Hi, I'm Kyle Kittleson with MedCircle, joined by clinical psychologist Dr. Ramani. Love seeing you again today.
Thank you so much for having me, Kyle.
We've talked about borderline personality disorder in the past, and if you're watching this right now and want a general overview of BPD, use the links below to access that content, because right now we're going to dive into the 4 subtypes. Dr. Ramani, let's start with the high functioning internalizing / quiet subtype of BPD.
So borderline personality disorder, sort of, again, in its wider spectrum, is a very, very heterogeneous personality disorder, which is why it's so tricky. Even people out there experiencing borderline personality will say, how come my experience is so different than other things that I've read about borderline personality?
What is heterogeneous?
Different. It's different. It's so scattered. Like it's not just one thing. It's almost like saying, I want cereal. I'd be like, you're a granola person, you're a Cheerio person, like what are we talking about here? Borderline personality is that mixed up in a way. And because we have this one umbrella term that's used, but these 4 subtypes are very different, so it's important for us to distinguish. So as we start with the high functioning, internalizing, sort of quiet borderline, to me, this is something we could almost term as a more pure borderline personality. In this way, that this is a style of borderline personality where we see a tremendous amount of despair, of fragility, of tremendous abandonment crises, of when there is a trigger or an activation, such as because of an abandonment crisis or a triggering of a prior trauma or a stress that feels that it can't be managed, the person will rage at themselves, right? So they will internalize it. They will talk about themselves horribly. They might even have suicidal thoughts about themselves, believing passively the world would be better off without them. But the key piece in this quiet borderline distinction is that they are high functioning. Many people who fit this high functioning, internalizing, quiet borderline descriptor have very high powered jobs. They're often in jobs where they're giving to others, nursing, teaching, mental health. So there's a natural draw of this particular style of borderline personality to a helping profession to give to others. Where they might get challenged in a professional arena is that if they even make a small error, and I mean, it could be small, they will have a very strong reaction to it. And that strong reaction will be very self-blaming, and sometimes even self-harming. So the person who presents with quiet borderline personality styles or disorder is somebody who's much, much more likely to have co-occurring depression or an anxiety disorder that also makes the symptomatology almost sometimes feel worse, because there can be these negative mood states that accompany this particular style. In fact, many mental health practitioners may miss the borderline piece and focus more on the depression or the anxiety piece in treatment, until over time they see that the patient's sort of style of self-talk is so self-harming, and that individuals with quiet or this sort of high functioning, internalizing borderline personality, while they are high functioning, it's not a very stress resistant pattern. disorder. So when there is stress, something shifts at work, something shifts in a relationship, there is a tremendous difficulty in being able to tolerate the distress associated with those times. But that distress, instead of lashing out and yelling at somebody else or making that kind of a gesture, they're very quick to almost rage quietly at themselves. Self-harm, self-destruction. People might starve themselves, may not get enough food, may try to almost break themselves trying to maintain a household or be all things to all people. So it's a very self-destructive disorder, but it's done in such a quiet way that a lot of people don't even identify it classically as borderline personality disorder, which is traditionally thought of to be as a much more chaotic, externally dysregulated pattern.
These subtypes, are they in the DSM and recognized in the mental health community, or is it just what laymen have come up with?
In the DSM, they have not recognized the subtypes. These subtypes represent a mashup over the years of different sources of research. Theodore Milan was a major player in coming up with these subtypes of borderline personality. In fact, his scale, the Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory, which is a personality assessment tool, if you're more expert in scoring it, you can actually look at the scoring and sort of break some of that down. And he is opined on these sorts of subtypes of borderline personality. It's absolutely essential. Anyone who's in practice, who's ever worked with somebody with borderline personality, knows that it's like a stone with many facets, right? When you tell me somebody's got borderline personality, I'm gonna say that is not enough. You got to give me more. Tell me a little bit more about this client, because I am going to have an incredibly different treatment approach or recommendation based on the kind of subtype. But no, this has not officially elevated itself into the diagnostic manuals.
Before we move on to the second subtype, how prevalent is BPD?
The prevalence of BPD is widely disputed. Okay, so the estimates of BPD in the population range I've seen estimates anywhere from 2 to 6%, 2 to 7%, that kind of thing. Part of the reason there's so much variation is that it's not easy to assess. Many clients who present with borderline personality disorder in sort of non-research studies, like just sort of in traditional clinical evaluation, how they show up in sort of chart data at clinics or hospitals, is they're often more likely to be diagnosed with mood disorders, anxiety disorders, bipolar disorder, but not borderline personality disorder. Part of that is a training issue. People are less likely to give that diagnosis out. They want to subsume it under other things. Part of it is I don't know how we call it, sort of a marketplace issue. Borderline personality disorder is viewed as something that's difficult to treat, and it takes a very long time to treat. And because of that, just to not get pushback from insurers or spaces like Hi everyone, it's Dr.
and we dance around the garden. He would never talk about when he would try, it would never come out right. One day he had to cope and his mom called him home and he looked at me and smiled and he said we should run away, but today we'll stay. And I haven't seen him since that day. Now I got Jimmy on my mind, so I guess but I don't see him anymore. Jimmy got that will stay. Now I don't see him anymore. Now I got Jimmy on my mind, feels like yesterday, but I don't see him anymore. Jimmy got that when he gonna stay. Now I don't see him anymore. No, I don't see him anymore. Back in the day when we were 9, we said that someday we would leave this song behind. And I pictured it all back in the day when we were 9. We said that someday we would leave this song behind. I got but I don't see him anymore. Jimmy got that, so he won't stay. Now I don't see him anymore. Now I got Jimmy on my mind, feels like yesterday, but I don't see him anymore. Jimmy got that, but he won't stay. Now I don't see him anymore. Stand by my team. I am more upset about oh yeah.
Hi, welcome to Diamond Lighting. My name is Liz, if this is the first time you're joining, and if you're a regular subscriber, thank you so much and welcome back. So today I'm just going to do a quick video on how to show you how to turn your regular peanut butter that everybody makes, how to turn this into actual real.
Oh my god, damn. Fuck them all to make my brain again. No, I think I'm gonna fuck them all. Yeah. Oh, that's not my foot.
Welcome back to this YouTube channel that takes on everything you'd ever want to know about narcissism, probably a lot of stuff you don't. So today, we talk so much about forgiveness in general, right? Do you forgive the narcissist? What happens if you forgive the narcissist? Everyone's telling me to forgive the narcissist. Today, we're going to talk about the idea that it's time to forgive yourself. Now, anyone who's watched this channel or read my books, you know my feelings about forgiveness when we're talking about narcissistic relationships. I'm a big believer that forgiveness in general is a very personal decision and that there should never be a mandate to forgive. And ultimately, though, especially in narcissistic relationships, the narcissist will view your forgiveness pretty much as permission to just do whatever they're doing as always because they believe now there's no consequences for their behavior. And basically your forgiveness gets experienced or interpreted as a free pass. But forgiveness does have a place in understanding and surviving narcissism and narcissistic abuse, where you might wonder, and that's in the realm of self-forgiveness. One of the greatest wounds I observe in people who have endured narcissistic relationships is the self-blame. People saying to themselves, how could I have been so stupid? Why didn't I see it sooner? I am such an idiot. This narcissistic person played me like a violin. Or maybe I didn't try hard enough. Or it was my fault. I think I became cold at the end of the relationship. So maybe I was just as responsible, or I was needy. So maybe I'm the one who pushed them away. If I recorded every self-blaming statement I have heard over the years from people in narcissistic relationships, let's just say it would be a very big file. Now, it's interesting to witness once people understand narcissism and sort of the landscape of the narcissistic relationships, and that narcissists are so egocentric that they really are all about them. So even when they seem to care in a narcissistic relationship, it's because it all aligns. What they need is what you need at the same time. And when people start to get it, they're like, now I see it. I get it now. Now that I understand narcissism, this whole relationship makes sense. In fact, with that knowledge, and even when you understand the origins of narcissism, etc., people even say, now that I'm out of it, I actually can forgive myself a little bit because I see how broken they are and I didn't get it. But that's not the most important piece of healing or forgiveness. The most important part is the self-forgiveness. So why is self-forgiveness so challenging for survivors? Well, there's a few reasons for this. First of all, for many survivors, these patterns of narcissistic abuse started in childhood, or the adult narcissistic relationship they are grappling with is still a family one. For example, they're still struggling with a narcissistic parent. So the cycle of self-blame started then in childhood, when they started justifying their parents' behavior and blame themselves. They'll say things like, well, I wasn't an easy kid, or I don't know, in my family, maybe if I was prettier, or better behaved, or smarter, or faster, or stronger, or more helpful. Those are the things kids say to themselves because children don't have options. Self-blame is their only path forward because to blame the parent is too destabilizing and unsafe for a child. So if you grow up in a family like this, self-blame becomes your first language and you do it reflexively. If this started in childhood for you, then you know what? Where you start, forgive the child you once were and release that child. That child, that was you. They just needed someone to tell them, hey, you're a great kid. You did the best you could. You know what? And you did the best you could under the messed up circumstances of how you grew up. In fact, you are a damn rock star, enduring everything you did in childhood and still out in the world, doing it, making friends, and salvaging some elements of a normal childhood out of your own actual childhood and into adulthood. A child also feels guilty for thinking bad things about a parent. Kids will think things like, I hate my father. My mother's a horrible person. Sometimes I wish they would die. I wish I had different parents. But then the child gets scared. Those are the kinds of thoughts children have when they feel helpless or powerless. But those thoughts are typically then accompanied with terrible guilt. I must be such a terrible person if I thought such terrible things about my family. The child often doesn't have anyone to talk to, and no, it's normal. And some of that self-forgiveness is to let that childhood you off the hook. Your narcissistic parents sucked. It's okay that in your child way you thought they sucked. That ideation, though, of guilt, of justification, of feeling like maybe you just deserved it or you were the problem, all of that thinking trails you into adulthood. And it is that trauma bond that fortifies most adult narcissistic relationships. So we can take.
All right. I think sometimes, but mostly I don't. But think I know what I'm doing wrong. You're gonna unpop this. And I thought TikTok, aren't they like short ass with videos? Or like isn't it like fucking Vines but stupid for TV boppers? Yeah, I'm right. It's fine. And here. Okie dokie.
Is National Bank in trouble? Well, there's some suspicious activity going on at National Bank that we're going to go through today. We're going to be going through part of their financials as well and some unusual activity there. And the job really of this live stream isn't to tell you that National Bank is going bust or anything like that. It's just to highlight that these things are happening amid the financial media going mad, going, the Canadian banks are so solid, everything is fantastic, don't worry. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, let's get right into this. The National Bank abolishes the portability of mortgages. Okay, so the National Bank of Canada is no longer allowing customers to transfer their existing mortgages after buying new homes, meaning customers hoping to move into new homes cannot hold on to the low interest rates that prevailed before the recent rise in mortgage rates. Credit costs have been fixed. Sometimes these things come across and they don't make sense. But anyway, this article was put out by the Globe and Mail. I think it's pretty interesting that they have decided to do this right now. And you've got to ask the question, why would they do such a thing? What if they needed to raise cash? And one way they can do that is essentially say, okay, you can no longer port your mortgage, so you have to lock in at this higher rate, which we also make money on. So if they needed more cash, that's one way they can raise cash without actually looking like they're doing it. And that's what we try and do on this channel. Just, really dig into the nuance of what's going on and think things through with critical thinking and logical thinking. So anyway, the nationwide change was implemented on June 30th as part of a periodic review of the bank's service offering, National Bank spokesman Alexander Guy said in an email. The lender did not answer a question about whether it had notified customers who might be affected by the decision, but Mr. Guy noted that the move did not involve any changes to mortgage contracts that require formal notification. And this article came out December 2nd, 2022. So this actually happened around June 30th, which is really interesting. And when we piece this all together, it's going to get even more mind-blowing for you. So please stick with me on this one because it's really important that you stay to the end of this video. The recipient of the email, a customer of the National Bank of Southern Ontario, said change forced him and his wife to scrap plans to buy a larger home that would accommodate his disability and the couple's baby. The Globe agreed not to name the client because he works in finance and is concerned about possible professional repercussions if he speaks publicly. I mean, isn't that just crazy? Isn't that just a lie for you right there? So the finance industry obviously doesn't want people to speak out about things. And that is really something that we've highlighted many, many times on this channel. And I love the way George Gammon calls people in the banking sector banksters, because that's what they really are. It's almost operating like gangs. Essentially, if you speak out, then there's repercussions for that. You're going to get fired, blacklisted, not be able to get a job anymore within the financial industry. It's very sad that we have these monopolies, almost like cartels within the banking industry here in Canada. Holding a mortgage in the current environment of rising interest rates allows a borrower to avoid higher borrowing costs for the full payment of a new and larger loan, Mr. McLister said. In some cases, lenders only apply the higher interest rate to additional money borrowed or charge an interest rate that's a weighted average of the old and new mortgage rates, he said. So typically, essentially, that has been a benefit of your mortgage is if you can port it. So then taking away this is taking away a benefit of that mortgage, and you have to ask that question, well, why are they doing that? Isn't it a little bit suspicious considering the environment we're in right now, and especially when you look into what's happening with their earnings, it gets even more suspicious. So the porting could also lower the bar for borrowers to pass the federal stress test as mortgage balances being transferred typically have relaxed test requirements, he added. You know, that is kind of crazy when you really think about it, because it just again shows how the banking system is just so flawed. Like, they put all these roadblocks in the way, and people just have different ways, and banks just have different ways of getting around them. It is kind of insane, but we went through this literally just a week ago, and I just want to touch on this very, very briefly. Banks seek workarounds to avoid mortgage default for struggling variable rate borrowers. Now, this is really interesting because obviously a lot of the banks have reported their earnings now, and they had blowout earnings, and the financial media went absolutely nuts. And the Canadian banks are so strong. The mainstream media is always right, isn't it? So anyway, what's really interesting about this is, like I said about a week ago when we went through this, this article right here, I said during that essentially because they're allowing people to take on more debt instead of default, they can essentially say, oh, well, our models are forecasting our income's going to be even better because there's all these people that are taking on more and more debt. That means more interest and more income to us. What they're not telling, and what they don't have to tell people, is, hey, there's a huge amount of risk that we're also taking on right here, which our models just aren't really taking into consideration. And we don't want to tell you that as shareholders, because guess what? You're going to start selling our stock. We're not going to get our huge bonuses, and we love our bonuses. We're bankers after all. Or what is it? Banksters. So anyway, let's take a look. I gotta say, George Gammon, great word there, banksters. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you. Paul Holden, an analyst at CIBC Capital Markets, said Bank of Nova Scotia and National Bank bear watching because they offer variable payment products that pass higher interest rates directly on to customers. So essentially, National Bank and Bank of Nova Scotia are essentially passing those costs directly onto the customer. They're not allowing the can-kicking process that the other banks are doing, and they are screwing. I just want to make it clear, the other banks, they may be can-kicking, but they are screwing people in the sense that they're pushing people further and further down a hole to which they're not going to be able to climb out of. So the probability of them defaulting keeps increasing. But it would be evident in the Bank of Nova Scotia and National Bank quicker than the other banks on what's going on if they're having default issues or if something's going on with their mortgage portfolio, which is absolutely huge. So I want to take you over to this now. And this is National Bank's change in cash. It's quarterly change in cash. And I think this is so important. So thank you if you made it to this point in the video, because you're going to be rewarded now. And essentially, National Bank changing cash. This is a 10-year chart on white charts. I signed up for a free trial, so I can essentially show you this because they have some great charts on here. I might actually buy a subscription for it, to be honest. But anyways, if you look at this, it's looking a little bit suspicious right now, isn't it? If you look at 2022, they recorded nearly 10 billion gone in April 2022, and then they recorded 7.14 billion gone in the October quarter that was just reported. So if you look historically, they haven't seen these dramatic swings in their cash balance, up, down. It's very, very odd to see that type of thing happening on a balance sheet in a bank. Now, you've got to remember, banks are very, very, very clever and fluff up their balance sheets to look better than they are. At the end of the day, they have so much power and control that it is unreal what they can do.
We found that overpayments of $4.6 billion were made to ineligible individuals. And we estimated that at least $27.4 billion of payments to individuals and employers should be instigated further.
Canada's Auditor General has reported on COVID benefit programs and found the federal government didn't take enough measures to make sure people who didn't qualify were getting money. Karen Hogan says for her office, it's almost impossible to determine who made an honest mistake when applying for benefits and who was trying to cheat the system.
When it comes to the businesses, there was very little information that was collected on a monthly basis. And so without post-payment verification, it would be almost impossible to know the ability to recover or not, or even to identify with greater certainty what went to ineligible businesses, which is why much more rigorous post-payment work is needed in the government.
Hogan looked at 5 programs, including the worker lockdown benefit and recovery benefit, and found the programs worked as intended, get cash to struggling Canadians during the pandemic. But the programs also didn't try to verify application information before or after payments, and the time limit for getting that cash back is fast approaching.
I think the Liberals need to present a plan first, like I said before. We have not seen a plan of what they intend to do. So for us to speculate on what we would and wouldn't support, we haven't seen a plan yet from the Liberal government.
Federal Conservatives couldn't say how they'd resolve this issue, but say this is part of a bigger pattern of waste.
It doesn't include the businesses who were eligible to receive payments for which our party and other parties in the House said they shouldn't have been eligible to receive payments. There was almost $7 billion in wage subsidy paid to companies who received and then paid dividends.
I can tell you I have no regrets. I think if I look at my own writing of Delta businesses, many only exist today because of the work that we did around the wage subsidy.
Liberal cabinet ministers seemed confident the Auditor General validated their policies, but the federal government at this time is only partially accepting an auditor recommendation to increase verification of possible CERB fraud cases. The auditor says if Canada is just going to forgive these cases, they should just do so rather than being ambiguous. But Employment Minister Carla Qualtrough says they do intend to get the money back.
The work isn't done, right? We paused repayment during Omicron. We paused repayment when the Canada Workers Benefit came out. Like, we're trying to work with Canadians in a very difficult time, and I wouldn't mistake a lack of aggressive pursuit for not doing it, just for being compassionate.
In Ottawa, Shelley Lee, City News.
We now have some breaking political news. U.S. networks are projecting that voters in Georgia have just sent another Democrat to the U.S. Senate.
was a young boy, playing at the park. And Johnny said, oh, Dad, can you take me home? Johnny was young, never no one too early for that. He was at the party, he met a boy named Jimmy. He's a cutie, and he chose him both. Take my soul, share my crayon, share my goals. His daddy walked by with his side, said, Johnny, sit by my side. I'm gonna give you the best advice you never heard in your life. See that boy named Jimmy, yeah, he's a cutie, but no, Johnny, no. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. You get picked on by another. Better go run for cover, yeah. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. Johnny run away, nah, Johnny, no. You get picked on by another. Better go run for cover. Johnny started high school at the front of the bus. Some boys shout, oh man, come sit with us. Johnny found a seat with a boy named Pete and felt it again. As he was trying to play pretend, the feelings came rushing in. And he thought, Johnny ran away, no, Johnny, no. Johnny ran away, no, Johnny, no. You get picked on by another. Better go run for cover, yeah. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. Johnny run away, nah, Johnny, no. You get picked on by another. Better go run for cover. I don't wanna talk about the trap. I dream big, real big. Since I've been on daddy's lap, got my dreams by my side. Keep them in my pocket so that when I get the chance, I can rip that out of pocket. It's like my golden ticket. It's the reason that I'm here. Everybody has a dream that frozen by fear. We won't stand in the rain. We go and run for cover. All there is to blame is getting beat down by another. So we go and find someone that will love and support us. Says they adore us. Maybe for us, then we forget about ambitions and decisions would change. I think that I was only 7 when Johnny ran away, no, Johnny ran away, no, Johnny, no. You get picked on by another. Better go run for cover, yeah. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. Johnny run away, nah, Johnny, no. You get picked on by another. Better go run for cover. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. Getting picked on by another. Better go and run for cover. No. Johnny run away, no, Johnny, no. Getting picked on by another. Better go run for cover. No. Wants to listen to the kids these days, yeah, the fibs these days, yeah,
Just give me one fine day, plain sailing, whether or not I can fuck up anything. Anything, it was a wonderful life. We were together and now I fucked up every little goddamn thing. Emily lied to me. This was supposed to be easy. Found the one damn person to help me fall asleep in the night. Sleeping gets tiring. Dark reminds me of dying. As long as there's feeble, the heart is still beating. You will find me racing through every room, switching on all the lights. Problem with falling in love in late night bars is that there's always more nights, there's always more bars. Problem with showing your love of your scars is that everybody's lover is covered in scars. So give me one fine day when you say whether or not I fucked up anything. Anything, it was a wonderful life since we were together. And now I fucked up everything got fractured. I felt faithless. The moment just before the dawn, everything fall apart. Baby, I didn't mean it. Things get desperate. Let's let my guard, let go of the rudder. Now we're drifting in the current away from one another. Give me one fine day, plain sailing, whether or not I fuck up anything. Anything, it was a wonderful life since we were together. And now I fucked up everything. Skirting round the rim, doing something braver, not just standing, jumping in, turning circles into squares, laying down the bare facts like a bird, like a bat. I can almost find the words, but see the way you hold your hand, speak my name like a curse upon your pretty lips. The pressure right behind your fingertips. And when you see me for all that I am, I couldn't make mistakes to make a difference anymore. For myself, turn on my knees and go
got out backwards and broke. Everybody was coming out of the gut. Big fucking toes sticking out here to suck. I had to be fucking like all of it, twisted the lid one drug. All of our shit, recession, oh shit. You had session to begin with. What you know about a dine and dash? Free as a cake was a midnight snack. When I was growing up, shit was just not right. Kids had a hot lunch, I had a hot flight. You know what it's like taking ice and shower and a candle and beer. It's got no power. It's not great, just drinking a board. I'm waiting, just telling my story. Ain't got no job, ain't got no money, if you know what I'm saying. Passing by, just sitting on the dump and saying, ain't got no job, ain't got no money. You know what I'm saying? Passing by, just sitting on the dump. You know about being broke, but I need a joke, and my rope. Hang up, trying to go, trying not to choke, cause I still got old man. You know about gold checks, incorrect, I was in debt, on that bed, cause a punch in the head is the hardest thing that will change in a sec. Speaking of the natural actions, thought I did, but I'm one track, my sins, a branch, my path for a match, my pockets are rocking, my toes are racking, still got a plate on my knees, yeah, it's in my little G in this, buddies over there with 3 kids, I'm going to a jar of cheese, this, she's big, yes, who, Johnny Dunk, we go to the rescue, half of a brand, the walking butter, the stone telling what's wrong with ducks, roll, I wonder what's a piece of pair of Ray-Bans, you can attack the beat, you know the bass is, all you do, myself, having a cup, so there's a prize, there's a bottom line, said, ain't got no job, I ain't got no money, you know what I'm saying, I can buy you along with dump, he said, ain't got no job, I ain't got no money, you know what I'm saying, that's been bad, it's along with dump, he said. You know about being broke, but I didn't choke. And I'm rope, drinking the boat, just trying to go, trying not to choke. I still got hope, man. You know about gold checks, getting wrecked, broken death, blowing in fingers, a punch in the head, it's the hardest thing that will change the set.
Yeah.
Sleep intro, take 2.
That's Tyler and that's Josh back in June of 2011, about to play the first show outside of their home state. There really wasn't a good reason to capture footage that night, other than an unspoken pity between them. A feeling that it would work. A feeling that playing in front of 12 people would be the perfect way to start the music video for their song, Obviously.
I wake up finding Andy, but then by the time I find it, he needs to rip my heart apart. You start planning my crash landing, I go up to the ceiling. Then I feel my soul start leaving, like an omen's here receding. I'm bleeding, so please on my knees repeatedly, asking why it's got to be like this. Is this living free? I don't want to be the one, be the one that lets the sun fall out of my hands out to the moon. Take this weapon, force in darkness, don't see a pen, I see a harpoon. I'll stay away. The dark's not taking prisoners tonight.
A few years of touring the United States in a van had finally started to pay off. On this night in January of 2013, 21 pilots prepared to showcase their new album in front of 300 hometown fans who packed inside a dark, sweaty basement.
I'm not scared in the morning. I don't hear those voices calling. I must have kicked them out. I must have kicked them out. I swear I heard demons yelling. Those crazy words they were spelling. They told me I was gone. They told me I was gone. Don't tell them I want you to let me go.
told me I wasn't good. But I'm telling you, don't you let me go. Till I let it go. Your plans are insignificant. Please tell me and your plans for me. I will set my soul on fire. What have I become? I'm telling you, and your plans for me. I will set my soul on fire. What have I become? I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Please tell me and your plans for me. I will set my soul on fire. What have I become? I'm sorry. Nobody thinks what I think. Nobody dreams when they blink. Think things on the brink of blasphemy. I'm my own strength. Think things are after me. I'm my catastrophe. I'm a kitchen sink. You don't know what that means. Because a kitchen sink to you is not a kitchen sink to me. Okay, friend? Are you searching for purpose? Then write something, yeah, it might be worthless. Then paint something, and it might be wordless. Pointless curses, nonsense verses. You'll see purpose start to surface. No one else is dealing with your demons. Meaning, maybe defeating them could be the beginning of your meaning, friend. Nobody thinks what you think, no one. Empathy might be on the brink of extinction. They will play a game and say they know what you're going through, and I try to come up with an artistic way to say they don't know you, and neither do I. So here's a prime example of a stand-up guy who hates what he believes and loves it at the same time. Here's my brother and his head screwed up by that time. He's moment in the moment when I'm living in a moment in a momentary sin in a moment past and after. I'm getting over many memories, pretending enemies are frenemies, sending me straight to pity me for my behavior, but I better could have been a better man. Copy and paste, caught in the copy, but your rise by me. The better the rhythm, the better I am, but the better I am. Gamble and Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me down. Those stairs is where I be, I know my problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I, we got a lot of problems. You know where I'm coming from. No, I am running to you. All I'm feeling is tonight, tonight, tonight. You. I wanted to be a better brother, better son. Wanted to be a better adversary to the evil I am done. I am done. So the one I love, but tonight, tonight, tonight. You. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me down. Those days is when I mean I know my problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I, we got a lot of problems. Polarize is taking your disguises, separating them, splitting them up from wrong and right. It's deciding where to die and deciding where to fight. Tonight, tonight, tonight. Oh. I wanted to be a better brother, better son. Wanted to be a better adversary to the evil I am done. I am done too short, so the one I love, but tonight, tonight, tonight. Oh. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me down. Those days is when I mean I know my problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I, we got a lot of problems. We have problems. We have problems. Think I lost my halo. I don't know where you are. You'll have to come and find me, find me. Domingo and fuego. I think I lost my halo. I don't know where you are. You'll have to come and find me, find me. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I have problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I have problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I have problems. Help me polarize, help me polarize, help me out. My friends and I have problems. Wanted to be a better brother, better son. I wanted to be a better brother, better son. I wanted to be a better brother, better son. was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleed. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder.
Okay. Kind of cool.
Should have stayed. Were the signs I ignored? Can I help you not to hurt anymore?
You okay?
We saw brilliance when the world was asleep. There are things that we can have but can't keep. If they say, who cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? It flickers, flickers. Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, or quicker, quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out? Well, I do. The reminders pull the floor from your feet. In the kitchen, one more chair than you need. Oh, and you're angry, and you should be. It's not fair. Just 'cause you can't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. They say, who cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? It flickers, flickers. Who Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, or quicker. Who cares when the light goes out? Well, I Who cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? It flickers. Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, or quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out?
What did I just do? People know I got to know what the fuck I just did. I think I was supposed to write it down too. Fucking shit, right? Great. I'm gonna go pee.
You okay? Sorry, just looked like you were about to walk into the closet. I'm like, I want to do that sometimes too.
Yeah, you know the pause.
I'm taking over my body, back in control of my shoddy. I bet a lot of me was lost, T's I crossed and I's and dotted. I thought it a lot, and it seems a lot like flesh is all I got. Not anymore, flesh out the door, swat. I must have looked out, you can't trust me. I'm open the moment it goes when you show it before you put them out to see. And never to write and think about it, and the story unfolds. You should take my life, you should take my soul. You are surrounding all my surroundings, sounding down the mountain range of my left side. You are surrounding my surroundings, twisting the kaleidoscope behind my and the windowsill looks really nice, right? You think twice about your life, it probably happens at night, right? Fight it, take the pain, ignite it, tie it, don't surround your mind. Loosen the breeze, find and tie it to a tree. Tell it you belong to me. This ain't a noose, this is a leash, and I am yours for you. You must obey me. You are surrounding all my surroundings, sounding down the mountain range of my left side brain. You are surrounding all my surroundings, twisting the kaleidoscope behind both of my eyes. I'm taking over my body, back in control of my mind. People's lost tears across the eyes and nothing. I'm finding the line and see the reflection.
There's nothing else fucking line. I mean, baby girl, what's your name? You know, my water, I'm in pain. You know me. walk it, I'll not walk it. And you can do it all by yourself.
Tractors, but for many, what they're all about is care. With us to help with that, and perhaps explain everyone should care, we're joined by Michael Geist. He's Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law at the University of Ottawa, host of the Long Bites podcast, and he comes to us tonight from Lusaka, Zambia. And Michael, as I welcome you to the program, most of the time we have you on, you come to us from our nation's capital. You are a long, long way away from that today. What takes you to Zambia?
Yeah, it's my first time here as well. I am here with a UN agency, working with government officials on digital policy development and training. So I'm here for the week, trying to work with them to try to get their internet and digital law to speed.
Gotcha. Okay, just before we start with the Q&A, Michael, let's just establish off the top here that TVO has an online platform. It does make content available to people in Canada, which means C18 would apply to us depending on what the final product looks like. So we just put that out there in the interest of full disclosure. C11, C18, how do they differ? Let's start there.
Well, they're part of what the government actually says will be a three-part package dealing with broadcasting, which is C11, news, which is C18, and sometime in the future, online harms or online safety is the third part of the package. And while there is some commonalities to be sure, there's certainly a target on the backs of the large internet companies when it comes to this legislation. There are some pretty significant differences in terms of how they will affect individuals and what their implications are from a legislation perspective.
And for people who just haven't followed every nuance of this story all the way along, they have become very controversial, both of these bills. What makes them so?
They have, and I think they should be controversial. Part of it is because this is government moving into an area where they are regulating the speech, frankly, of everyday users. In the case of Bill C11, the Broadcasting Act, the big concern and the reason this bill really took off was the fact that it started to move into the potential regulation of user-generated content. People posting things to TikTok and YouTube and Instagram. And while the government has insisted that that's not their intent, the reality is, at least right now, the language still covers it. In the context of C18, which is designed to provide more money from Google and Facebook for media companies, it's controversial in part because who benefits? 75% of the money goes to broadcasters. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars here. But it's also controversial because part of the legislation, indeed the government now says the foundation of the legislation, is trying to compensate for linking on the internet. And that's activities that everybody engages every day. And the idea that if I post a link on Facebook, Facebook needs to pay for that link if it goes to another service doesn't sit well with a lot of people.
Okay, let's pick this apart a little bit. User-generated content is a very broad definition, which could include everything from a reputable news service to a not particularly reputable news service to people putting their cat videos on. What is the concern that's going to be impinged upon here that people are worried about?
Well, the concern is that you're right. There's user-generated content really quite lives anything in the slightest way commercial from a user-generated content perspective. And in Canada, what I think we've seen over the last year or so is as this bill less than a year, but the predecessor even going further, has come to the fore, is that we've seen so many Canadian digital creators who are making a living online, whether it's on TikTok or YouTube, some of them with massive audiences in the millions around the world, concerned that this legislation is going to really harm their ability to practice their craft, to make a living online. So I think it's important to recognize that while it's not, people sometimes refer to things like cat videos, this isn't about cat videos. This is about thousands of Canadian creators who may find themselves negatively affected by this legislation.
Now, I know critics, when they pick a bill apart, they will look at a particular clause and say, aha, you see, that could be interpreted as X, Y, and Z, and therefore it could have an adverse effect on content creators. But that's really not the spirit or the intent of the bill. Is that what we've got going on here?
I don't think it is. You know, the government has said that the intent is to target the large streamers like the Netflixes and Amazon Primes of the world. And had they limited to just that, I think we could have a good debate as to whether or not their approach is the right one. But I don't think it would have sparked the kind of controversy that it has. The problem is that it does go into user content. And I don't think you have to take the creator's word for it. The chair of the CRTC has now appeared 4 times on this bill before House and Senate committees. And despite some attempts to sort of say, I don't think there's a big issue here, he each time comes back to the key fact, and that is the legislation is drafted in a way that incorporates this kind of content.
Okay, maybe give us an example of that. What are people worried will be affected, but adversely affected by this bill that ought not to be?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it links into where some of these regulations may go. And that's something that the government calls discoverability, the desire to ensure that Canadian content can be more easily found or discovered on platforms. And if you do that in a curated subscription service like a Netflix, and you say, hey, we want to make sure that the Canadian content on the platform is easy to find, I don't think people are up in arms. But if you say that you want to do that in a YouTube or a TikTok, it gets very complicated very quickly. Within Canada, we've got real questions as to what counts as Canadian content. We've got rules that would apply for, let's say, large-scale film and television production. We don't have rules at all for digital creators. And so if someone who posts a TikTok or a YouTube video and is acting commercially, are they going to have to register that content with the CRTC? Is there going to be a checklist that determines whether they're in or out? And if they're out rather, because there isn't this, they stand to lose within their own country. But they would say, and confirmed, I think, by the platforms, that the way the algorithms work is that it's even worse for them if they're in. Because what is likely to happen is that their content is going to appear more and more on Canadian feeds, even if it's not something that they necessarily want to see, based on their own user preferences. And those Canadians are unlikely to click on it, or if they do, unlikely to watch it, because it's just not something they're interested in. Companies like Google and TikTok interpret that.
Good morning.
We had independent panels. Isn't answering very legitimate questions. We know the Prime Minister was briefed at least 3 times about foreign interference since the 2019 election. In the briefing, CSIS mentioned Beijing's foreign interference and also mentioned politicians and riding associations being targeted. Simple question. Was the Prime Minister told about Beijing targeting candidates in the 2019 or 2021 elections? blanket allegations of foreign interference. What governments do, Mr. Speaker, what governments do is put in place the appropriate. Also have the RCMP and CSIS who are eyes wide open when it comes to potential threats of foreign interference. We're giving the community all the tools they need, the resources that they need so that we can protect all of our institutions, including elections, Mr. Speaker. That's something that all members should share as a common objective. Thank you.
For Wellington, Halton Hills. Mr. Speaker, CSIS also said in those briefings that the government's response to foreign interference be, quote, grounded in transparency and sunlight, end quote, so that foreign interference is, quote, exposed to the public, end quote. This government's response to our legitimate questions has been anything but. They've stonewalled us for weeks. Commissioner Luckey said yesterday that the RCMP's investigations into broad foreign interference, including interference in democratic processes. Simple question, do these investigations include the 2019 or 2021 elections? Here, here. The Honorable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is an experienced member of the House. He sat in the cabinet. He would know that ministers don't answer questions on details of specific police investigations in the House of Commons. What governments do, Mr. Speaker, what governments do is put in place the appropriate processes to ensure that our democratic institutions are protected from foreign interference, a concern that all members of this House share. And as my colleagues have pointed out, Mr. Speaker, we took steps that previous Conservative governments didn't think they should take to put in place the appropriate mechanisms to ensure the integrity of our elections, and that's exactly what we did.
Politicians are back in Ottawa and fine-tuning their political attacks. The NDP's
Please. Actually, cute. Pretty nice.
The transcript of his interview with, who was the Missouri AG?
He's been deposed in a lawsuit brought by the AGs, the Attorney Generals of both.
C1 here.
Yeah, so this is both Louisiana and Missouri. They have a lawsuit against the federal government, also against the Biden administration for allegedly colluding with social media companies to suppress speech. And they were, so Fauci was deposed, I believe, last week. Yesterday, the full transcript dropped, and it is long. I think it's Fauci did not look great. This is A.G. Landry. He's saying in his press release, Fauci's recent deposition only confirmed what we already knew. Federal bureaucrats in collusion with social media companies want to control not only what you think, but especially what you say. During no time in human history was this more obvious than during COVID-19, where social engineering tactics were used against the American public, not to limit your exposure to a virus, but to limit your exposure to information that did not fit within a government-sanctioned narrative. And you can see, if you read the full transcript, which is it's extremely long, he was deposed for a very long time.
500 pages or something.
Yeah, it was hours and hours of deposition on Fauci's behalf. You can see, I mean, Fauci uses the term "I do not recall," the famous term "I do not recall," many, many, many times. He leans on that very, very heavily. I do not recall, I do not recall. And again, that's very common of people in positions of power whenever they're deposed. The American public is well aware of that. And in a long deposition, you would imagine there would be some "I do not recalls." But I want to put up this statement that we got from Justin Goodman with White Coat Waste Project. That's going to be, let's pop that up on the screen, because Justin, I reached out to him last night. White Coat Waste, we had him on the show a couple weeks back, they've been doing a lot of insanely good FOIA work and a lot of what we know about what the government knew in the early days of the pandemic has come from them. So Justin immediately gave the statement to us here at Counterpoints and said what really jumped out at me from this deposition is that in the deposition, Fauci definitively states at numerous points that it is, quote, impossible that the animal experiments that he funded in Wuhan could have sparked the pandemic. At the same time, he claims he's only vaguely familiar with the project he was funding there, and that he barely knows the key players, including some of these scientists. People may be familiar with Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance. And Fauci, Justin says, cannot have it both ways. Hopefully the incoming House GOP majorities promise COVID origins investigation can refresh his memory and get the truth. All right, Ryan, I think that is a really big tension for Fauci. And in the deposition, you can see him repeatedly saying, I'm vaguely familiar with Daszak, I'm vaguely familiar with the EcoHealth Alliance, but also it is impossible. Impossible is what he's saying publicly, that the animal research here created the pandemic.
My favorite part was that he also doesn't know how to pronounce Daszak.
Yes.
Which I still don't. I've been reporting on the guy for 2 years.
Let's just go with Daszak.
Go with Daszak. It says, the lawyer says, how do you say his name if you know? and Fauci says, I'm not sure. I think it's Daszak. I think so. But completely unhelpful transcript because it just spells the name. Like I need to go listen to the audio. And then he says, we've met once or twice,
but I don't know.
But I'm not sure if we've met. And then he says there's a picture of us at a scientific conference, and he rightly says, like, look, that happens a lot. I mean, hundreds of people at scientific conferences, they're like, it's Dr. Fauci, let me get a picture. They snap a selfie. Years long later, they might start a pandemic, and then now all of a sudden you're getting blamed for the pandemic because this person snapped a selfie with you. But you're right, that he consistently says, yes, it's true that NIAID funded EcoHealth Alliance, but this particular project, did we fund that particular one? Well, who knows?
Well, and they also get into a ridiculous debate about gain of function, and this is something that you've covered a lot about Fauci and the medical establishment being very cagey about what the actual definition of gain of function is, because that might mean the grant that was given to EcoHealth Alliance, a government grant given to EcoHealth Alliance that would have had to have been approved by Fauci. And he's saying in this deposition, it wasn't he doesn't remember, but he doesn't think it was at his level. It may have been a deputy that it came across their desk, not his desk, something to that effect. That the money was going to something that was intentionally gain of function. There had been a federal cessation of gain of funding for gain of function research. And he's basically concedes at one point in this deposition, one of the terms in the grant could mean amplifying the virus.
Really good. Yeah. And so I'll just read a little tiny bit of that. The lawyer says, so you refer to conditions under which such research should be done when you're generating potentially dangerous viruses. Is that right? First of all, is that kind of research generally referred to as gain of function research? And here, just stops. Gain of function, this is Fauci, gain of function is a very potentially misleading terminology.
Yes.
And that was one of the reasons why several years ago, outside groups, not the NIH, made the determination that they would much more strictly define the guardrails of experiments that would require additional oversight, and did away with the terminology gain of function because it can often be very confusing and misleading. Read between the lines of what he's saying there. In order to stave off government regulation, these outside organizations said that they were going to self-regulate, that they were going to police themselves, put up their own guardrails, and also, by the way, they were going to get rid of this pesky term, gain of function, so that if somebody comes asking, like, are you doing gain of function research over here? Well, there is no such thing really as gain of function research, and we've put up all of these guardrails.
Right.
And this giant debate is happening between 2012, 2013, 2014. Obama, to his great credit, I wasn't even following this at the time, clearly got a very good briefing on this issue. It was like, you know what, this looks dangerous. And he paused all gain of function research. Not long after the pause was lifted, I guess the Trump campaign comes in, and Trump administration comes in, and Fauci, who has 40 years of bureaucratic knife-fighting experience, is like, oh, cool, new administration, new rules, I can get this lifted. You get it lifted, a couple years later, we have a pandemic. That alone does not prove prove anything, but the timeline is frightening. That if what is alleged to have happened in the Wuhan lab did actually spark the pandemic, it only took a couple of years of this risky research. We're still doing it, and we're doing it at a much greater clip around the world at this point.
We hosted a few months back, I think it was over the summer, a debate between someone at MIT and someone at Johns Hopkins on what gain of function is and if it's worth it. So that was a very clarifying conversation. So if folks are interested in that, they can check it out. That was back at the Hill. But it was fascinating to pit experts against each other, because this is a question experts disagree on. Now, I think most of the public is probably in our camp run. That's like, this is no, I can stop. And so to Justin's point, that a House GOP, now that we know they'll have the majority, McCarthy has said, he's told me, he's told other people, that he absolutely will be investigating the origins of COVID. I think, though, that this deposition, which is hours long, hundreds of pages long, is a great glimpse into what that's going to look like if they try to get Fauci to testify. I don't think he has any fear of testifying. That's why he goes on every different show that'll have him. People, he wants to talk to people. He's arrogant to the point where he thinks he can explain away, that he can basically talk through any of these questions. So I don't know how productive it is to continue investigating, continue probing Fauci, because he doesn't admit to anything. He says, he'll get into these. At one point, the attorney basically says, stop going on tangents in the deposition, because it does seem to be an intentional sort of deflection technique where he's talking for a really long time and going in different directions in order to distract from one question or another. So if House Republicans want to get to the bottom of this, I know that Fauci is a headline grabber. I doubt that Fauci himself is, that you're going to get any productive lines of inquiry out of Fauci himself at this point, because he is ready to talk in circles around absolutely anyone without revealing pretty much anything.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Soccer and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So if you can help us out, become a premium subscriber today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us. And if you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only for you.
Have you guys followed the story closely? Have you read all the tweets by Matt Taibbi?
I have seen a bunch of what Matt Taibbi has posted in his Substack.
Should we just get into that first?
Yes. I feel like we're already in it.
All right. So if you can pull up the tweet thread so we can read it. While you're doing that, I'm going to read the article from Wall Street Journal. Musk's release of internal emails relating to Twitter's 2020 censorship and news. By any definition, even if the mainstream media dismisses it, there will be many threads to unspool as more is released. By a couple of points are already worth making. The first is that Musk would do the country a favor by releasing the documents out all at once for everyone to inspect. The second point is who's for Rep. Ro Khanna, the California Progressive Democrat, who warned Twitter in 2020 about the free speech implications and political backlash of censoring the New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop. A third point is the confirmation of the central role that former spies played in October 2020 in framing the Hunter Biden story in a way that made it easier for Twitter and Facebook to justify their censorship. Recall that former Democratic intelligence officials James Clapper and John Brennan led the spooks in issuing a public statement suggesting that the laptop may have been hacked and its content was Russian disinformation. Okay, so do you guys know how many days it took for CBS to admit that the Hunter Biden story was a real story? You guys know the exact date? Have they done it yet? Yeah. Do you know how long it took? 769 days. It took them 769 days to say the story about Hunter Biden is real. It took them a half a second to say Russian collusion was real and it was fake. Okay, so think about why people don't trust all the stuff that's taking place with media. So let's go through this thread together. If you want to zoom in, and folks, if you haven't read it, I'm going to read it. Zoom in a little bit more if you could. There you go.
Should we explain up front who Matt Taibbi.
Go ahead, tell the audience.
Oh, no, he's just
Rolling Stones. He's a Rolling Stones guy.
journalist.
Yeah, not a Republican.
Not a Republican.
By far.
But I would have been more in the common sense camp. He's not. I think he's more left than he is right.
And he got
He's a legitimate investigative reporter.
Actual reporter, which that word is so loose these days. But in fact, he got access through Elon.
Yeah.
To get all this information.
So what Elon is doing, he's going and getting a bunch of these guys to come join the team, which is crazy. I love what he's doing. So let's read through it. Okay. So Thread, the Twitter files. Look how many likes it got, by the way. 373,000 likes, 155,000 retweets. What you're about to read is the first installment in a series based upon thousands of internal documents obtained by sources at Twitter. The Twitter files tell an incredible story from one side of the world's largest and most influential social media platform. It is a Frankenstein tale of a human-built mechanism grown out of control of the design of its designer. Twitter in its conception was a brilliant tool for enabling mass communication, making a true real global conversation possible. For the first time, in an early conception, Twitter more than lived up to its mission statement, giving people the power to create and share ideas and information instantly without barriers. As time progressed, however, the company was slowly forced to add those barriers. Some of the first tools for controlling speech were designed to combat the likes of spam and financial fraudsters. Makes sense.
That's important to point out.
There's no question about that. Slowly over time, Twitter staff and executives began to find more and more users for these tools. Outsiders began petitioning the company to manipulate speech as well. First a little, then more often, then consistently. By 2020, requests from the connected actors to delete tweets were routine. One executive would write to another, more to review from the Biden team. The reply would come back, and if you look at that email, there's 5 of them right there, Pat.
What's the date?
October 24, 2020, a week before election.
Yep.
Very good point. Number 9, celebrities and unknowns alike could be removed and reviewed at the behest of a political party. Again, this is another one. So you click on it, click on that picture, zoom in a little bit to it. I grabbed the first one under SI, deferred to safety on the high-profile second one. Okay, an additional report from DNC. This is now on the 25th. They're replying back to it. Okay, let's go back to the email. Number 8, go to number 9.
And the high-profile second one was James Woods.
I saw that.
Go number 10. Go number 10. Both parties had access to these tools. For instance, in 2020, requests from both the Trump White House and Biden campaign were received and honored. However, the system wasn't balanced. It was based on contacts because Twitter was and is overwhelmingly staffed by people on one political orientation. There were more channels, more ways to complain, open to the left, well Democrats, and the right. By the way, people need to know 99% of employees at Twitter donate to the Democratic Party. It went from 96%, it's at 99%.
You remember after the midterms, we broke down, each of the big tech Silicon Valley, the way that they sway politically, and it was all the big actors, right? Facebook, Meta, this, that, it was all 90+%.
The resulting slant in content moderation decision is visible in documents you're about to read. However, it's also suspended multiple current and former items. Exactly. Okay, there are more thorough others around. The Twitter Files Part 1. How and why Twitter blocked the Hunter Biden laptop story. On October 14, 2020, New York Post published Biden's secret emails, an expose based on the contents of Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop. Okay? Twitter took extraordinary steps to suppress the story, removing the links and posting warnings that it may be unsafe. They even blocked its transmission via direct message tool.
Hitherto
reserved stream.
Previously.
That's
how you know he's a real journalist. He uses words like hitherto.
White House spokeswoman Kelly McEnany was locked out of her account for tweeting about the story, prompting a furious letter from Trump campaign after Mike Hahn was seated, at least pretend to care for the next 20 days.
By the way, she wasn't just the White House spokeswoman. She was the press secretary.
That is insane to me. Kelly
Haley McEnany.
Sorry, Kelly. She knows it's confusing.
She has been locked out from her account for simply talking about the New York Post story. All she did was cite the story and firsthand reported that it has been reported by other outlets and not disputed by the campaign. I need an answer immediately on when and how she will be unlocked. I also don't appreciate how nobody on his team called me regarding the news that you'll be censoring news articles. Like I said, at least pretend to care for the next 20 days.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Request on October 14th. Yeah, so Twitter, okay, there you go. This led public policy executive Caroline Strong to send out a polite WTF query. Several employees noted there was tension between the comms policy teams who had little less control over moderation and the safety trust teams. Can you click on and see what that one says?
So safety and trust as a team had more power than communication.
It's insane, Tom. Okay, go back to it. Let's wrap it up. There's only 4 more. Interesting. Folks, I'm reading this assuming some of you guys maybe haven't read all of them. Number 21, Strong's note returned the answer that the laptop story had been removed for violation of the company's hacked material policy. Okay, keep going down. Although several sources recalled hearing about a general warning from federal law enforcement that summer about possible foreign hacks, there's no evidence that I've seen of any government involvement in the laptop story. In fact, that might have been the problem. The decision was made at the highest level of the company, but without the knowledge of Jack Dorsey. Wow. With the former head of legal policy and trust, Vijaya Gade playing a key role. Interesting that they're skipping Jack Dorsey to even ask the CEO, founder of the company. They just freelanced it, is how one former employee characterized the decision. Hacking was the excuse, but within a few hours, pretty much everyone realized it wasn't going to well, but no one had the guts to reverse it. And last but not least, you can see the confusion in the following lengthy exchange, which ends up including Gad and former trust and safety chief Yo Roth. Comms official Trenton Kennedy writes, I'm struggling to understand the policy basis for making this unsafe. Can you click on that? Zoom on a little bit. Okay, Trenton, I'm struggling to understand the policy basis for making this unsafe. And I think the best explainability argument for this externally would be we're waiting to understand if this story is the result of hacked materials. We'll face our questions on there's okay, which people okay, go to the next one if there's any. I think maybe 1 or 2 left. 25, 26. By this point, everyone knew this was fucked. Said one former employee, but the response was essentially on to err on the side of continuing to err. Okay, keep going down. There's former VP of Global Comms, Brandon Berman, asks, can we truthfully claim that this is part of the policy? To which former Deputy General Jim Baker seems to advise staying the non-course because caution is warranted. A fundamental problem with tech companies, economic moderation. Many people in charge of free speech, care little about speech and have to be told the basics of outsiders. In one humorous exchange on day one, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna reaches out to Gab to gently suggest she hop on the phone to talk about the backlash. Free speech. Khanna was the only Democratic official I could find in the files who expressed concern. Okay, I mean we can go more and more. You cannot stop it at this moment. We've got the bubble. Tom, what are your thoughts when you see something like this?
So this is an organization that doesn't know what free speech is, and basically they have become politicized. That's an objective statement just by reading this. And Khanna was correct. He said, listen, free speech is the ability to peacefully assemble and present your point of view. You know, it used to bother me terribly when I was in college and I would see, and I think it was in Ohio, these Nazi groups, like a club, you know, more than a club, and their little brown shirts would come out and get together and hold a little bit of a rally and speak. And I just think it's just so wrong to hear that, but it was free speech. So
you would see that with your own eyes. You'd see Nazi.
No. I was watching the coverage. I was watching the coverage, and I would say, wow, I don't like what they're saying. This is really terrible. This a lot of people feel hurt by this. But it's like, but the price of free speech is free speech. They're not armed. They weren't tearing up towns. And I think what has happened here is companies have become politicized, and it becomes a communication way. And I find this to be really illuminating, especially when they get down, they start talking about free speech, and then they start talking about external defensibility. That tells you that adults in the room knew that they had trouble with what they were doing.
Tom, what is the not telling the CEO? This is the big, like, imagine, like, oh, we didn't think we need to share this with you. Something small happened yesterday. I'm like, how come I didn't know about it? But on a situation like this, do you think Dorsey wants to know something like this? This is the biggest story that's going to go out. You don't call the CEO of the company.
Look,
Dorsey, if you take a look at Dorsey over the last year, he's had extended periods of absence. Didn't he, wasn't he like on an extended retreat somewhere?
He was very focused on crypto, Square. He was
Correct, he had
showing up at the
There's
Bitcoin
a lot of things
conferences.
going on, but he was also out of the country for a while. And there is something to be said about walking around your own organization. Pat, you've led and been an investor in several organizations at the same time. What is the difference for you to be on site walking around versus like emails and Zooms and everything else? It's different when it's on site. You can kind of sense things. You get the side conversations. And I don't think Dorsey was getting any of that. And they even said, we kind of freelanced this and didn't tell the boss. They openly said it.
Yeah, to me, first of all, I don't understand the concept of a CEO being on vacation for 24 months, and you shouldn't be a CEO if you want to do that. You're right, CEO, step down. That's not something you should be doing. Anyways, if that's the story, what are your thoughts about this when you see this?
So, there's a couple different things that I'm kind of ruminating in my head. Number one, they're using the term bombshell. I don't think it's a bombshell. Meaning, was anybody shocked that the people at Twitter were limiting free speech? I don't think anybody's completely shocked by that. I think that's the reason that Elon, and we all understand why, Elon said, all right, I got to kind of step in and be a freedom of speech advocate, and that's the reason he bought Twitter. Let's not forget that Elon Musk voted for who in 2020? Joe Biden voted for Joe Biden. I'll repeat that. Elon Musk voted for Joe Biden. So it almost shows the independence and the good nature of Elon. He could say, hey, look, I could not support Trump and not support what he stands for, but at the same time, I can be sort of an equal opportunist and an umpire and say, this was wrong, right? Because ultimately this comes down to Elon Musk. I think we all would agree. Would this story have leaked, or would Matt Taibbi had access to these Twitter files if not for Elon Musk? Would you agree with that, Pat?
You said, of course, you said bombshell. It's merely an accusation subject for debate that's spinning around the View and everything else that are not really news organizations. But maybe it's not a bombshell, but it certainly is a validation. Would you agree?
I agree. I think it's something that this is essentially the reason why Elon Musk bought Twitter. One of the reasons. It's freedom of speech. You saw that he's brought back Trump, but Trump didn't want to go back on there. He's brought back Kanye, who has now sort of canceled himself at this point. He brought back Tate. He's bringing people back that should have never left Twitter. I guess my question is, if everything would have played out and freedom of speech would have been, allowed, how much would that have moved the needle of the election? That's a question. I'm not making a point.
How about you ask yourself, what do you think?
Well, what I'm trying to distinguish is freedom of speech, information, circulation. I think we can all agree upon that. Versus a totally separate topic, election fraud, election deniers. Freedom of speech.
This is part of election fraud.
You don't but that information.
This is election.
But that's what I'm stating is that freedom of speech, disinformation is not actual election fraud. Is it limiting information? Yes, we're on the same page there. But the two are separate. That's what I think.
Wait. No, but stay there. So you asked a wonderful question. Why don't you answer your own wonderful question? What's your question?
I said, how much of this actually played a part of the election?
Answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw what happened with Hillary when James Comey came out and basically said, and
I agree.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. And, allegedly that could have swayed the electorate, right? But I don't know. I mean, it's not like we're there counting the ballots.
You can't play that game.
I'm asking a question.
But here's what if you're asking a question of us, you ought to be able to answer that question yourself.
So,
because I'll give you my answer.
Okay, but here's what I'm saying.
Yeah, tell me.
What is the actual Hunter Biden laptop story? Meaning, I personally don't think that Hunter Biden is this evil henchman that's making all these deals behind
around the bush, bro. Answer your own question you just asked. You answered your own question.
I'm saying that whatever happened with Hunter Biden and Twitter was wrong and should have not been suppressed. At the same time, that was not election fraud.
Bro, you still are not answering. So do you realize what it is to ask somebody a question that you're not willing to answer yourself?
I asked the question. Go ahead.
Let me put the question you said. do we need to go back and show you what you asked? How much of this would have impacted the election? Answer your own question. I don't know.
That's the whole point.
But you can't say I don't know.
Could it have moved the needle? Would it have moved the needle in Arizona? Would it have moved the needle in Pennsylvania?
So here's the.
Would it have moved the needle? I don't know.
Adam, I think you have a belief under there and you just don't want to say it. You started this talk about James Comey in the emails, and we can also go back at Bush versus Gore. Bush had a drunk driving conviction that came out less than 2 weeks ahead. Polls moved. You didn't just turn 18 yesterday and just start voting. You've been around several elections, and you see how these things move voters. They do. You can answer your own question. And you brought up Comey.
You guys are missing my point. I'm saying that information should have been circulated. Agreed. Could that have moved the needle? Yes. Possibly. Definitely. But that is not election fraud. Election fraud is a separate topic. All the lawsuits that Trump went to each and every single court were struck down and lost. Okay, so you guys are trying to conflate Hunter Biden with the election fraud.
So a conspiracy of media keeps information from the voter. That's not fraud.
Yeah. So let's
No, that's suppression. It's not fraud. It's voter suppression. So you're suppressing the vote.
Let's unpack this a little bit. Okay, let's unpack this a little bit. What you just said. You open up a can of worms. You asked the question that maybe I should have asked the question. Well, you asked the question. So if you asked the question, you got to own the question. So
no, I'm asking you guys the question. You answer the question.
But no, if you do ask a question like that, you have the question you're asking. So let me give you the answer to that question. To say, would it have really? And I love because I watched so much CNN the last couple of days. Okay, the last 2-3 days. Can you do me a favor? Go on CNN's YouTube channel and then go on MSNBC's YouTube channel. Go on CNN's YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and go to CNN. I want to show you. Hey, John Malone. You say you're right there, right? You're fine. So, hey, John Malone or Chris Denuncio, click on videos for me and zoom in a little bit so we can all see it. All right. So that's 4 hours. Zoom out a little bit so all the videos are on the same page. Okay. So first one is about what? She's signing off last month. She's like, how sweet. Yeah. Chasing life. Smelling So watch this. Reporter shows how China's zero COVID policy. No problem. Trump. Russia. Another story. Pence about Trump. Keep going. Another story. Where's Twitter? Not Trump. Keep going. Still no Twitter story. Keep going. No Twitter story. Keep going. No Twitter story. Keep going. No Twitter story. We're at 2 days now. We're at Sunday night. Keep going. There's a Trump story on every more video. By the way, the only reason you don't talk about it is because it has that kind of influence. So I can do the same thing with MSNBC, CBS, ABC, everybody. Fine. Let me go to the other part. About would it have had any impact? It was on its way for being the most viral tweet ever on Twitter. That's how crazy this Twitter was. Tweet was by New York Post. Before they shut it down, it was on fire, going viral. The only reason it was going viral was because everybody was interested to see if this man who's about to be our president is using his card of presidency to steal money or get money from others. That is a valid concern for people to ask. People who go into politics for a long time and become rich concerns everybody from both sides, the left, right, or the middle. A politician shouldn't go from making $140 grand a year to being worth $140 million or $20 million or $50 million. There's something that happened there now. So to answer the question, did it have an impact? Everybody who has common sense knows it had an impact. Could it have flipped? Of course it could have flipped. Now let's talk about the word that you're saying, election fraud. Let's unpack what election fraud really means. What is election fraud? I think the part that you're thinking about election fraud is
ballots and stuff.
Ballots.
Correct.
But that's not just election fraud. Election fraud is multifaceted. Betrayal. Is betrayal one-dimensional, or does betrayal have 20 different dimensions to it? Betrayal has you can betray me 20 different ways. It's not just one way to betray me. Betrayal is not just about talking behind my back and telling me stuff that betrayal doesn't mean you steal from me. Betrayal doesn't mean you flirt with my girl. Betrayal has 20 different dimensions to it, right? Okay. Election fraud has multi-different dimensions to it. Electoral fraud, sometimes referred to as election manipulation, voter fraud, vote rigging. Election manipulation, which happened, voter fraud or vote rigging involves illegal interference, which they did, with the process of an election, which they did, either by increasing the vote share of a favorite candidate, which they did, depressing the vote share of a rival candidate, which they did. According to this definition, there is electoral fraud. So now, you get involved in Twitter and you're telling an organization that's 99% funding one side how to protect you, and this guy becomes president. Let me tell you why a guy in Mar-a-Lago is furious, sitting there saying, what the hell am I doing? Wasting 4 years of my life in my 70s where I should be the president today, finish up my second term, love or hate me, I could have gotten my job done, but you guys got this other guy because there was election fraud through social media company. I didn't say ballots. I didn't say any of that stuff. This is proof. So for people to say, it is what it is, it's just a non-story. Every CBS, ABC, anything that I see, anybody talking about it, it's a story from the past. It's just this. It's not a big deal. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff why today, do you know who's the #1 journalist in the world today? It's a guy named Elon Musk. Do you know who's the #1 journalistic organization in the world effectively today in just 6 weeks of him running it? It's called Twitter. The way he's running it, we're about to drop some news. They're doing more journalism than CNN, CBS, ABC, NBC, all of those cats, including Fox, all of them combined. Twitter's doing more investigative journalism than any of those 5 cats combined, and it's ran by citizen journalists. Shout out goes to them. And for people who were frustrated and upset for something to be this, if you're about to marry a girl that I've known for a while, and you're about to propose to her, and you and I are boys, I'm talking boys from 2nd grade, okay? I know this girl, and you ask me, Pat, I'm about to propose, is there anything I need to know? And I know some stuff that you need to know about her, okay? And I really, and this is the kind of stuff you should know, okay? Legit stuff. Imagine I don't keep that from you, and I don't tell you. 6 years later, 2 years later, you find out from somebody else, but you're already married. It's too late. We're married to Joe Biden right now. We don't have a choice. And then I tell you, and you say, Pat, why would you not tell me this? And I said, bro, it's 2 years. It's an old story, man. It's what she did 13 years ago. It's what was 7 years ago. Who cares? Who makes a difference? Anyways, right now you're married. She's pregnant. And you guys having a ton of fights. I know. You said, if I would have known, I would have never married her. That's how America feels right now. That's exactly how America feels right now. They feel like somebody had intel on the girl that were getting ready to marry, but they didn't want to tell them until after they were married and they were pregnant already. That's the frustration people have, and it's very painful. And I understand the frustration. And at the same time, we still have to be leaders, responsible, and involved. It's a very weird dynamic. Like, living in the past, we got the information. Now we know who's shitty. Now we know who's dirty. Now we know who's playing the game. Great. We know who the actors are. Let's move on and make sure this doesn't happen to us again. How do we do that? That's my interest. My interest isn't sitting here bitching and complaining and whining. Let's change the Constitution. All that. No, I'm not that guy. All I'm saying is, this matters. This is important. They effed up. They lied to you. They manipulated you. They backstabbed you. And they laughed at your face and said, who cares anyways? It's too late. Let's move on. Bullshit. You don't play those games with people, especially not in a country called the United States of America. So with all the craziness taking place, I believe future looks bright. If you believe future looks bright, get your latest Future Looks Bright hat of Valuetainment. It says future looks bright here. Future looks bright here. We got them in white. We got them in black. We got them in red. Our black on black sold out. These are about to sell out. If you haven't ordered one yet, we had a person in Michigan bought one, then he bought 3. Then when those 3 people ordered in the office, they had to order 58 of them because people wanted the Future Looks Bright hat, especially during times like this, because ain't nobody saying Future Looks Bright. To order your Future Looks Bright hat, click over here. To watch the entire podcast, click here. Take care, everybody.
The look, when there's a regulation that violates a statute, is that your question, Your Honor? Yes. So the look decision is an example of that. Their VA's regulation imposed a full requirement that the statute did not. That's the very regulation that this court held plainly invalid in Brown versus Gardner. And the Loeb decision, the Veterans Court said, first, there was a clear and unmistakable error by VA applying that unlawful regulation, and also there was a further second clear and unmistakable error because even under a different clause in the regulation, the veteran should have prevailed there. So that's an example, but look, is not the only indication that is how the Q was understood before Congress codified it. The government agrees with us that the Russell decision, the en banc decision from the Veterans Court, is instructive. And what Russell said is that statutory or regulatory provisions extant at the time, if those were incorrectly applied, that's Q. That's exactly what we have here. The statutory provision extant at the time was incorrectly applied.
Thank you. You say that Wagner didn't change the law,
Correct.
right? But that's not the question. The question is whether there's been a change in the interpretation of the statute. And there surely has, right?
So, Your Honor, I don't think that is the question, in part because the change in interpretation language from the agency's regulation was not actually codified by Congress, but more importantly, you have to look at why it wasn't codified. That language appears...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Why does it matter whether it was codified by Congress?
Because the court doesn't even have to get into it. The statute does not have an exception for changes in interpretation, and what this court is doing is applying the Q statute. And so, if the court is looking at the statutory text, but that exception isn't in there. But even if the court wanted to look at how VA had applied that language, what function that language was serving, it's not the one that the government suggests. So I want to first draw the court's attention to the entirety of Section 3.105. That is the VA's regulation that governs Q at the regional office level, although now there is a corresponding provision for the board level Q that we have here. And you can see that the 1997 version of that statute at page 16A of the appendix attached to our opening brief. The regulation as a whole covers many things other than Q. 3.105A is what deals with clear and unmistakable error. 3.105B, for instance, deals with difference of opinion, which is a totally different basis for challenging an agency's decision. There are other provisions about severance or reduction of service connection. So the preamble is not, as the government suggests, taking things that would have been Q and carving them out. It is first of all saying nothing in 3.105A or otherwise applies when you have a change in law or a change in interpretation of law. And more importantly, what it's doing is we demonstrated this at pages 36 to 40 of our opening brief, and the government doesn't respond. What this has long done is referred to a separate mechanism for changing or revising an otherwise final VA decision, right? And there's long been this distinction between errors on the one hand and changes on the other. The government faults us and says, oh, your view of change in interpretation wouldn't include any errors. That's right. It's not meant to. These are two different things. And so if you look at the original, like the 1920s...
What sense does that make? Usually you don't exclude things that aren't covered in the first place. So why would anybody have excluded something that, on your view, wasn't an error at all?
Certainly, Justice Kagan. If you look at the original regulation, it had all the different mechanisms for challenging an otherwise final agency decision in it. It had Q, it had new and material evidence, it had difference of opinion, it covered when there is discovered to have been fraud in a veteran seeking service connection, and it told you what to do when there's a change in law or VA issue or an interpretation thereof. And what happened was in the 1950s, that change in law, change in interpretation got separated out, put in its own regulation. It's now in 3.114, which tells you what to do when there's been a liberalizing law or a law that cuts against the veteran's favor. And so these are, the reason it matters is you have to understand the words change in interpretation in that context and not in the abstract as the government wants to do.
Of something? I mean, nobody writes this provision in such a way to say change in interpretation is excluded from Q if that change in interpretation has, is not an error in the first place. So I guess I'm struggling a little bit to understand what your view of the history is that would produce that consequence.
I think what I'm trying to highlight for the court, Your Honor, is that that's not what the regulation says. The preamble does not say this is an exception from Q. What it says, and again, this is at 16A, Appendix B to our opening brief, the provisions of this section apply except where an award was based on an act of commission or omission by the veteran, or there is a change in law or Department of Veterans Affairs issue, or change in interpretation of law or Department of Veterans Affairs issue, bracket, go see section 3.114, or the evidence establishes that service connection was clearly illegal. And that's not carving those things out of Q. It's carving them out of section 3.105 as a whole. It's telling you, it's a cross-reference. It says, if this is the situation you're in, here's where you go look. Now, of course, you still have to distinguish between what falls under Q and what falls under a change in law, change in interpretation. But as we've demonstrated, the latter one has consistently been understood throughout its history to mean a genuine change, a new act of Congress, a switch from one permissible interpretation of the statute to another by the agency. And that's why when you have a change, what you do is you go back and update the decision, and you say, okay, now that this is the law, we're going to give the veteran, adjust the veteran's benefits going forward to comply with that law.
What do you do with the General Counsel opinion from 1994, which seemed to suggest or said decisions of the Court of Veterans Appeals invalidating VA regulations or statutory interpretations do not have retroactive effect in relation to prior final adjudications of claims, which the government cites and the lower court cited as evidence of a common understanding, the Russell case, as well as this, and other understandings that they say are incorporated into the statute. So how do you respond to that?
Certainly. So I don't think the government has actually relied on it, at least not very heavily, in its merits briefing, and there's good reason for that. As we've demonstrated, that opinion, first of all, it says that the practice was inconsistent, so it doesn't purport to identify a consistent practice. But moreover, even the inconsistency label is inaccurate. It just, that General Counsel opinion simply misdescribes the holding of look, and it doesn't otherwise point to, nor has the government pointed to, any example of the VA or the Veterans Court pre-codification saying that when you have the situation we have here, when you have a regulation that violates a statute, that's not Q. There's no counterexample that they've identified.
How about the broader context that Justice Thomas was referring to, that what we're talking about here is not direct review but collateral review, and the government says, therefore, the standard for relief should be higher because the implications are going to be dramatic. In the Veterans Court here, for example, has said that doing this would impose tremendous hardship on the agency, and all that's the reason for the high bar. So how do you respond to all that?
Certainly, I'll address the high bar issue first, and then potentially the floodgates problem. It is a high bar. Q is much narrower than direct appeal. On direct appeal, a veteran can raise all kinds of legal, procedural, factual errors that are not available for Q.
Can I just stop you there? Because yes. I'm wondering how high a bar you're saying it is. Anytime a regulation is determined to be an impermissible interpretation of the statute, it seems to me you're saying that's clear and unmistakable error. And if it's not, can you tell me what the delta is?
No, I would agree with you, Your Honor. Right, so a clear and unmistakable error is one that is obvious or manifest, but we do think that any error of statutory interpretation, so long as it affected the outcome, falls within Q, and that makes sense. That's consistent with other high bar standards.
How does that make sense? Because you can have, as here, 20 years later, a regulation that everyone's followed, and then a court finally says, that actually is inconsistent with the statute. You're saying you go back, you don't just do that going forward with a supplemental claim. You go back and retroactively give benefits for all those years the agency relied on the regulation.
Yes, absolutely. That is what Congress intended in this program, because the point is, under the law, under the statute, the veteran was supposed to receive those benefits all along, and so we go back and we put him close to the position he would have been in. There isn't an interest payment. But
Ms. Buster, can I just follow up on what Justice Kavanaugh said? So it's your position that every single time the agency misinterprets a statute, it's always clear and unmistakable? It seems to me like like sometimes you have here and here, you know, as Justice Kavanaugh said, you had 20 years of an interpretation one way, and you had the Federal Circuit pointing out that it made 1111 look illogical and awkward because it didn't really have to do with the presumption of sound condition. Are all misinterpretations of a statute clear?
So we think they are, but even if the court thinks that there are some statutory interpretation errors that wouldn't satisfy Q, this is the paradigmatic example, and I want to address what you brought up about the supposed lack of clarity in the statute and the VA's regulation. This is laid out most clearly. It's laid out in Wagner itself. It's also laid out in pages 24 to 25 of the MBLSP amicus brief. Before 1961, VA's regulation tracked the statute. It tracked the statute word for word. It included, it said that the agency had to have clear and unmistakable evidence demonstrating that the injury or disease existed prior to acceptance and enrollment and was not aggravated by such service. That was section 3.63 of the Code of Federal Regulations in 1956. Congress then codified the presumption of soundness into the statute in 1958, again using that two-part formulation, existed before acceptance and enrollment, and was not aggravated by such service. 3 years later, VA came back in what was supposed to be simply an administrative repromulgation of its rules, no substantive change, no explanation certainly for any substantive change that might be in there, and they simply deleted the end of the sentence. This is not an interpretation. This is certainly not a considered interpretation. And when Wagner talks about it being somewhat difficult to parse, it doesn't mean that the language is difficult to parse. What the court in Wagner was saying was, this seems like a strange thing for Congress to have done, for exactly the reason you pointed out, Your Honor, because you're presuming someone was in sound condition, even though you're acknowledging that they entered service with a pre-existing condition. But Wagner also identifies the reason for that, and it was because of this long struggle between the executive and the legislature, where the executive was playing games, was discharging veterans who had no conditions noted on their entry to service, and then saying, "Oh, that was a medical issue." And there's also a long history of the VA telling Congress, "Don't include this aggravation piece of the burden," and Congress saying, "No, we want it in there." This was a very intentional act on part of Congress, and no explanation for VA's elimination of that.
How did it happen? I mean, do I have this correctly? And please correct me if I'm wrong. You have a client.
Correct.
If your client was sound at the time he enlisted, he's not sound now.
Correct.
And so you get some money.
Correct.
So let's see if he was sound when he enlisted. We have a statute. And the statute says he is sound when he enlisted if A or B. And he look at him. So he's not going to be sound. I mean, sorry, he's not. He is sound unless he's not sound.
Unless
he's not sound.
Correct.
He's sound unless he's not sound.
Correct.
Now he is not sound if A or B.
Correct.
So we'll look at A. A was, he had noted there, not sound when he signed up.
Or that the VA examiner had.
Oral questions que se harán de articular. As Colonel
serious.
Do our security services and our officials or our police officers, did they ever inform the Prime Minister of Beijing's interference in our elections? Yes or no? The Right Honorable Prime Minister. As I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, our security and intelligence services and police take the importance of fighting against foreign interference very seriously, including Chinese interference. But I can assure the member and all Canadians that in the 2019 and 2021 elections, there was no foreign interference in a way that would have changed any of the results in any significant way. That's what the independent committee found. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Has used words to obscure the answer. He says there was not interference in a significant way that would have changed the outcome. Was there any interference of any kind?
As our intelligence services have highlighted many times in many different forms for Canadians, interference in Canadians' affairs by foreign powers is an ongoing thing, whether it's cyber interference, whether it's interference with communities here in Canada, whether it's attempts to influence the media. These are things that go on an ongoing basis, and things that our intelligence agencies and police agencies work very, very hard to counter. But Canadians can be reassured that the integrity of our elections was not compromised. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He still won't answer the question. The question was specifically about whether intelligence, law enforcement, or public servants briefed him or in any way informed him of any interference in any of our elections.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2019, we established a professional, a nonpartisan, independent group of top civil servants and intelligence officials to ensure that the integrity of our elections would not be compromised. They watched in the 2019 election, they watched and reported for the 2021 election, and in both cases confirmed that the integrity of our elections was not compromised. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was not whether the election was compromised. The question was whether officials in intelligence, law enforcement, or the public service at any time informed the Prime Minister of allegations of any interference in our elections. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite brought in the element of allegations of interference. I can confirm, based on the news reports that a number of people have been working on for the past number of weeks, that I have never got any information from any of our security agencies or police officers or intelligence officials or public servants, any information on anyone receiving, as a federal candidate, receiving money from China, as the allegations highlighted. Leader of the Opposition.
The question wasn't whether or not he heard allegations of money going to a candidate from China. Obviously, money doesn't travel on a big ship from the other side of the Pacific and then go to the shore and then be delivered to a candidate. That is obviously a denial of an absurdity. The question is whether or not the Prime Minister ever got information from the public service, the police, or intelligence bodies on any interference of any kind by Beijing in our elections.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I got a report back from our panel that was established, the experts established in the national security agencies, to report back on whether or not our elections were subject to foreign interference, and they confirmed that the elections were held in full integrity. The outcome was not impacted. The Canadians can have full confidence in the integrity of our elections in 2019 and 2021.
My fear is that this is going to be even more confused in French. They said that there was no investigation by the RCMP, but now they're investigating. And I hope there's no one here that benefited from illegal funding, but if the report suggests that there are up to 11 of them, is this about protecting democracy? If so, the Prime Minister should reveal which ridings we're talking about. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we all heard the media reports which alleged that there was some funding by China of certain candidates, federal candidates, and I can confirm that all the experts and all the authorities from our intelligence services, among all of them, no one shared anything about interference whereby Canadians received money directly or indirectly from China. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly, the Prime Minister says what he doesn't know. He should tell us what he does know. Yeah, he should. It's hardly reassuring if he doesn't know anything about these allegations. So this is a Prime Minister who stands up to the Chinese leader without taking the trouble of getting any allies on board with him before he stands up to him. So if China is to be isolated or pressured, shouldn't the Prime Minister seek some allies instead of just doing it solo and for grandstanding purposes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada does work with its allies and has been doing that for years to counter foreign influence, including Chinese interference in our cybersecurity systems, in our media, and in our population. So we're working very closely with our allies in the US and in England and elsewhere to counter that influence, and we will keep working with our allies to promote our values and principles that we all hold so dearly.
Continue and those that you love. Visit medcircle.com and start your mental health journey right now.
Standing for him has seen the current and a 2 misdiagnosis. She has since taken a very proactive role in her own mental health care and has fought for the right diagnosis of borderline personality disorder. This is her story.
So you just talked about your whole story.
Yes.
What a roller coaster.
I know, isn't it?
happened between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine executed its most brazen attack into Russian territory in the 9-month war on Monday, targeting 2 million. They got within 100 miles of Moscow with one of those. Right, this is huge news. I think the New York Times is correct to say it's the most brazen attack into Russian territory. What did you make of the development yesterday?
Look, just monster escalation. It seems like what Ukraine did here is attacked the airfields from which Russia has been launching a lot of its attacks. What I would say are illegal war crime attacks on the kind of infrastructure, the civilian infrastructure of Ukraine heading into the winter, trying to plunge the country into cold and darkness throughout the long Ukrainian winter. So they sent drones to these 2 air bases. One of them, Engels Airfield, I guess after Frederick Engels, the Soviet name. It's near, I guess, the town of Engels. They renamed it. Although there's still love for Engels out there.
Yeah, it's a base in the south of Russia.
Right, and one of them was 100 miles away from Moscow. Russia claims that they were able to shoot down that drone, but that as it crashed, it ended up killing a couple of servicemen and hitting one aircraft.
Yeah, 2 planes, and it slightly damaged 2 planes. The fall of the Soviet-era jet drones. This is the New York Times is reporting that Russia said were shut down. Slightly damaged 2 planes, and Russia killed 3 servicemen and wounded 4 others. And again, we're talking 300 miles from the Ukrainian border. One of these is 100 miles from Moscow. You can see there in the New York Times headline, it says deep into Russia, deep in Russia, and I think that's absolutely correct. Brian, the Putin video happening, I mean, that visit happened earlier on Monday. What do you make of both of these things happening on the same day?
I thought Putin would use a horse, like ride a horse across the bridge. Isn't that kind of his thing? No, I mean, so that's his flex to try to assure the Russian public that this is not going backwards for him. He's also there were reports in the Post and the Times that that Putin is building up bases in Mariupol, trying to strengthen his hold on key parts of Ukraine that they're currently occupying, even as they lose ground elsewhere around the country. This comes at now. I think it's useful for de-escalation that Ukraine did not use American weapons. If Ukraine had used American drones or American weapons, you'd have Russia calling an attack by NATO, and then who knows what that response would be. I think it shows that Ukraine isn't really afraid of Russia escalating inside Ukraine like Russia, and that's Russia has played the card of humanitarian catastrophe by constantly attacking all these power plants and other civilian elements of infrastructure. Then they don't have a threat that they're gonna go that much more brutal, because at the beginning of the conflict you kept hearing people who were sympathetic to the Russian side saying, well, that they have gloves on still, that they could really be punishing Ukraine, and they're not so far. So you don't do this or don't do that. Now that they're trying to freeze everybody to death over there, then that takes away a bit of a stick. So I guess Ukraine is in a we don't have anything to lose frame now. Certainly they do. There are still nuclear weapons that Russia holds, and the world has played to lose in a nuclear fireball if this continued to escalate. So to me it shows the importance of actually getting this thing to the negotiating table, because you don't know. Any morning you could wake up with somebody stepping over a line that can't be walked back.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Soccer and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election. today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us. If you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only for you.
Tell me when you guys are ready. Ready. 1, 2, 3. I got it. To keep what they thought wasn't replaceable or that they would need in the next 2 weeks. You can replace your bath towels, but you can't replace your kids.
We are gonna go right past Dollywood. Wish we had time to go. We don't. So.
We did not have a plan until last night. There's only 3 states that are safe for trans kids and their families in the United States. 3. I know people think that there are more because there's liberal states, but we need one of the states that actually has policies, laws in place saying that they won't extradite parents of trans kids. In states like Texas come after us even after we move.
Families with transgender children are dealing with a lot. They face constant attacks by right-wing misinformation, an unending stream of anti-trans bills, and even death threats.
Did you get all this out here, Caleb? Thank you.
And now, some are having to make a life-changing decision. Should they stay where they are, where their work, family, school, and life is, and risk their child's health and safety? Or should they flee? We spent time with 3 families in Texas and Arizona, 2 states with some of the harshest anti-trans legislation, as they weigh this heartbreaking decision.
I started noticing gender dysphoria when my really, play with toys.
It was really from the time she could talk. She was like saying things like, I'm a girl, or when I grow up, I'll be a princess and I'll have long hair like Rapunzel. We used to say, like, you're a boy, but you can like girl things. That's okay. She was just always telling us who she was.
How did you learn to make friendship bracelets?
So I first learned when I was 6, and I went to the day camp, and my counselor taught me.
How'd you choose these colors?
It's just the trans colors, so I was like, okay, let's do that.
How am I doing here?
Doing really good, actually.
What's like making you happy these days?
I don't know. I have a few friends, they're nice, and I don't know, I like swim, it kind of helps me. When I'm sad, I just go to swim, and I feel better.
Coming to understand that our child was transgender was not something that happened overnight. This was years of therapy, and it was a very long process. She was like a very anxious, depressed, weepy child. She would lick her lips till they were raw. She used to bite her nails till they bled.
And then once she was able to transition,
it was like the light switch got turned on inside of her. It was like the first time we saw real joy in our child.
How did it feel once you were able to socially transition?
I felt good because I wasn't like trapped in that feeling of, okay, I'm never going to be able to show my true self, and like my life is horrible. Like, it's not going to be like that anymore. I could be happy.
When Daniel was really small, he would say that he wanted to be Astro Boy or Aladdin. Like the characters, he would deepen his voice. The characters he identified with were all male. When he went to kindergarten, that was really difficult because school became very gendered for him. He would come home and cry and say he was afraid to die. And we were like, why would that happen? I thought I was like progressive and hip. I was like, girls can do anything. He was like, but what if I don't want to be a girl? And I just didn't get it, right? I wasn't listening.
It's like it was a kid. When I was younger, I used to make big masculine people. I would leave them around the house. And at some point, my mom was like, Daniel, why did you do that? Like, well, I made these pre-transitions. Once I came out to my parents, they're like, why did you make all those things? I was like, well, it's like a little like kids. Because I felt like this was like the easiest way to express myself with no like language.
Very early on, I knew that there was a distance between my child and I. And it wasn't until Daniel was affirmed that I felt that love. And that I felt like I get to meet you.
What do you want people to know about you, about the trans community, that you feel like people in this state, sometimes just don't get?
That we're just kids. We're often reduced to just body parts. We have so many other parts of ourselves, and a lot of representatives don't get that.
And how does that feel when you see the debate like going in that direction?
I mean, I just get grossed out.
Yeah, totally.
Because I feel like we're just all human beings, and these are other human beings debating on whether or not mine existence should be normalized or cared for.
Daniel's home state of Arizona already bans trans kids from playing sports and getting gender-affirming surgery. State representatives have also tried to outlaw all gender-affirming care, which doctors say can be life-saving for trans youth. Those anti-trans representatives saying that they want to outlaw gender-affirming care for youth. Like, what goes through your mind?
I get really freaked out. They want to, arrest parents or, pediatricians or, people that are helping. And I just think, okay, well, I don't want my parents to get arrested at all. And especially because I'm, the kind of person where, if my mom doesn't answer the call, I'm like, okay, why do I tell the police that she's been there? But, it's not like I get, really stressed out. Wow, I just, well, then.
But it's clearly on your mind.
Yeah.
Everything sort of hinges on this election for us. Is going to determine whether we are able to stay in Texas and really the trajectory of our lives moving forward.
I hope that we get Beto. I think he'll protect us more. He will protect us because your government doesn't protect us at all.
In February, things changed drastically in Texas when Governor Greg Abbott directed the state's Child Protective Services Agency to investigate families who support their children's gender-affirming care for, quote, child abuse. Texas law requires every adult to report these families, from doctors to neighbors, or risk criminal penalties.
It's ridiculous. I live in America and I'm having to make an escape plan. I'm having to ask people if I can send my kid to go live with people to put her somewhere safe until I can get there and get my life squared away, just in case I have to. I mean, is the DoorDash person going to recognize our name? Are they an alt-right extremist? You know, is my neighbor, who's very pleasant to talk to, going to decide that it's their job to mandatorily report? Because Texas, every Texas citizen is a mandatory reporter here. It's pretty scary.
What if they arrested Mom? What if they took me somewhere? What if they forced me to be somewhere? I always have these thoughts. What if this happens? Should I do this? Should I jump out the window?
Oh my God.
When that came out, I got the call from Lisa about the CPS. I was in my office and I started crying. I closed the door. You know, it scared me. It scared me because I wasn't sure if we were going to lose Maya. Sure, it happened to us. I went straight down to my thinking that was the worst.
Maya was real scared. Right away, there was a lot of questions of, are they going to take me away from you? What's going to happen?
And that's when that anxiety, you see it in her, just come back. We started licking her lip, started biting her nails. It was all over again.
We hadn't seen that in 7 years.
How do you feel like you're currently being affected by the state of Texas?
Well, they really don't care if I kill myself, and they don't care if they don't care if I can't play sports. They don't care if my parents get arrested for supporting me. Like, I feel really sad about it. Like, it's just mentally draining.
The decision that our family faces right now is one that no family should have to consider. We shouldn't have to feel that we're being pushed out of the state we live in. We are now at a point where if things don't change, we will probably have to leave this state.
Florida, Texas, and Arizona mirror and mimic each other. So watching what was happening in Texas was terrifying. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have all of our family and friends here. We have a beautiful community that we are a part of. Daniel would lose more than he would gain if he left this state.
Because my grandparents are Holocaust survivors, because my grandfather fought in the resistance, my grandmother survived Auschwitz, that language of calling on everyday citizens and mandated reporters to report families with trans youth to the authorities felt eerily reminiscent of that directive from the Nazis to report Jewish families to the authorities. This is white Christian nationalism. This is fascism.
My parents were both ranchers in Mexico, and during the 60s. And so I came here when I was 9 years old. There was always talks about if you get in trouble, immigration can come and take you. And not only that, it's going to create all kinds of other problems for the family. So there was this stress that not only would I hurt myself, but I would hurt the entire family.
We already understood what bias in the world feels like. We know what it's like to navigate, to code switch, but it's not normal for us as Americans to be saying that we need to seek refuge and sanctuary in other states.
It's tough. It's just thinking about what we're going to have to do, thinking about leaving everybody, leaving our friends, family, start a whole new life.
It just feels overwhelming. It makes me sad because I've already built friendships, and I have family here. And I sometimes there's like my parents were being taken away from me because I was trans, and I had to go to a foster care, and I had to move all the way to Illinois.
If someone tried to take you away from me, I would not let that happen. I will do anything to keep you safe and with us and happy. I think the thing that I am most worried about is, will I wait too long? Will I not know when it's time to cut my losses and just flee?
For the Shapleys, that decision came in July.
Yeah!
Seeing the anti-trans threats building over the summer, Kimberly started packing before she'd even found a place to live.
OMG, guys, look, it's the Eiffel Tower. So damn. We just passed Arkansas and we're in Tennessee now. We're in Kentucky. We're almost in Ohio.
She drove 2.5 days straight to Connecticut, hitting just a few truck stops for gas, snacks, and naps.
We're back in the car. 4 hours, 29 minutes away from where we're heading.
The night before we left Texas, that was the first time I ever really saw Kai just sobbing. It was just something triggered her. She started thinking about our chickens and what we were leaving.
I miss them. They would have a good home with me.
The truth is, it would be devastating, financially devastating for us to move. It's not just the loss in income, it's cost of living, because the states with which have broad protections in place and where we would be safe are, more expensive.
There are currently only 3 states that protect families of trans kids from extradition: Connecticut, Massachusetts, and California. Just last month, DC also passed protections. These are parts of the country, though, where the cost of living is up to 40% higher than the national average. And that's on top of the cost of starting over.
We're starting from scratch. Beds, pillows, covers, sheets, towels, blankets, measuring cups, coffee. We should not leave here without having a way to make coffee in the morning. When I saw the relief from her when we got out, and the relief from Caleb,
A gigantic 100,000-pound weight lifted off my back.
like they have been through so much. The GOP has done so much damage to my family, mental, emotional damage. We're in a new place. It's not going to be a long season, but it's going to be a season of rest and renewal for us.
I've been sleeping with my mom because I've been so terrified. I hope that I can sleep in my own bed calmly and peacefully. I've been having all these nightmares, and I'm hoping that maybe since we're in a new place, I can start fresh.
I can want things to change in Texas, but still realize when it's no longer safe for us to work behind enemy lines. We need to get some things right, or I don't see any place in the U.S. being the safe haven that people think they're going to have in their blue bubbles.
Are you seriously considering going to Canada?
Yes. I've already spoken to an immigration attorney and trying to get things together in the event that we have to leave.
Which is very close. It's very close. You can feel it.
I think people need to wake up and help the LGBTQ community. It's almost too late.
With some big news in the race for governor. Governor Greg Abbott with 55% support.
He has been declared the winner.
Lots of texts and messages.
Good morning, Betty. I hope you're doing okay this morning. I'm thinking about you. No matter what happens, you and I will always stay tight regardless of where you live. It's not just our family that has to lose out.
After the results came in, we were talking to Maya, and she said, I want to move. I want to be in a state that I don't have to fight for my rights to be myself.
Oh, that's cool.
Very sad.
No.
They want me to do for the family.
No, you should be proud of your kid.
Have to
What the fuck are you talking about?
cut our losses and to take the cares about us.
Most importantly, in a state where Maya will feel safe. She deserves to be a kid. She deserves to feel safe, and she doesn't feel that way here anymore. So it's time to go. It's wild to wake up and realize that in this day and age, we're essentially political refugees.
In Arizona, Democrats won big in the midterms, a win for the Trujillos, who are staying put for now.
This idea of like states' rights versus federal protections, like we should be weary of what that actually means because that has been used to marginalize people since the beginning of this country. We've seen this over and over and over again in American history. Like if you don't assimilate to white Christian ideology, then we will punish you. We saw this with indigenous people. We saw this with enslaved people. We saw this with migrant youth on the border, and that is terrifying.
I refuse to leave. I refuse to be put in a position where I get pushed out of society all over again.
Our families already came from another country to build a better life here, and we should not be uprooted from our homes.
We're willing to put everything in the line. Everything in the line.
Everyone should be worried. Everyone should be worried because if they're doing this to us, who will they do it to next?
I shouldn't have to be debating my rights and trying to convince you that I'm another human being that is deserving of the same rights that everyone else has. I know that I have to do it either way because you can't really be silent about these things. If you want change, you have to be really loud about it.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna fight for my rights until I can. We aren't toys with feelings, and we need Barley taught me. Let us live our lives as we should.
I've been an activist since I was born. I mean, I stand up against everyone. This is who I am. And I will make this place better. For everyone.
I'm Michael Lermont, editor-in-chief of Vice News. Too often, traditional news outlets shy away from the news for free. But we built
prices and subtly and directly a change in what programs get made and how long they stick around. Commercials could soon become more common, and services may be bundled for one low monthly price. Exclamation point. Already triggering visions of a future that recalls the dark days of cable. Now here's what they mean. We got another graphic here with some of the things that everybody can get here. We got streaming services, and then the codes. Amazon Prime, almost $10 a month. CBC Gem, Premium, almost $5 a month. Crave at almost $20 a month. Disney Plus, almost $12 a month. Netflix, of course, big range here from maybe $6 to $21 a month. And Paramount Plus, the old $9.99 a month. Now, if you add all that up, it's around $63 a month. So the question then becomes, how can I have a cable here for $63 a month? But you're missing the price from your chart there. How much is free? People upset about those prices, people looking at it and thinking, why did I
Lord of the Rings. You still need those programs that are going to drive people to subscribe or come back or whatnot. But this new tier, which is the free tier, is, I think, a symptom of the frustration that a lot of people have.
But if we're getting back to monthly fees here, and then even some ad-supported streaming services as well, if we just traded in streamers from cable.
I mean, it's easy to say that it looks that way, for sure. And, you know, it's funny that you talk about the shows that come back, these syndicated shows. I remember, you know, coming home from school, and it was MASH and Gold Girls and all these shows that were in syndication, and we left that world for a while because everyone was competing with what was new. And, you know, you were saying, you watch something, you talk about it for a day, and the lifespan of these shows is quite short. I'm also, though, you know, believer in the ingenuity of the audience or the customers, and I think there's going to be pushback there where it's not just, okay, well, we want ad-supported content, but I've been noticing, you know, peers and even different people talking about the ways that they're hacking the system. And so, for instance, you know, Black Friday was a couple of weeks ago, and someone was making a list, a Google Doc of a shared list of all the media outlets, all the media sources you could get on sale, where, you know, it was $1 for an annual subscription to this magazine, this streaming platform, and even more granular, where they would say, you know, don't sign up for yourself, sign up as a friend, so after a year it doesn't auto-renew on your credit card. People are really conscious of what they're spending and trying to push back a little bit. I also think, you know, if it is about quality being dominant here, and people do have multiple services, it may be sort of, well, let's watch this one. Once we've tapped it out, we'll just cancel the subscription for a while, hop over to something else.
People do that?
Yes.
They do that.
Oh yeah, I want to see Succession. Then if I don't need to see anything else on HBO, I'll just keep it later. Same with Yellowstone.
It's an exhausting
I don't think you can actually get the Yellowstone episodes on Paramount Plus. I signed up my mother because that's what she wanted, and then she's like, I can't even watch it. It has to be Paramount Network. So that's another problem. So going to these places because of the shows, and then sometimes after 6 months or a year, they're not there anymore. They're on Peacock, so you have to go get Peacock.
In some ways, all you can
have
do
to be
is
able
go
to
through your life as your best you. And if the people around you
And frankly, I don't think Netflix has had enough of those big must shows to keep people locked in for the year. So you got your Stranger Things, you got your Bridgerton, more recently you have Wednesday, which is about Wednesday Addams from the Addams Family. Those are the big three kind of hits, and I guess Squid Game. But other than that, they have been trying. Their problem is, they're kind of the glory days of Netflix, where we didn't realize we were now in this new kind of world of streamers competing with each other, and they still had some of the content from the other big studios. But then the studios woke up and went, no, I'll take my Avengers back, and I'll take my Star Wars back, and I'll take all this and that. And so now they're trying to stock the shelves with their own franchises and own must-see brands. But creating content out of nothing is not that easy. I think they're still struggling to find that sweet spot.
Julian, how do you think people are either reacting or going to react to the notion of ads on Netflix, and even beyond that, charging people to share passwords with family and friends?
I think people just get used to it. So either they'll be okay with ads, or they'll pay the extra money not to be able to sit through them. I know a lot of the time with TV, my partner sits at home and it's background noise for other things, so he doesn't mind that there's an ad or two. So for him, it's not a huge problem. But I think at some point, it's all about how can you aggregate all these, channels together. So it's just easier to get to. It's easier to find. I think sometimes, it really does come down to convenience more so than even money sometimes.
No one wants to pay more for something they've been getting already, included. But how do you think people react to the notion of paying more to share passwords and so on?
Oh my goodness. I think people will be really frustrated by it, especially because this is the internet. This is the internet, which, was meant to be free. When we talk about ads, I feel like, the one that we aren't talking about is also Amazon, which is in the, this is very Big Brother and a little dystopian when you think about it, but it's sort of in the best situation to have an amazing show, or just a kind of, entertaining reality show. They're kind of pushing the pants that she's wearing, and pushing that product that's in the back, and click and buy it the next day. And I would probably order something every night. I'm not the only one that way. I think there's going to be a lot of different models, and it's not necessarily going to be, cereal and insurance and the same kind of ads that we've seen in the past.
Can you talk about that? How well is that working? Because of course, not just the possibility of ads or products that their characters and shows are watching, but they've got data on us as well, right? Are they monetizing that very well?
That's a fascinating question, and it really, the early days of all these streaming platforms was very much a conversation that was in line with Facebook and Twitter, that, they have that granular data. They can target us, they can target specific niche audiences, but, if they're pouring millions of dollars into an episode, they don't want it for that specific niche audience. They want it for that audience that we were saying that they were going to move away from, which is those broader Nielsen groups, right? And so I think what's interesting is, maybe not so much using that information to target audiences when it's content creation. There's still only so many great stories that get told in different ways, but I think it might be more around how we engage, how they're now using it to distribute or reach people. If you look at, they're playing around with movie theater releases, Netflix will put something in the theater for a few days, and I think that they're using the same software models that they, would use for.
Hold on for this, because we're going to get to this. This is good, but we're going to get to this in a second.
Sure.
Can we play this clip now? This is, geez, I gotta confess, I've never seen this show. You guys have all undoubtedly seen this show. This is a show called Barry on HBO. Okay, everybody's nodding like they know it.
Who's the guy from SNL?
Bill Hader. Bill Hader, he's the star of the show. Now, this is a scene featuring Sarah Goldberg's character, Sally, finding out that her show is being canceled because the algorithm decided people didn't like it. They didn't do this back in the days of All in the Family and MASH, right, Ramona? Okay. Sheldon, let's see this clip, please.
We are canceling the show. What? Why? Well, the algorithm felt it wasn't hitting the right taste clusters.
Taste clusters? It's been 12 hours. Don't we need time to get word of mouth?
Oh, the algorithm takes word of mouth into account, but it considers other things too. For instance, if viewers see someone eating dessert within the first 2 minutes of the episode, they almost always finish the entire season. Oh, and it's not just dessert. The same goes for Central Park, Kittens, Dev Patel.
We have a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. 98. And people were crying at the screening.
I know, and I was one of them. But I guess I was wrong.
Okay, Eli, can you just basically translate what we just saw? I mean, there is this fear that your Netflix and your Amazons of the world, and especially for content creators, they know more about how your product is being received than you do. And especially Netflix, the word is that it's a black box. They have all this information, and they do, it's a funny scene, and it seems like it's about, Wizard of Oz, like the man behind the curtain, but yes, it might not be within 12 hours, but they have remarkable research. They know what kind of shows a certain audience wants. They know how long the audience is going to, if they're completing, if they're looking that you complete the show and hopefully you go on to watch the next show and the next show. And they have a very the fidelity on their information is really remarkable. Now, should they be sharing that with the Julians of the world? I mean, I don't want art created for algorithm. I want art that is art. I mean, the great things that move my soul were just created by, mad people sitting in front of typewriters and coming up with ideas, right? But this is the competition, and data is brutal, and that is what you are fighting against. I gotta ask you about this. Have you been in a meeting like that before?
Oh yeah, but usually they just send you an email saying your show's canceled. They won't tell you to your face. But it's pretty true. I think though there are those creative executives that see that data and also go, no, this is a show I really, really believe in. This is a sort of Schitt's Creek, and they do want to take the risk. So I think we still have to give people the benefit of the doubt because yes, we're the ones who create technology, but I think sometimes we need to be the masters of it. But it can be very, very disheartening to see something like that and to know that, the stuff that I make that's coming from a very particular point of view is being dictated by a formula or an algorithm.
Is that where we're at now? This all-powerful algorithm is deciding everything nowadays?
Yeah.
That's great. And your shows, you get to be gently reported.
That 12-hour piece, I know, Eli, you go, it's not really 12 hours, but I watch it, it's just it's heartbreaking. It just makes me cringe because it's not really much more. And whether it's streaming on, a show on one of these platforms or any of the other social media platforms where you're a musician or any kind of creator, anyone trying to make anything for the world, it does feel like the age of the sleeper hit, the age of being discovered by people who were passionate, they were going to find you, which, was the promise of the internet, was that anyone could find anything. I feel like in the early days, it was, there are rom-coms from Japan you'll be able to access. There's this whole, world of Bollywood. It's all going to be on our fingertips because we're all connected and information is everywhere. And yet, it's just like, oh, it's another city of Real Housewives or this other spin-off that Netflix is doing because it's affordable and they know right away, within 12 hours, that people are going to come back to it. And but I also think that there's still room for the creativity and the new shows and the stuff that's tremendous that's going to break through, because I think that is stronger than AI. Like this is, I think, the wrestling match that's going on right now is audiences and what we want, what we have a taste for, what moves us, and what genuinely has cultural impact, which shakes the collective, and the AI, which can make things quite monotonous because it's looking for patterns.
Well, I think also part of this wrestling match, as you just described it, is the fact that there were shows that were either in the pipeline, in the process of being made, and then suddenly, for no apparent, maybe you can tell me why, just canceled. That girl was supposed to go, what was it, right, straight to HBO Max, and then theaters.
They made a decision that it wasn't theatrical, and then they made a decision that it was part of a much larger merger, and essentially it was like a tax thing. That there were various products, and it was easier for them to essentially hit delete. And you would think, that there was an audience that you just stream it, people would find it, but just because of the accounting, it was easier to just say, no, it's done, forget it. Sensible. I mean, from an artist point of view, it doesn't make any sense. If you could bring the accountants in here, they could try and explain it to us. But it is bizarre in a world where we do know, just as you were saying, there are all these niche audiences, and there is certainly a pocket of rabid Batgirl fans that were ready for those filmmakers who had worked on Miss Marvel, that couldn't wait to see the actors that were involved. But between the numbers and then someone deciding that it didn't quite fit the brand and the direction of the DC universe, which has been lumbering along for years. And so this very promising new BIPOC version of a superhero.
Does that ever happen to you?
I was replaced by my show was replaced by Batgirl or something.
No, I mean, you got the green light. You were sort of in the process, in the throes of.
Oh yeah, and then
canceled.
But not canceled. It just got stuck in legal business affairs for a year and a half. So you can get that's I think as personal experience, it's called development hell for a reason. You can get paid to do something and then it just takes forever for people to make the decision. Or there's larger corporate forces and then you get stuck in their legal department because you're working with a studio and the studio wants to be able to own a particular part of the show. They want to be able to own the show so they can sell it off and get more money. So absolutely, well, mine does too. And all you want to do is just go and make your little show. So, but what was so funny, I don't know if you saw this, AMC Plus, they had greenlit a show and now just canceled it. They were about to go to camera and they just canceled the show because they had a huge corporate bloodletting over there. And now it's like, imagine being the creator who I find my show is finally getting made, and it's like you can't really enjoy yourself.
So really, you should have had 3 studio accountants for the stuff.
Yes. Well, all right. Help me understand this. Again, back in the day, they would make a movie. It would go into movie theaters. If it was good for a very long time, and then it might get to television somewhere down the road, right? Nowadays, you make a movie, and even if it's really good, it might be on a streaming service. A week later, 2 weeks later, a month later. Why is this happening?
I mean, it's a continuation of a trend that started before the pandemic, and then the pandemic truly accelerated things. I remember talking to Josh Whedon over a decade ago, and he was already telling me when he was at TIFF presenting his Shakespeare film that the middle movie, like a small film with a couple movie stars that didn't have robust, just another thing made for adults, that was already on the way out because of what had arrived. Marvel and the Avengers and the event film. You're going to see Barbie, you're going to go see the new Spider-Man, you're going to see something with brand recognition. We have, for better for worse, and many would say for worse, habituated the audience now that the only reason or the biggest reason to go to the movies is for that must-see thing that everybody is talking about that is probably nostalgic and familiar and costs hundreds of millions of dollars. So when you say you make a movie, you release it, so what kind of movie did you make? Does it have brand recognition? Does it have, is it part of a